7. Origin of Psychology Unit 1 Origin of Psychology *. Content 1.1 Introduction 1.0 Objectives 1.2 Definition of Psychology 1.2.1 Early Definitions 1.2.2 Current Definitions 1.2.3 Nature and Characteristics of Behavior 1.3 Historical Development of Psychology 1.4 Psychology as a Science 1.4.1 Characteristics of Science 1.5 Let us sum up 1.6 Unit End Questions 1.7 Glossary 1.8 Answers to Self-Assessment Questions 1.9 References and Suggested Readings 1.1 Introduction. Psychology is concerned with almost all aspects of our lives. The field of psychology deals with behavioral aspects of human beings, and that is probably the reason why everyone is interested to know about psychology. On the other hand, there are many misconceptions about psychology also. Many people think that psychology deals with dealing of abnormal people only. Some others feel that psychologists can read your mind just by looking at you or your face/forehead. They tend to equate psychologists with astrologers, gemologists, numerologists, palmists or graphologists, who claim to solve your problems of life and predict your future. You might have heard the terms psychology, psychological, mental, etc., but do you know what is the meaning of psychology, and how did it evolve? Is psychology a science or art? What is science and what are its characteristics? What is the subject matter of psychology? In this chapter you will find answer to these and many more such questions. By studying psychology, you will be able to understand what psychology is and what it is not. This unit introduces the subject of psychology. 1.0 Objectives. After reading this unit, you will be able to define psychology, describe the historical background and perspectives of psychology, illustrate the methods and subfields of psychology, and delineate the researches of psychology in Indian context. Professor Amulya Khurana, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Delhi, adapted from BPC 001, Block 1. 8. Introduction to Psychology 1.2 Definition of Psychology. Psychology has been defined in a number of ways by various authors. Psychologists have been debating on whether psychology should focus on mind, consciousness, or behavior. Let us look at how the definitions of psychology have come a long way over the past years. 1.2.1 Early Definitions. Earlier, psychology was part of philosophy. Ancient philosophers were interested in the study of the soul. Thus, it was first defined in terms of the science of soul. However, since the term soul has very wide and comprehensive meanings, it was considered as a vague term and was criticized severely in the Middle Ages. There were questions regarding the physical existence, weight, and volume of soul. Dandapani, 2004, states that people were rather naive to believe in esoteric terms such as soul, mind, and consciousness. It was believed, and rightly so, that every human being is endowed with a soul that would remain sublime at all times. To a philosopher, soul is the firm foundation upon which ethical values are erected. Realization of one's soul was considered the chief mission of life. Definition of psychology as the study of soul became unacceptable primarily because no convincing proof or evidence of the precise nature of soul was furnished. It was discarded because of its metaphysical nature. It was found inadequate to satisfy the canons of science. Thus, this definition was not accepted by psychologists. Next, psychology was defined in terms of the science of mind by some ancient Greek philosophers. According to them, psychology was held as a branch of mental philosophy. Since this definition does not include overt behavior of human beings and mind cannot be measured directly, this definition was also dropped by psychologists. Later, psychology was defined as the science of consciousness. According to Bhaga and Singh, 1990, at one time during the history of psychology, it was felt that the main business of psychology was with the conscious experience. Consciousness makes us conscious or aware of the situation or a thing around us. This definition too is now obsolete, and it has been rejected due to the following reasons. Consciousness cannot be studied objectively as it is more personal and subjective. Second objection came from the fast-developing branch of the abnormal psychology, which brought the study of unconscious part of our mind within the province of psychology. The term consciousness does not include animal or human behavior. The term consciousness also was supposed to have a philosophical tinge, and not accepted by the modern scientific-minded psychologists. Finally, the modern era has defined psychology as a science of behavior. In the early decades of 20th century, Watson, the father of the school of behaviorism, defined psychology as the study of behavior. According to Morgan et al., 1986, Watson rejected mind as the subject of psychology and insisted that psychology be restricted to the study of behavior, the observable, or potentially observable. 9. Activities of people and animals. Watson held the opinion that there are no essential origin of psychology differences between human and animal behavior, and that we can learn much about our own behavior from the study of what animals do. Watson emphasized that nothing is innate and everything can be learned. In this context, Woodworth, 1948, had earlier stated that, first psychology lost its soul, then its mind, and then it lost its consciousness. It still has behavior of sort. As we will see below, the term behavior is still there in almost all the modern definitions. 1.2.2 Current definitions. Hilgard, Atkinson, and Atkinson, 1975, have compiled the changing definitions of psychology starting from that of William James, 1890, to that of Kenneth Clark and George Miller, 1970. Baga and Singh, 1990, have also cited the following two definitions of Woodworth and Munn, respectively. Psychology is the scientific study of the activities of the individual in relation to his environment. Psychology today concerns itself with the scientific investigation of behavior, including from the standpoint of behavior to much of what earlier psychologists dealt with as experience. Some of the more recent definitions of psychology, in chronological order, are as follows. Psychology is the science of human and animal behavior. It includes the application of this science to human problems. Morgan et al., 1986. The scientific study of behavior and mental processes. Feldman, 1996. The scientific study of behavior and mental processes, and how they are affected by an organism's physical state, mental state, and external environment, Tavries and Wade, 1997. Psychology is all about human behavior, about mental processes, and about the context in which behavior and mental processes occur. Das, 1998. The Science of Behavior and Mental Processes. Leahy, 1998. The Science of Behavior and Cognitive Processes. Barron, 1999. Scientific Study of Behavior and Mind. Nairn, 2003. A science in which behavioral and other evidence is used to understand the internal processes leading people and members of other species to behave as they do. Eysenck, 2004. The Scientific Study of Behavior and Mental Processes. Ciccarelli and Meyer, 2006, Kuhn and Mitterer, 2007, 2008. The Science That Studies Behavior and Mental Processes, Raffis, 2008. As is evident in the above definitions, study of behavior, human and animal, has been emphasized in all of them. In addition, most authors have also included cognitive/mental processes in their definitions of psychology. But what is behavior? We will now look at the nature and characteristics of behavior. 1.2.3 Nature and Characteristics of Behavior. Behavior is a broad term and a complex phenomenon. In this section, we will discuss the nature and characteristics of behavior. According to psychologists. 10. Introduction to Psychology. Behavior is everything or anything that a human being or animal does that can be observed in some way. In other words, behavior includes all actions and responses of organisms that can be measured directly or indirectly. Behavior not only means bodily movements, but also can include mental and cognitive processes such as feelings, attitudes, thoughts, emotions, and all other internal events, which cannot be observed directly, but can be measured indirectly through what people say, vocal behavior, and how they react to different problems and situations. We will now consider some of the general characteristics of human behavior, as described by Parameswaran and Bina, 1988, 2002. These are: behavior is influenced by a number of factors. Behavior is influenced by a number of factors such as biological, cultural, social, environmental, past experience, motivational, emotional, cognitive, e.g. feelings, emotions, motivation, thoughts, etc. Behavior varies in complexity. Behavior can be as simple as picking a pen, waving a friend, or reflex responses like sneezing, etc. Some other behaviors include certain skills, which become a habit over a period, such as playing guitar, cycling, etc. Yet some other behaviors involve complex activities like repairing a car. Activities such as landing on the moon, flying a fighter plane, rock climbing, etc., are some of the examples of highly complex behavior. The factors influencing behavior are of different kinds. Behavior is influenced by two large sets of factors. I. Those belonging to the individual, and 2. Those belonging to the environment. Factors pertaining to an individual can be categorized under physiological, biological needs such as hunger, thirst, etc., and psychological, ideas, opinions, attitudes, etc. The environmental factors include physical surroundings, family and friends, the larger society, and even the overall cultural and social background. Individual differences. Behavior also varies from one person to the other, as well as from one group of people to the other group of people. People differ in their physiological and bodily conditions, in their past experiences, in their abilities, in their background, etc. It is therefore natural that if 10 people are put in the same situation, each person's behavior differs from that of others, in some respects or in some degrees. Behavior also shows similarities. Though behavior differs from person to person, but this does not mean that all people differ from all others, at all times, and in all situations. There is also a considerable degree of similarity in behavior among people. For instance, if a particle of dust falls into a person's eye, he/she tries to remove it. This type of behavior is universally found. 11. Behavior is always purposeful and goal-directive. Origin of psychology. Human behavior is always purposeful, and one's actions are always directed towards some goal or the other. A boy sitting and studying suddenly gets up and takes a glass of water. Here, the goal is to have a glass of water, and the purpose is to quench his thirst. On the other hand, a boy is sitting and studying and feels cold. He gets up and switches off the fan. Here the goal is to switch off the fan, and the purpose is to avoid the discomfort of cold. So, all our behaviors can be categorized under I. Approach behavior, positive goal-directed, or 2. Avoidance behavior, negative goal avoidance. Behavior is changeable to a large extent. It was mentioned earlier that a number of factors influence behavior. In view of this, it is possible to change behavior by modifying these factors. It is this changeability which enables a bad man to become a good man, and a good man to become a bad man. It is again this very characteristic which helps people to adjust to new surroundings. These changes are the results of one's practice or experiences, learning. Behavior also shows stability. Though emphasis has been laid on the possible changes in behavior, it must be mentioned that life is not always full of all sorts of changes. While behavior changes, at the same time there is also a certain stability in behavior. It does not change with every change in the environment, nor do all forms of behavior change. Human behavior shows a lot of stability. For instance, you may still find your grandmother preferring old ideas and old ways of life, though she is living in an ultra-modern society. Behavior is integrated. As already mentioned, behavior is influenced by a number of factors and a variety of purposes. Every human being has physiological, psychological, personal, and social purposes. He/she has also been the subject of different learning experiences. In spite of all this, behavior always shows an order and a hierarchy of purposes. Every individual behaves as a total person, and this process of the organization of different purposes, different learnings, and different influencing factors results in an integration of behavior. Thus, an individual put in different situations still shows certain characteristic ways and styles of behavior which help us to understand and predict his/her behavior. We often say, Ram is a pleasant person. Gobind is an unpleasant person, Krishna is a sociable person, and so on. Psychologists use the term personality to describe this process of integration. The greater the degree of integration in a person's behavior, the more effective her/his behavior is likely to be. It can therefore be appreciated that behavior is a complex phenomenon, and studying behavior is not an easy task. 1.3 Historical development of psychology. The origin of psychology dates back to 1870s. The term psychology is derived from two Greek words, psyche means soul or breath and logos means 12. Introduction to psychology: knowledge or study or investigation of something. The word psychology was not in common use before the 19th century, and the field of psychology did not actually become an independent science until the middle of the 19th century. Psychology emerged as an independent academic discipline in 1879, when a German professor Wilhelm Wundt established the first psychology laboratory at the University of Leipzig, Germany. According to Bowles, 1993, Wundt was a medical doctor by training, and early in his career, he was fortunate to work with some of the great physiologists of the 19th century. The intellectual roots of psychology lie at the union of philosophy and physiology. Wundt is traditionally recognized as the founder or father of the modern psychology. The year of 1879 is seen as a remarkable year when psychology finally emerged as a unique field. Prior to Wundt, it was not possible to major in psychology because there were no official psychologists or psychology departments. Wundt started studying the structure of mind, which referred the immediate, conscious, experience, the contents and processes of subjective experience such as sensations, thoughts, feelings and emotions. Thus, formally, psychology was recognized as an independent science in 1879. Self-assessment questions, SAQI. Fill in the following blanks. 1. Established the first psychology laboratory at the University of Leipzig, Germany. 2. Includes all actions and responses of organisms that can be measured directly or indirectly. 3. Held the opinion that there are no essential differences between human and animal behavior. 4. Human behavior is always purposeful and one's actions are always directed towards. 5. Modern era has defined psychology as 1.4 Psychology as a science. Psychology has been defined as a science of behavior. But is it a science like physics, chemistry, biology, and zoology, or something different? In this section we will look at some of the definitions of science. We will also discuss the nature and characteristics of science and understand psychology as a science. Let us look at the following definitions of science. Science is a systematized body of knowledge gathered through carefully observing and measuring events. Morgan et al., 1986. Science is an approach to knowledge based on systematic observation. Leahy, 1998. The sole aim of science is to classify, understand, and unify the objects and phenomena of the material world. By using a combination of accurate observation and experimentation, logic and intuition, scientists seek to understand the rules that govern all levels of the natural universe. Let us now look at the characteristics of science. 13. Origin of psychology. 1.4.1 Characteristics of science. The observation of events are systematized in various ways, but mainly by classifying and establishing general principles and laws to describe and predict new events as accurately as possible. Psychology studies behavior in the same way as the other sciences study their subject matter, and therefore shares a number of features with them. In common with other sciences, psychology, as a science, has the following characteristics, as described by Morgan et al., 1986. Empirical observation. Like other disciplines of science, the discipline of psychology rests on experiment and observation, rather than on argument, opinion, or belief. Systematic approach and theory. Data from observations and experiments are essential to science in order to make some sense in helping us to understand events. The scientist tries to find a limited number of principles, which will summarize the data economically. Like other scientific theories, psychology also follows a systematic procedure of observation, data collection, analysis, and interpretation. Measurement. Another distinguishing feature of many sciences is measurement, defined as assignment of numbers to objects or events according to certain rules. Physics is ranked highest, most scientific, among the sciences as it has developed the most precise measurements. Definition of terms. Careful definition of terms is essential to clear thinking in science. The procedure in psychology is to define concepts by relating them to observable behavior, operational definition. When we define a concept operationally, we define it in terms of measurable and observable operations. For example, the concepts of length, height in physics, and concepts like intelligence, motivation, personality in psychology are defined in terms of observable operations, which can be performed to measure them. However, psychology cannot measure many behaviors such as bravery, friendship, love, beauty, etc., as these cannot be defined operationally. The above characteristics are common to all sciences, including psychology. However, psychology is a different type of science, behavioral science. In physics or chemistry, researchers investigate processes and events which remain stable and constant to a large extent. This makes it possible to measure and predict with a reasonable degree of accuracy. But it is not the case with human behavior, which is highly complex, not easily controllable, and appears to be much more unpredictable than the reactions of physical and chemical substances. Whereas other sciences investigate things around man, psychology studies man himself. The methods used in psychological research include observation, interviews, psychological testing, laboratory experimentation, and statistical analysis. Thus, psychology is categorized under the youngest group of scientific inquiry, the social/behavioral sciences, which also includes subjects like anthropology. 14. Introduction to Psychology, Economics, Education, Geography, History, Linguistics, Sociology, etc., Rush, 1972. The first group of sciences are the physical sciences, which include subjects like physics, chemistry, etc. Next is the biological/life sciences that include such subjects as biology, botany, zoology, etc. The application of knowledge to practical problems is an art. It is the skill or knack for doing things which is acquired by study, practice, and special experience. Since principles and laws of psychology are applied to solve human problems in a number of situations, families, schools, organizations, environment, as well as treating behavior disorders and emotional problems, it is also an art. Self-assessment questions, SAQ2. State whether the following are true or false. 1. The biological/life sciences that include subjects such as anthropology, economics, education, history, linguistics, sociology, etc. 2. Like other disciplines of science, the discipline of psychology rests on experiment and observation, rather than on argument, opinion, or belief. 3. The sole aim of science is to classify, understand, and unify the objects and phenomena of the material world. 4. Psychology has been defined as a science of behavior. 5. Psychology is categorized under the physical sciences group. 1.5 Let us sum up. It can be summed up from the above discussion that the psychology emerged as an independent academic discipline from philosophy. In this unit, the term psychology was defined and the nature, as well as its historical development, was also discussed. Lastly, characteristics of psychology as a science were also discussed in this unit. 1.6 Unit End Questions. 1. Discuss the origin and evolution of psychology. 2. Enumerate the nature and characteristics of behavior. 3. Describe the historical development of psychology. 4. Describe the characteristics of science. 5. Can we consider psychology as science? Support your answer with appropriate justifications. 1.7 Glossary. Behavior, observable actions and responses of human beings and animals. Behavior also includes not so directly observable activities, such as inner mental, cognitive, processes, e.g. feelings and thoughts, as long as they can be observed and measured in a systematic way. 15. Behaviorism emphasizes that psychology should focus on behavior origin of psychology rather than on mind. Critical thinking. Critical thinking means reasoned judgments, logical and well-thought-out judgments. Pseudopsychology, any unfounded system that superficially resembles psychology. Psychology, the science of human behavior and cognitive, mental processes. Science. Science is a systematized body of knowledge gathered through carefully observing and measuring events. 1.8 Answers to Self-Assessment Questions, SAQ. SAQ I1, Wilhelm Wundt 2, Behavior 3, Watson 4, Some Goal or the Other 5, A Science of Behavior. SAQ 2-1, False 2, True 3, True 4, True 5, False. 1.9 References and Suggested Readings. Barron, R.A., 1999. Essentials of Psychology, 2nd edition. USA, Allen and Bacon. Morgan, C.T. King, R.A. Wise, J.R., and Shopler, J. 1986. Introduction to Psychology, 7th edition. New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill Kuhn, D., and Mitterer, J.O. 2008. Psychology, A Journey. 3rd edition, Delhi, India Thomson Wadsworth. Parameswaran, E.G. and Bina, C. 2002. An Invitation to Psychology. Hyderabad, India Nilkamal Publications Private Limited. Baga, Q. L., and Singh, A. 1990. Elements of General Psychology. New Delhi, Arya Book Depot. Barron, R.A., 1999. Essentials of Psychology, 2nd edition. USA, Allen and Bacon. Bayer, B.K., 1995. Critical Thinking. Bloomington, Indiana, Phi Delta Kappa Educational Foundation. 16. Introduction to Psychology Bowles, R.C., 1993. The Story of Psychology. Portland, Brooks/Cole Pub Company. Ciccarelli, S.K., and Meyer, G.E. 2006. Psychology. Delhi, India Pearson Education Incorporated. Clark, K.E. and Miller, G.A., eds. 1970. Psychology. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. Kuhn, D. and Mitterer, J.O., 2007. Introduction to Psychology, Gateways to Mind and Behavior, 11th edition. Delhi, India Thomson Wadsworth. Kuhn, D. and Mitterer, J.O., 2008. Psychology, A Journey. 3rd edition. Delhi, India Thomson Wadsworth. Dandapani, S. 2004. General Psychology. Hyderabad, India Nilkamal Publications Private Limited. Das, J.P. 19980. The Working Mind, An Introduction to Psychology, New Delhi, Sage Publication ISync, M.W., 2004. Psychology, An International Perspective. Psychology Press. Feldman, R.S., 2004. Understanding Psychology, 6th edition, New Delhi, India Tata McGraw-Hill. Hilgard, E.R., Atkinson, R.C., and Atkinson, R.L., 1975. Introduction to Psychology, 6th edition. New Delhi, Oxford and IBH Publishing Company. James, W., 1890. The Principles of Psychology. N.Y. Holt. Leahy, Benjamin B., 1998. Psychology, An Introduction. New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill Publishing Company Limited. Morgan, C.T. King, R.A. Wise, J.R., and Shopler, J. 1986. Introduction to Psychology, 7th edition. New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill. Nairn, J.S., 2003. Psychology, The Adaptive Mind, 3rd edition. USA, Wadsworth. Parameswaran, E.G. and Bina, C. 1988. Invitation to Psychology. New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill Publishing Company Limited. Parameswaran, E.G. and Bina, C. 2002. An Invitation to Psychology. Hyderabad, India Nilkamal Publications Private Limited. Rathis, S.A., 2008. Psychology, Concepts and Connections. 9th edition. Canada, Wadsworth. Rush, Harold M. F., 1972, The World of Work and the Behavioral Sciences, A Perspective and an Overview. In Fred Luthans, ed. Contemporary Readings in Organizational Behavior. New York. McGraw-Hill Book Company. Schick, T., and Vaughan, L., 2001. How to Think About Weird Things, Critical Thinking. For a New Age. New York, McGraw-Hill. Tavries, C., and Ward, C., 1997. Psychology in Perspective, 2nd ed. New York, Addison Wesley Longman Incorporated. 17. Woodworth, R. S., 1948. Contemporary Schools of Psychology. Origin of Psychology, New York, Ronald. Dalal, A.K., 2011. A Journey Back to the Roots, Psychology in India. Foundations of Indian Psychology Volume 1, Theories and Concepts, 27. Jain, A.K., 2005. Psychology in India. The Psychologist, 18, 4, 206-208. Mishra, G., and Paranjape, EAC, 2012. Psychology in Modern India. In Encyclopedia of the History of Psychological Theories, pages 881-892. Springer, U.S. Singh, A.K., 1991. The Comprehensive History of Psychology. Motilal Banarsidass Publication. Bangalore University. Retrieved March 19, 2018, from www.bangaloreuniversity.ac.in. Nimmons. Retrieved March 19, 2018, from http://www.nimhans.kar.nic.in/default.htm. National Seminar on Psychology in India, Past, Present and Future. Retrieved March 18, 2018, from http://www.infinityfoundation.com/mandala/images souvenir internet 1.pdf. History of Development of Psychology in India. Retrieved March 19, 2018, from http://anilpinto.blogspot.in/2014/subject-history-of-development-of.html. Matthew, V.G., N.D. A Short History of Indian Psychology. Retrieved March 19, 2018, from http://www.psychologyforall.com/history.htm. 18. Introduction to Psychology Unit 2 Nature and Scope of Psychology *. Content 2.0 Objectives 2.1 Introduction 2.2 Psychology, its relation to other fields/sciences 2.3 Nature and Scope of Psychology. 2.3.1 Early Divisions of Psychology. 2.3.2 Subfields of Psychology. 2.3.2.1 Biopsychology. 2.3.2.2 Cognitive Psychology. 2.3.2.3 Comparative Psychology. 2.3.2.4 Cultural Psychology. 2.3.2.5 Experimental Psychology. 2.3.2.6 Gender Psychology. 2.3.2.7 Learning Psychology. 2.3.2.8 Personality Psychology. 2.3.2.9 Physiological Psychology. 2.3.2.10 Sensation and Perception Psychology. 2.3.2.11 Social Psychology. 2.3.2.12 Clinical Psychology. 2.3.2.13 Community Psychology. 2.3.2.14 Consumer Psychology. 2.3.2.15 Counseling Psychology. 2.3.2.16 Educational Psychology. 2.3.2.17 Ergonomics. 2.3.2.18 Industrial/Organizational Psychology. 2.3.2.19 Medical Psychology. 2.3.2.20 Forensic Psychology. 2.3.2.21 Military Psychology. 2.3.2.22 Environmental Psychology. 2.3.2.23 Sports Psychology. 2.4 Psychology in India, Traditional and Modern. 2.5 Let us sum up. 2.6 Unit End Questions. 2.7 Glossary. 2.8 Answers to Self-Assessment Questions. 2.9 Reference and Suggested Readings. 2.0 Objectives. After reading this unit, you will be able to discuss the relationship between psychology and other sciences. Illustrate the early division of psychology. Professor Amulya Khurana, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Delhi, adapted from BPC 001, Block 1. 19. Nature and Scope of Psychology. Describe the various subfields of psychology and delineate the researches of psychology in Indian context. 2.1 Introduction. In the previous unit, we discussed definition of psychology, its development, and its nature as science. In the present unit, we will extend our discussion on psychology as a subject. We will discuss different fields and subfields of psychology and see how they are interrelated. Further, growth of psychology as a discipline in India will be discussed. 2.2 Psychology, its relation to other fields/sciences. You have already learnt from previous section that psychology, as behavioral science, shares common characteristics with other physical and biological sciences. All sciences have practical application to deal with human problems and improve their quality of life. Engineering and technology have developed from disciplines like physics, chemistry, and mathematics, and have made life easier and comfortable. Likewise, medical sciences have contributed significantly to not only fight and control/eradicate many deadly diseases, but also cure/prevent many diseases. Similarly, psychologists have also developed a number of techniques to help people lead a happier life by promoting/enhancing their psychological health. Psychologists also care and help in prevention of various psychological and emotional problems, behavior disorders. Sometimes, the world's problems such as climatic change, pollution, aftermath of natural disaster, man-made disasters, etc., are so widespread and serious that no one or two sciences can solve such problems. A group of scientists from different fields have to, therefore, come together and jointly handle such problems. This is known as transactionalism, Rush, 1972. Due to the interaction of the results of different disciplines, new fields of knowledge have emerged. Examples of such disciplines are biophysics, biochemistry, geophysics, etc. Over the years of development of one particular science, or sometimes more than one discipline, have influenced the developments in other sciences. Thus, no particular field of science can be completely isolated from other fields of science, and different fields of scientific knowledge are quite closely related. It is clear that though psychology has emerged as an independent field of scientific inquiry, nevertheless it has very close relationship with other sciences. In fact, the very emergence of psychology as a science was possible because of developments in other sciences like genetics, physiology, neurology, medicine, physics, chemistry, cybernetics, and other sciences. Its methods of inquiry and analysis, as well as application, have all been influenced by developments in other subject areas. Of course, development in psychology have in turn influenced the growth and development of other disciplines as well, like sociology, anthropology, economics, political science, management, etc. It is obvious that, even though we can think of different fields of scientific knowledge, the fact is that these fields depend for their expansion on the findings of other disciplines. Perhaps this will become clearer if we can examine the relationship of psychology with certain other sciences. For this purpose, we may group the other sciences into the following categories: biological sciences, physical sciences, medical sciences, and social sciences. Parameswaran and Bina, 2002. 20. Introduction to Psychology 2.3 Nature and Scope of Psychology. As mentioned to you earlier, that psychology is a science which studies human behavior with reference to context, as well as other individuals. With the help of observation and learning, the discipline tries to find out the causes of a particular behavior shown by an individual in a specific situation. Broadly, all sciences have two branches. One, the basic or academic branch, and the other, applied. The basic or academic branch is the result of an academic curiosity, or a question, e.g. Newton asked why does the apple fall on the ground, which gave rise to the theory of gravity. On the other hand, the applied branch deals with solving problem by applying inputs from the basic/academic branch. However, this distinction is not rigid, and beyond a point, both the branch converge. E.g. many theories of basic branch are applied, or have potential to be applied, to solve problems. Similarly, many applied branches have come up with new or supplementary theories that have been included in the basic branch. According to Parameswaran and Bina, 1988, psychology may be broadly classified into general psychology and differential psychology. The former is concerned with the investigation of generalities and similarities in behavior, especially among the normal adults, while the later has been primarily concerned with the observation, measurement, and explanation of individual differences. Gradually, these two broad divisions developed into further branches, or divisions of general psychology and applied psychology. 2.3.1 Early divisions of psychology. Like other sciences, psychology also started with basic branches, which were classified as experimental and non-experimental. The experimental branch started with the research studies in the field of physiological, learning, and perception processes. Many psychologists attempt to understand the fundamental causes of behavior, and such attempts may not be directly applied to solve practical problems. They are primarily engaged in basic research and study fundamental processes such as learning, memory, thinking, sensation, perception, motivation, and emotion by using experimental method. Thus, the experimental psychologist investigates how behavior is modified and how people retain these modifications, the processing of information thinking, how human sensory systems work to allow people to experience what is going on around them, and the factors that urge them on and give direction to behavior. The non-experimental branch included personality, social, and developmental processes. However, many of these academic branches are having further sub-branches, i.e. developmental psychology has sub-branches like child psychology, adolescent psychology, and gerontology. Similarly, social psychology has an applied social psychology branch, and it has given rise to an applied field called organizational psychology. Applied fields have also led to development of many theories, e.g. application of theories of motivation to organizations has resulted in many work motivation theories. 2.3.2 Subfields of psychology. As discussed above, there are many branches of psychology, which are categorized under basic and applied branches. Many authors use the terms branch and field interchangeably. Area or branch seems to be broader terms which include both. 21. Nature and scope of psychology: basic and applied aspects, whereas field implies specific area, where expertise or specialized knowledge is required to solve problems. However, some authors use the term field in a broad manner, e.g. the field of psychology has many subfields. Others use the term division and subdivisions of psychology. Clear-cut distinction is not obvious. Therefore, these terms are used interchangeably. The subfields of psychology have increased the scope of psychology in various other disciplines and areas. The implications of psychology have therefore led to emergence of several other subfields. It is applicable to different fields such as employment, industries, education, and personality development. It has also led to an emergence of a subfield that studies and assesses the mental and emotional problems of individuals. The scope of psychology can therefore be discussed under the following subfields. 2.3.2.1 Biopsychology. This branch deals with biological bases of behavior. The intimate relationship between psychology and the biological sciences is quite obvious. All behavior occurs through bodily processes. The brain plays a very important role in coordinating and organizing the functions of the different organs of the body. In fact, it is the seat of all forms of complex behavior. Genetics, the branch of the biology which deals with the nature of inheritance of different qualities, is also an important discipline from the point of view of psychology. Over the years, geneticists have carried out important researches, bringing out the role of heredity in determining behavior. This has been particularly so in the case of abnormal behavior like neurosis, mental retardation, psychosis, etc. Studies on the role of heredity have also indicated the importance of the genes in determining the intelligence level. In recent years, the role of chemical factors, especially the hormones secreted by endocrine glands, have been shown to play an important role in behavior. Emotional behavior, temperament, etc., are to a considerable extent influenced by the hormones of the endocrine glands. 2.3.2.2 Cognitive Psychology. The cognitive psychology deals with human information processing abilities. Psychologists in this field try to study all aspects of cognition such as memory, thinking, problem-solving, decision-making, language, reasoning, and so on. 2.3.2.3 Comparative Psychology. It studies and compares the behavior of different species, especially animals. That is why some authors used to call this field as animal psychology. By studying animal behavior, these psychologists gather important information, which can be compared with and applied to human behavior. For example, investigating how the queen bee directs, controls, and gets things done by the worker bees may provide meaningful information about leadership. 2.3.2.4 Cultural Psychology. The branch studies the ways in which culture, subculture, and ethnic group membership affect behavior. These psychologists do cross-cultural research and compare behavior of people of different culture across different nations. 2.3.2.5 Experimental Psychology. This field investigates all aspects of psychological processes like perception, learning, and motivation. The major research method used in this field deals. 22. Introduction to Psychology with Controlled Experiments. Morgan et al., 1986, mentioned that experimental method is also used by psychologists other than experimental. For instance, social psychologists may do experiments to determine the effects of various group pressures and its influences on a person's behavior. So, in spite of its name, it is not the method that distinguishes experimental psychology from other subfields. Instead, experimental psychology is distinguished by what it studies: the fundamental processes of learning and memory, thinking, sensation and perception, motivation, emotion, and the physiological or biological basis of behavior under certain circumstances. 2.3.2.6 Gender Psychology. This field studies the roles and influences of gender on basis of researches done on males and females. It tries to analyze the acquisition of gender identity, and the role of gender throughout life. 2.3.2.7 Learning Psychology. It studies how and why learning occurs. In this field, the psychologists develop theories of learning and apply the laws and principles of learning to solve a variety of human problems. 2.3.2.8 Personality Psychology. The field of personality psychology studies personality traits and dynamics. The psychologists develop theories of personality and tests for assessing personality traits. They also identify the causes of problems related to personality development. 2.3.2.9 Physiological Psychology. Physiological psychologists investigate the role of biochemical changes within our nervous systems and bodies in everything we do, sense, feel, or think. Mostly, they use experimental method and do basic research on the brain, nervous system, and other physical origins of behavior. Physiological psychology is not only a part of psychology, but also is considered to be part of the broader field called neurobiology, which studies the nervous system and its functions. 2.3.2.10 Sensation and Perception Psychology. The field studies about the sense organs and the process of perception. Psychologists working in this field help to investigate the mechanisms of sensation and develop theories about how perception, or misperception, illusion, occurs. They also study how we perceive depth, movement, and individual differences in perception. Researches in this field have given rise to many laws and principles that help us understanding the ways we adjust to the visual world in a meaningful way. Self-assessment questions, SAQI. State whether the following are true or false. 1. The field of physiological psychology studies about the sense organs and the process of perception. 2. The field of personality psychology studies about the roles and influences of gender on basis of researches done on males and females. 23. Nature and scope of 3. The cognitive psychology deals with human information processing psychology abilities. 4. The experimental branch includes personality, social, and developmental processes. 5. The experimental psychologist investigates how behavior is modified and how people retain these modifications, as well as the processing of information thinking. 2.3.2.11 Social Psychology. The field of social psychology helps in investigating human social behavior, including attitudes, conformity, persuasion, prejudice, friendship, aggression, helping, and so forth. It emphasizes on all aspects of social behavior, such as how we think about and interact with others, how we influence and are influenced by others. For example, social psychologists study how we perceive others and how those perceptions affect our attitude and behavior towards them in a society. This field has developed by the joint contribution of sociologists and social psychologists, and their research interest overlaps. However, their focus differs in the sense that while the former are concerned primarily with social institutions, the later focus typically upon the individual. The social psychologists work on the applied side of this field, have developed and standardized techniques to measure attitudes and opinions of individual in a societal context. Their survey research ponders upon political opinion, consumer attitudes, and attitudes related to important social issues which provide important information to politicians, business executives, and community leaders who benefit from these, while making decisions. 2.3.2.12 Clinical Psychology. This field emphasizes on the diagnosis, causes, and treatment of severe psychological disorders and emotional troubles. Confusion between the fields of clinical psychology and psychiatry occurs because both clinical psychologists and psychiatrists provide psychotherapy. And both usually work together in many hospitals/clinics. That is why many people get confused regarding the difference between the two. Well, they belong to two different groups of professionals and differ in their educational background, as well as the ways of diagnosis and treatment. Psychiatrists are physicians. After completing medical studies, they do Doctor of Medicine, MD, in psychiatry, and specialize in the treatment of mental disorders, whereas clinical psychologists hold a master's degree M.A/M.Sc and / or a doctorate degree, Doctor of Philosophy, Ph.D., or Doctor of Psychology, Sci.D., in clinical psychology. Because of this difference in training, clinical psychologists who do not have medical training cannot prescribe drugs to treat behavior disorders. Clinical psychologists carry out research to find out better ways of diagnosing, treating, and preventing psychological disorders. They also rely heavily on standardized tests for identifying the causes of these disorders. They use psychotherapy, for which they are trained, for the treatment of mental disorders. But clinical psychologists are not authorized to prescribe drugs to treat behavior disorders, as they do not have medical training. 2.3.2.13 Community Psychology. The field applies to the community-wide mental health through research. 24. Introduction to Psychology Prevention, Education, and Consultation. Community psychologists apply psychological principles, ideas, and points of view to help solve social problems and to help individuals in adapting to their work and living groups. Some community psychologists are essentially clinical psychologists, and they specially organize programs to reach those people in the community who have behavioral problems or who are likely to have such problems. These psychologists not only deal with mental health problems of community members, but also attempt to promote their mental health, as well as the mental health of their caregivers. Other community psychologists are more concerned with bringing ideas from the behavioral sciences to bear on community problems. They may be called the social problem community psychologists. Hostility among groups in the community, bad relations between the police and community members, or distress due to lack of employment opportunities, for example, might be problems on which a social problem community psychologist would work. Such psychologists also often work to encourage certain groups to participate in community decisions, to provide psychological information about effective and health-promoting child-rearing practices, or to advise school systems about how to make their curricula meet the needs of community members. 2.3.2.14 Consumer Psychology. The field is involved in researches related to packaging, advertising, marketing methods, and characteristics of consumers. This field is an offshoot of social psychology. 2.3.2.15 Counseling Psychology. This branch deals with helping people/individuals with personal problems, including interpersonal relations, career choice, mild emotional troubles, or behavioral problems such as overeating, slow learning, or lack of concentration. Counseling psychologists assist individuals having specific problem, like how to plan career, how to develop more effective interpersonal skills, e.g., communication skills. Nowadays, there are experts like marriage counselors, family counselors, school counselors, etc. 2.3.2.16 Educational Psychology. The discipline deals with classroom dynamics, teaching styles, and learning. It develops educational tests and evaluates educational programs. Investigates all aspects of educational process ranging from curriculum design to techniques of instruction to learning disabilities. This branch deals with broader problem of increasing the efficiency of learning in school by applying psychological knowledge about of learning and motivation to the curriculum. Another specialized subfield called school psychology may be included in educational psychology. 2.3.2.17 Ergonomics. It is a discipline which interrelates engineering technologies to human behavior. It deals with the process of designing and managing the workplace environment, products, or systems for the comfort and optimum performance of employees and individuals. 25. Nature and scope of psychology. 2.3.2.18 Industrial/organizational psychology. Investigates all aspects of behavior in work setting ranging from selection and recruitment of employees, performance appraisal, work motivation, and leadership. The first application of psychology to the problems of industries and organizations was selection and recruitment of employees by using intelligence, aptitude tests. Nowadays, by number of companies are using modern versions of such tests in their programs for hiring and selection of employees. Specialists in this field also apply psychology to problems related to management and employee training, leadership and supervision, communication, motivation, inter- and intergroup conflict within the organization. They organize on-the-job training programs for improving work environments and human relations in organizations and work settings. These psychologists are sometimes called personnel psychologists. 2.3.2.19 Medical Psychology. The field of medical psychology applies psychology to manage medical problems, such as the emotional impact of illness, self-screening for cancer, compliance in taking medicines. Job of these psychologists overlaps with part of health psychology. 2.3.2.20 Forensic Psychology. It is a field which is a blend or combination of psychology and law. It involves psychological assessment of individuals, usually suspected for an illegal act or crime. The forensic psychologists are involved in various settings like a school doing threat assessments, the prison, or in the courtroom serving as an expert witness. They are professionally skilled in behavior analysis, evolution, assessment, and treatment. Though they get training in law and criminal psychology, they also have to be trained in clinical psychology. They need to have hands-on experience in clinical assessment, interviewing, report writing, and strong verbal communication skills. 2.3.2.21 Military Psychology. This branch of psychology refers to the study of applying psychological theories to understand as well as predict behaviors of military forces within country, as well as those of outside the country. The administration of psychological tools can help the armed forces to thrive better in stressful situations. The discipline also deals on application of psychological theories and principles to deal with the enemy forces. It also reflects on how to make work-life balance. 2.3.2.22 Environmental Psychology. This discipline aims at researching and solving environmental issues in order to enhance better living conditions for human and their well-being. It deals with interaction of human with environment. 2.3.2.23 Sports Psychology. Sports psychology is the study of influence of psychology on sports, athletic performance, exercise, and physical activity. It deals with the various aspects that can enhance the level of motivation, performance, and team spirit among professional athletes and coaches. It also reflects the relevance of involvement in sports and exercise with reference to positive well-being of individuals. 26. Introduction to Psychology 2.4 Psychology in India, Traditional and Modern. As it was informed earlier, that psychology emerged as an independent stream from philosophy in Western countries, and the Western ideas and principles had a significant influence on the psychology in India. Basically, the Indian psychology focuses on the ancient Indian thoughts and preachings. Traditionally, the philosophical and religious literature, like the Vedas, and epic literature reflected the religious thoughts and philosophies on how an individual should deal with different situations. The Vedas, Yoga Sutras, and Bhagavad Gita reflect upon human actions and its effect on society. In India, the psychology was first introduced in Department of Philosophy in Calcutta University in 1916. The independent psychology departments started only post-independence. During early years, much relevance was given to experimental psychology. With an aim to promote, advance, and spread the knowledge of psychology, the Indian Psychological Association was established in 1924, followed by the Indian Journal of Psychology a year later. In late 40s, applied psychology gained importance in India. The development of modern psychology in India can be seen from the theories developed to explain sensation and perception by Indian psychologists, for example, a book Indian Theories of Perception by J. Sinha. Like the Western psychologists, the psychologists in India also started looking for Indian theories of cognition. In 1958, Jadunath Sinha wrote a book on cognition, and later on, worked upon a book on emotion. Today, the works of Oriental psychology, Buddhist psychology, yoga psychology, and Jain psychology are an eminent part of modern psychological literature. Many Western-based psychometric tools have been adapted, as well as Indian tools have been developed in accordance to the cultural context. At present, a lot of psychological researches are also going on throughout the country. Self-assessment questions, SAQ2. Fill in the following blanks. 1. The field of emphasizes on the diagnosis, causes, and treatment of severe psychological disorders and emotional troubles. 2. Psychology emerged as an independent stream from 3. The branch of military psychology refers to the study of 4. Interrelates engineering technologies to human behavior. 5. Sports psychology is the study of influence of psychology on 2.5. Let us sum up. It can be summed up from the second unit of this block. There are specific nature and scope of psychology. The unit explained the interrelationship of psychology to other disciplines. You also came to know about the scopes and subfields of psychology. Further, some of the other applications of psychology were also discussed in the present unit. 27. Nature and scope of 2.6 unit end questions psychology. 1. What are the different applications of psychology? 2. Illustrate the tasks of psychologists. 3. Discuss the various fields of psychology. 4. Write a note on the nature and scope of psychology. 5. Explain early division of psychology. 6. Write a note on the following subfields of psychology. A. Comparative psychology. B. Cultural psychology. C. Social psychology. 2.7 Glossary. Clinical psychology. It is that branch of psychology which deals with the assessment and treatment of mental illness and abnormal behavior. Cognitive psychology. It deals with human information processing abilities. Psychologists in this field study all aspects of cognition such as memory, thinking, problem-solving, decision-making, language, reasoning, and so on. Community psychology. The field applies to the community-wide mental health through research, prevention, education, and consultation. Community psychologists apply psychological principles, ideas, and points of view to help solve social problems and to help individuals in adapting to their work and living groups. Counseling psychology. This branch deals with helping people/individuals with personal problems including interpersonal relations, career choice, mild emotional troubles, or behavioral problems such as overeating, slow learning, or lack of concentration. Ergonomics. It is a discipline which interrelates engineering technologies to human behavior. It deals with the process of designing and managing the workplace. Environment, products or systems for the comfort and optimum performance of employees and individuals. 2.8 Answers to self-assessment questions, SAQ. SAQI. 1. False. 28. Introduction to Psychology. 2. False. 3. True. 4. False. 5. True. SAQ 1. Clinical Psychology. 2. Philosophy. 3. Implying psychological theories to understand as well as predict behaviors of military forces. 4. Ergonomics. 5. Sports, athletic performance, exercise, and physical activity. 2.9 References and suggested reading. Barron, R.A., 1999. Essentials of Psychology, 2nd edition. USA, Allen and Bacon. Morgan, C.T. King, R.A. Wise, J.R., and Shopler, J. 1986. Introduction to Psychology, 7th edition. New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill Kuhn, D., and Mitterer, J.O. 2008. Psychology, A Journey. 3rd edition, Delhi, India Thomson Wadsworth. Parameswaran, E.G. and Bina, C. 2002. An Invitation to Psychology. Hyderabad, India Nilkamal Publications Private Limited. Baga, Q. L., and Singh, A. 1990. Elements of General Psychology. New Delhi, Arya Book Depot. Barron, R.A., 1999. Essentials of Psychology, 2nd edition. USA, Allen and Bacon. Bayer, B.K., 1995. Critical Thinking. Bloomington, Indiana, Phi Delta Kappa Educational Foundation. Bowles, R.C., 1993. The Story of Psychology. Portland, Brooks/Cole Pub Company. Ciccarelli, S.K., and Meyer, G.E., 2006. Psychology. Delhi, India Pearson Education Incorporated. Clark, K.E. and Miller, G.A., eds., 1970. Psychology. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. Kuhn, D., and Mitterer, J.O., 2007. Introduction to Psychology, Gateways to Mind and Behavior, 11th edition. Delhi, India Thomson Wadsworth. Kuhn, D., and Mitterer, J.O., 2008. Psychology, A Journey. 3rd edition. Delhi, India Thomson Wadsworth. Dandapani, S., 2004. General Psychology. Hyderabad, India Nilkamal Publications Private Limited. Das, J.P. 19980. The Working Mind, An Introduction to Psychology, New Delhi, Sage Publication. 29. Nature and Scope of Psychology ISync, M.W., 2004. Psychology, An International Perspective. Psychology Press. Feldman, R.S., 2004. Understanding Psychology, 6th edition, New Delhi, India Tata McGraw-Hill. Hilgard, E.R., Atkinson, R.C., and Atkinson, R.L., 1975. Introduction to Psychology, 6th edition. New Delhi, Oxford and IBH Publishing Company. James, W., 1890. The Principles of Psychology. N.Y. Holt. Leahy, Benjamin B., 1998. Psychology, An Introduction. New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill Publishing Company Limited. Morgan, C.T. King, R.A. Wise, J.R., and Shopler, J. 1986. Introduction to Psychology, 7th edition. New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill. Nairn, J.S., 2003. Psychology, The Adaptive Mind, 3rd edition. USA, Wadsworth. Parameswaran, E.G. and Bina, C. 1988. Invitation to Psychology. New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill Publishing Company Limited. Parameswaran, E.G. and Bina, C. 2002. An Invitation to Psychology. Hyderabad, India Nilkamal Publications Private Limited. Rathis, S.A., 2008. Psychology, Concepts and Connections. 9th edition. Canada, Wadsworth. Rush, Harold M. F., 1972, The World of Work and the Behavioral Sciences, A Perspective and an Overview. In Fred Luthan's ed. Contemporary Readings in Organizational Behavior. New York. McGraw-Hill Book Company. Schick, T., and Vaughn, L., 2001. How to Think About Weird Things, Critical Thinking for a New Age. New York, McGraw-Hill. Tavries, C., and Ward, C., 1997. Psychology in Perspective, 2nd ed. New York, Addison Wesley Longman Incorporated. Woodworth, R. S., 1948. Contemporary Schools of Psychology. New York, Ronald. Dalil, A.K., 2011. A Journey Back to the Roots, Psychology in India. Foundations of Indian Psychology Volume 1, Theories and Concepts, 27. Jain, A.K., 2005. Psychology in India. The Psychologist, 18, 4, 206-208. Mishra, G., and Paranjape, EAC, 2012. Psychology in Modern India. In Encyclopedia of the History of Psychological Theories, pages 881 to 892. Springer, U.S. Singh, A.K., 1991. The Comprehensive History of Psychology. Motilal Banarsidass publication. 33. Perception, meaning, laws, perceptual constancies and factors affecting perception. Unit 3. Perception, meaning, laws, perceptual constancies and factors affecting perception. Asterisk. Content 3.0 Introduction 3.1 Objectives 3.2 Perception, Way to understand the world 3.2.1 Stages of perception 3.2.2 Theoretical approaches to perception 3.3 Sensation 3.3.1 Process of sensation 3.4 Role of attention in perception 3.5 Laws of organization, Gestalt principles 3.5.1 Law of proximity 3.5.2 Law of similarity 3.5.3 Law of good continuation 3.5.4 Law of closure 3.5.5 Law of common region/common fate 3.5.6 Law of good form /pragnas 3.6 Perceptual constancy 3.6.1 Size constancy 3.6.2 Shape constancy 3.6.3 Color or brightness constancy 3.7 Factors affecting perception 3.7.1 Effect of motivation or need 3.7.2 Effect of expectation 3.7.3 Effect of emotions 3.7.4 Effect of stimulus characteristics 3.7.5 Effect of experiences 3.7.6 Effect of culture 3.8 Let us sum up 3.9 Unit End Questions 3.10 Glossary 3.11 Answers to self-assessment questions 3.12 References and suggested readings 3.0 Introduction. I pondered deeply, then, over the adventures of the jungle. And after some work with a colored pencil I succeeded in making my first drawing. My drawing number 1. It looked like this. Asterisk Dr. Arti Singh, Sauce, IGNOU. 34. Perception. I showed my masterpiece to the grown-ups and asked them whether the drawing frightened them. But they answered, frighten? Why should anyone be frightened by a hat? My drawing was not a picture of a hat. It was a picture of a boa constrictor digesting an elephant. But since the grown-ups were not able to understand it, I made another drawing. I drew the inside of a boa constrictor so that the grown-ups could see it clearly. They always need to have things explained. My drawing number 2 looked like this. The above excerpt is from the book, The Little Prince, 1943, by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. As illustrated above, it is not necessary that our understanding of a stimulus will be shared by others also. The world around us is complicated, and so is the process of knowing it. The psychological process responsible for our interpretation of the world is known as perception. In this unit, those psychological processes which we use to understand our world will be discussed. Specifically, this unit will discuss the process of perception, sensation, role of attention in the perceptual process, and factors affecting perception. 3.1 Objectives. After studying this unit, you will be able to explain the process of perception, have an understanding of the factors affecting perception, describe the concept of sensation, explain the types of perceptual consistencies, outline the basic principles of organization using Gestalt theory, and understand the basis of perceptual illusion. 3.2 Perception, Way to understand the world. Perception is a set of process which helps us in understanding the world around us. Every second we encounter numerous stimuli. Take a look around the room in which you are sitting right now. What can you see? Walls, the color of the 35. Perception, meaning, laws, perceptual constancies and factors affecting perception. Walls, fan, light, the sound of the fan, books kept in the racks and many more things. Your awareness about all those stimuli is the result of a higher mental process called perception. Perception helps us in interpreting our world, and thus helps us in making an appropriate decision, from what dress to wear to how to cross the road. Therefore, perception is a process of selecting, organizing and interpreting the sensory information based on previous experiences, others' experiences, need or expectation. Now, close your eyes and try to visualize your kitchen. What do you remember about the kitchen of your house? Not everything. Right? Why is it so that you are not able to visualize your kitchen with 100% accuracy? Since our brain is not capable of attending every single detail of the world, it selectively attends only some stimuli. Let us take another example. How do you cross a busy road? You selectively pay attention to some stimuli, traffic signal, the speed of the vehicle or people on the road, and then cross the road. While crossing the road, you have very less awareness about the buildings or number of trees around the road. Why? Because it is not necessary for the action you need to perform at that time, i.e., while crossing the road safely. The act of crossing a road safely can be explained using the process of perception. First, you select the stimuli, traffic signal, moving vehicles, and people you need to pay attention to and lock other stimuli, parked vehicles, trees, conversation with your fellow pedestrian, etc. In this way, your brain tries to focus on the task. Then, your brain organizes the scene, and lastly, it figures out when it will be appropriate to cross the road safely. Any mistake during these steps can cause an accident. So broadly speaking, the process of perception involves 3 steps when it encounters stimuli viz. I. Selection, 2. Organization, and 3. Interpretation. These stages of the process of perception have been discussed in detail in the following section. 3.2.1 Stages of Perception. This section will explain in details the stages involved in perception, as well as the factors affecting these stages. Stage I. Selection. The first stage of perception is selection. Since our brain has limited capacity, therefore, it cannot attend to all stimuli. We unconsciously or consciously select some stimuli and ignore others. The selected stimulus becomes the attended stimulus. Now, look at the following 2 figures. What do you see? Fig. 3.1, rabbit or duck. Fig. 3.2, vase or human faces. Source, Figure 3.1, http://mathworld.wolfram.com/rabbit-duck-illusion.html. Fig. 3.2, https://px.here.com/and/photo/1283860. 36. Perception. Your interpretation of these 2 figures depends on your organization of the information, and organization of the information, in turn, depends on your attention. Take, for example, the second figure. Some people give more attention to the white portion, and thus see 2 human faces, while some focus their attention on black part, and perceive it as a vase. These differences in answer suggest that individual differences also occur in the process of perception. Stage 2. Organization. In this stage, stimuli are arranged mentally in a meaningful pattern. This process occurs unconsciously. Many principles have been proposed to explain the process of organization. Section 2.4 discusses the Gestalt principles of organization. It will help you understand how humans naturally organize stimuli to make a meaningful pattern, and thus interpretation. Stage 3. Interpretation. In this last stage, meaning is assigned to the organized stimuli. Interpretation of the stimuli is based on one's experiences, expectations, needs, beliefs, and other factors. Thus, this stage is subjective in nature, and the same stimuli can be interpreted differently by different individuals. Fig. 3.3, Process of Perception. 3.2.2 Theoretical Approaches to Perception. 2 separate theoretical approaches have been proposed by psychologists to explain the process of perception. One is known as top-down processing approach and other is known as bottom-up processing approach. Table 3.1, Theoretical Approaches to Perception. Bottom-up processing. Process of perception is direct. Perception is a data-driven process, i.e., stimuli carries sufficient information to be interpreted meaningfully, and we don't need to rely on our experiences. J. Gibson was one of the strongest advocates of this view. Top-down processing. Process of perception is indirect. Perception is an experience-driven process, i.e., stimuli don't have sufficient information to be interpreted meaningfully, and therefore, we need to rely on our experiences. Richard Gregory was the strongest advocate of this view. 37. Perception, meaning, laws, perceptual constancies, and factors affecting perception. 3.3 Sensation. A closely related term to perception is sensation. Sensation is the first contact we establish with our physical environment. It focuses on describing the relationship between various forms of sensory stimulation, including electromagnetic, sound waves, pressure, and how these inputs are registered by our sense organs, the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin. Barron, 2001, pages 85. Therefore, the sensation can be understood as the process of gathering information about the environment, using our senses, and then transmitting it to the brain for further process, i.e., perception. The process of perception, which occurs unconsciously, will interpret this sensory information to make a sense of our world. 3.3.1 Process of sensation. The process of sensation consists of 3 steps. The first step is reception, the process of receiving information in the form of light, heat, or other physical energy by our sense organ using specialized sensory receptor cells. The next step is known as transduction, the process of converting received physical energy into electric impulse, or energy, which refers to the language which can be interpreted by our brain and nervous system. In the last step, with the help of nerve fibers, these converted electric impulse travels to our nervous system for interpretation. Fig. 3.4. Process of sensation retrieved from https://www.tes.com. 3.4 Role of attention in perception. The dish antenna we use in our home receives all available signals from the satellite, but the tuner of the television set selects signal according to our wishes. Similarly, our senses can register numerous stimuli at a given time, but attentional processes help us in selecting relevant stimuli responsible for perception. Following are some important functions of attention in context of perception. Selective attention. The most important function of attention is selectivity. It refers to a process by which attention is focused on stimulus of ongoing interest, while ignoring other irrelevant stimuli. Selective attention acts as a filter. 38. Perception sustained attention. It is the ability to attend to a stimulus for a longer period of time without being distracted. Job of looking at a radar screen requires sustained attention. Our attentional process helps us in doing this kind of monotonous jobs. Self-assessment questions, SAQI. State whether the following are true or false. 1. Interpretation of the stimuli is based on one's experiences, expectations, needs, beliefs, and other factors. 2. The bottom-up processing approach says that the process of perception is indirect. 3. Broadly speaking, the process of perception involves 2 steps. 4. Our senses can register numerous stimuli at a given time. 5. In the stage of organization, the stimuli are arranged mentally in a meaningful pattern. 3.5 Laws of organization, Gestalt. Principles. In the early 20th century, 3 German psychologists, Max Wertheimer, Wolfgang Kohler, and Kurt Kafka, proposed new principles for explaining perception called as Gestalt principle. According to these psychologists, the process of perception does not involve perceiving an array of stimuli as an object, but it involves our tendency to seek a form or pattern in it. The literal meaning of the word Gestalt is form or configuration. The basic premise of Gestalt psychology is that whole is different from the sum of its part. Based on this basic premise, Gestalt psychologists proposed a number of principles, or laws, to explain the process of perceptual organization, i.e., how we perceive smaller units of stimuli as a whole, having a particular pattern. In the following section, let us discuss some important Gestalt laws of perceptual organization, but before doing so, can you find 13 faces in the following picture? Fig. 3.5. The Forest Has Eyes by Bev Doolittle, 1984. Source: http://www.greenwichworkshop.com. 39. Perception, meaning, laws, perceptual constancies and factors affecting perception. Figure-ground relationship. Fig. 3.6. An example of figure-ground relationship. Source: https://www.tes.com. This principle states that we have a tendency to segregate our world in the form of figure and ground. Figure is that part of stimuli which has our focus of the visual field, whereas the ground is background. Figure has a definite shape and is better remembered, whereas background is shapeless and has no limits. Now look at the figure 6. What do you see? 2 people or 2 pieces of chess, 2 queens and 1 bishop. When you focus on people, chess pieces disappear in the background, and when you focus on the chess pieces, people become the background. 3.5.1 Law of Proximity. Fig. 3.7. The Gestalt Principle of Proximity. Source: https://courses.lumenlearning.com. In order to perceive stimuli meaningful, stimuli which are closer to each other are perceived by us belonging to one group. Due to this reason, people tend to see following circles as cluster or group rather than individual circles. Our brain tends to group large elements as one to make us interpret more easily. 40. Perception. 3.5.2 Law of Similarity. Fig. 3.8. The Gestalt Principle of Similarity. Source: https://www.verywellmind.com. This principle states that stimuli similar to each other are grouped together. For instance, in the figure 8, we tend to group circles based on its colors. In real life also, we use this principle extensively. For example, during a cricket match, we tend to group players based on the color of their jersey. 3.5.3 Law of Continuity, or good continuation. It refers to our tendency to perceive figures in continuation rather than in parts. This principle is exhibited more in the perception of line. Figure 9 is generally perceived by us as a line instead of separate circles. 3.5.4 Law of Closure. Following its name, this law should not be confused with the law of proximity. This law states that we have a tendency to perceive stimuli as closed shapes even with some missing parts. Fig. 3.9. The Gestalt Principle of Continuity. Source: http://art.nmu.edu. Fig. 3.10. The Gestalt Principle of Closure. Source: https://www.logodesignlove.com. 41. Perception, meaning, laws, perceptual constancies and factors affecting perception. 3.5.5 Law of Common Region/Common Fate. Fig. 3.11. The Gestalt Principle of Common Fate. Source: http://cdn.zmescience.com. This principle states that stimuli moving in similar directions are perceived as belonging to same group, as shown in Figure 3.11. 3.5.6 Law of Good Form/Pragnas. Fig. 3.12. The Gestalt Principle of Pragnas. Source: https://www.interaction-design.org. The word Pragnas is a German in origin, meaning good figure. This principle is also called as law of good figure. According to this principle, out of all possible ways of grouping stimuli, we tend to group stimuli in the simplest and stable shape. Thus, we can say that simpler forms are more perceived by us. For example, instead of perceiving figure 12 as consisting of 5 circles, we tend to perceive it as a symbol of Olympics. 42. Perception 3.6 Perceptual Constancy. Perceptual constancy is a remarkable feat of our perceptual ability to perceive familiar stimuli as constant, with reference to size, shape, color, and brightness, irrespective of the change in the environment, location, and characteristics of the stimuli. There are basically three types of perceptual constancies: size, shape, and color. In the following section, each type of constancy will be discussed in brief. 3.6.1 Size constancy. Fig. 3.13. An example of size constancy source. https://www.flickr.com. Our retinal image of the people standing in this picture is very small, but all thanks to the phenomenon of the size constancy, our brain perceive them as people of normal size. 3.6.2 Shape constancy. As the door swings towards us, its shape changes, and so does our retinal image of the door, but still we perceive the shape of the door as same due to shape constancy. See Figure 3.14. Fig. 3.14, an example of shape constancy source, Atkinson and Hilgard, 2009. 43. Perception, meaning, laws, perceptual constancies, and factors affecting perception. 3.6.3 Color or brightness constancy. Fig. 3.15, an example of color constancy source, https://www.flickr.com. It is our ability to perceive the color and brightness of stimuli constant even with the change in the wavelength of the light at our retina. For instance, in Figure 15, we perceive the color and brightness of the rose constant. 3.7 Factors affecting perception. 3.7.1 Effect of motivation or need. Motivation always plays a vital role in various psychological processes, including perception. You must have observed that when you feel hungry, the smell of the food catches your attention more easily than when you are full. Many experimental studies have also reported the same effect. In a classic experiment, Stanford, 1936, reported that hungry participants perceived ambiguous stimuli more as food-related stimuli than non-hungry participants. Similarly, in a recent study, Changizi and Hall, 2001, demonstrated that your need for thirst could also affect perception. 3.7.2 Effect of expectation, or perceptual expectancy. Perceptual expectancy is a person's readiness or a predisposition to perceive things in a particular way. In a classic experiment, Brunner and Minturn, 1955, illustrated the role of expectation in our perception. In one condition, he showed his participants an ambiguous figure of 13 in the context of numbers like this. Fig. 3.16. In the second condition, he showed the same ambiguous figure of 13 in the context of alphabets like this. 44. Perception. Fig. 3.17. In the first condition, participants perceived the ambiguous stimulus as 13, while in the second it was perceived as B. The ambiguous stimulus in both conditions was same but interpreted differently due to participants' expectation. In another classical study, Buglski and Alampe, 1961, used an ambiguous picture of the rat man, as shown in Figure 18. This picture was presented in two conditions. In one condition, participants were first exposed to animal picture, and then to the ambiguous rat man picture. Whereas, in another condition, participants were first exposed to neutral pictures followed by the picture of rat man. Experimental condition in which participants were exposed to animal picture perceived more this ambiguous picture as a rat than in the later condition. Fig. 3.18. Ratman stimulus used in experiment source, https://www.simplypsychology.org. 3.7.3 Effect of emotions. What do you think can emotions affect your perceptual ability? Suppose, if you are a fan of a particular IPL team, and during a match, the umpire made a call against your favorite team. Then it's more likely that you will perceive that umpire as partial. Why? Because you believe that your team is perfect and it cannot make any mistake. This example shows that your emotion for your favorite team is distorting your perception of the reality. Emotions do not hamper your perception always. Many studies have demonstrated the relationship between emotion and perception. An important point which needs to be mentioned here is that emotion does not always hamper your perception. Sometimes it facilitates also. Studies have suggested that when perception task is irrelevant to emotions, it hampers your performance. Whereas, when your perception task is relevant to emotions, it facilitates the performance. Dodd, Voigt, Turcolari, and Notebert, 2016. Compton et al., 2003. However, in a recent study, it was reported that emotions not only affect one's perception, but also influence the working memory. Iordan, Dalkos and Birnbaum, 2017. 45. Perception, meaning, laws, perceptual constancies and factors affecting perception. 3.7.4 Effect of stimulus characteristic. You may have noticed that the horns used by heavy trucks usually have high frequency, high pitch, and high volume. Why? Just to grab your attention. Studies have shown that those stimuli which sound, taste, look or feel different, grabs our attention more than other stimuli and thus affect our perception. According to the evolutionary psychologist, this property has a survival purpose. It has helped humans in identifying danger. 3.7.5 Effect of experience. Fig. 3.19. A flamingo-shaped pen source. https://www.amazon.in. Prior experience plays an important role in the way we interpret stimuli. It shapes your perception. For example, if you mistakenly perceive a rope as a snake in the dark, then your previous experience is guiding your perceptual process. What do you see in the above picture? A flamingo-shaped pen, right? Even though this is not a typical pen, but you perceive it as a pen because of your previous exposure. 3.7.6 Effect of the culture. Culture provides structure, guidelines, expectations, and rules to help people understand and interpret behaviors. Ethnographic studies suggest there are cultural differences in social understanding, interpretation, and response to behavior and emotion. Cultural scripts dictate how positive and negative stimuli should be interpreted. Now look at the following hand gesture and interpret it. What does it mean? Fig. 3.20. A hand gesture referring to perfect source. http://westsidetoastmasters.com. In India, the illustrated hand gesture refers to beautiful or perfect. But in Mediterranean countries, it refers to sexual insult, whereas, in Japan, this gesture. 46. Perception relates to money. This example suggests that interpretation of a stimulus changes with the change in the culture. Self-assessment questions, SAQ 2. Fill in the following blanks. 1. Provide structure, guidelines, expectations, and rules to help people understand and interpret behaviors. 2. Plays an important role in the way we interpret stimuli. 3. Always plays a vital role in various psychological processes, including perception. 4. As the door swings towards us, its shape changes and so does. Image of the door. 5. The principle states that stimuli similar to each other are grouped together. 3.8 Let us sum up. In this unit, all relevant topics related to perception were covered. The unit started with an explanation to the process of perception followed by an introduction on sensation. Further, the role of attention in perception was also explained. The various perceptual constancies, size, shape, color, distance, followed by various factors affecting the perceptual process were discussed accordingly. In the context of Gestalt philosophy, the different principles of organizing stimuli were also discussed at the end. 3.9 Unit End Questions. 1. What do you understand by perception? Define it and describe the stages of the perceptual process. 2. Differentiate between perception and sensation. 3. Describe the role of attention in perception. 4. What do you understand by perceptual constancy, and describe any two types of constancies. 5. What is Gestalt theory of perception? Describe any 5 Gestalt principles of organization. 6. Explain perceptual expectancy and describe how it can affect one's perception. 3.10 Glossary. Perception. It is a process of selecting, organizing, and interpreting the sensory information based on previous experiences, others' experiences, need or expectation. Sensation. The process of receiving information from the environment using your 5 senses and sending it. 47. Perception. Meaning, laws, perceptual constancies, and factors affecting perception to brain for further interpretation, is known as sensation. Perceptual constancy. It is our ability to perceive the shape, size, and color of the stimuli as constant even though in reality the stimuli change with reference to these characteristics. Selective attention. It refers to a process by which attention is focused on stimulus of ongoing interest, while ignoring other irrelevant stimuli. Selective attention acts as a filter. Sustained attention. It is the ability to attend to a stimulus for a longer period of time without being distracted. Gestalt principle. The literal meaning of the word gestalt is form or configuration. This principle states that whole is different from the sum of its part. Law of Pregnaz. According to this principle, out of all possible ways of grouping stimuli, we tend to group stimuli in the simplest and stable shape. Thus, we can say that simpler forms are more perceived by us. 3.11 Answers to Self-Assessment Questions, SAQ. SAQI. 1. True 2, false 3, false 4, true 5, true SAQ 2. 1. Culture 2, prior experience 3, motivation 4, our retinal 5, law of similarity. 3.12 References and suggested readings. Sanford, R. N. 1936. The Effects of Abstinence from Food Upon Imaginal Processes, a Preliminary Experiment. The Journal of Psychology, 2, 1, 129-136. Atkinson, R. L., Atkinson, R. C. Smith, E. E. Baim, D. J., and Nolan Hoeksema, S. 2009. Hilgard's Introduction to Psychology. Fort Worth, Texas, Harcourt Brace College Publishers. 48. Perception Changizi, M.A. and Hall, W. G. 2001. Thirst modulates a perception. Perception, 30, 12, 1489-1497. Mishra, G., and Barron, R. A. 2006. Psychology, Indian Subcontinent, 5th edition. New Delhi, Pearson Publication. Morgan, C. T. King, R. A. Wise, J. R., and Shopler, J. 2004. Introduction to Psychology. New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill. Moore, BCJ, 2003. An Introduction to the Psychology of Hearing. Academic Press. Gibson, J. J., 1979. The Theory of Information Pickup and Its Consequences. In the Ecological Approach to Visual Perception, pages 238-263. Boston, Massachusetts, Houghton Mifflin Company. Strawson, P.F., 1979. Perception and Its Objects. In Perception and Identity. Palgrave, London. Fish, W., 2010. Philosophy of Perception, A Contemporary Introduction. Routledge. Smith, A.D. 2004. The Problem of Perception. Motilal Banarsidass Publishers Private Limited, New Delhi. Reynolds, R. I. 1988. A Psychological Definition of Illusion. Philosophical Psychology, 1, 2, 217-223. Foster, J. 2000. The Nature of Perception. Oxford, Oxford University Press. Kuhn, D. and Mitterer, J.O., 2007. Introduction to Psychology, Gateways to Mind and Behavior, 11th edition. Delhi, India. Thomson Wadsworth. Barron, R.A., 1999. Essentials of Psychology, 2nd edition. USA, Allen and Bacon. References for images. Rabbit or duck. Retrieved March 20, 2018, from http://mathworld. Wolfram.com. Rabbit-duck-illusion.html. Vase or human faces. Retrieved March 20, 2018, from https://pxhere.com/info/1283860. Process of sensation. Retrieved March 20, 2018, from https://www.tes.com lessons/txqsijjubeamquag/the interactive lecture. The Forest Has Eyes by Bev Doolittle, 1984. Retrieved March 20, 2018, from http://www.greenwichworkshop.com/details/default.asp?T=32 An example of figure-ground relationship. Retrieved March 23, 2018, from https://www.tes.com/lessons/p5f2d5recaymw/figure-ground relationship. The Gestalt Principle of Proximity. Retrieved March 23, 2018, from https://courses.lumenlearning.com/wsu-chapter/gestalt-principles-of perception/. 49. Perception, meaning, laws, perceptual constancies and factors affecting perception. The Gestalt Principle of Similarity. Retrieved March 23, 2018, from https://www.verywellmind.com/gestalt-laws-of-organization-2795835. The Gestalt Principle of Continuity. Retrieved March 24, 2018, from http://art.nmu.edu/groups/cognates/wiki/d42cf/continuity.html. The Gestalt Principle of Closure. Retrieved March 24, 2018, from https://www.logodesignlove.com/world-wildlife-fund. The Gestalt Principle of Common Fate. Retrieved March 24, 2018, from http://cdn.zmescience.com/wp-content/uploads/2013/09/traffic.jpg. The Gestalt Principle of Pragnaz. Retrieved March 23, 2018, from https://interaction-design.org/literature/article/the-laws-of-figure-ground Pragnanz closure and common fate Gestalt Principles 3. An example of size constancy. Retrieved March 23, 2018, from https://www.flickr.com/photos/4754453@n08/24040695936884/. An example of color constancy. Retrieved March 29, 2018, from https://www.flickr.com/photos/4754453@n08/242727662519368884/. A flamingo-shaped pen. Retrieved March 29, 2018, from https://www.amazon.in. A hand gesture referring to perfect. Retrieved March 29, 2018, from http://westside-toastmasters.com/resources/book_of_body_language/chap5.html. Ratman stimulus used in experiment. Retrieved March 29, 2018, from https://www.simplypsychology.org/perceptual-set.html. 50. Perception Unit for Perception, Types and Errors. Of Perception *. Content 4.0 Introduction 4.1 Objectives 4.2 Perception of Depth and Distance 4.2.1 Monocular Cues 4.2.1.1 Relative Size 4.2.1.2 Texture Gradient 4.2.1.3 Aerial Perspective 4.2.1.4 Linear Perspective 4.2.1.5 Interposition 4.2.1.6 Accommodation 4.2.2 Binocular Cues 4.2.2.1 Retinal Disparity 4.2.2.2 Convergence 4.3 Movement Perception 4.4 Size Perception 4.5 Errors in Perception 4.6 Types of Illusion 4.6.1 Muller-Lyer Illusion 4.6.2 Ponzo Illusion 4.6.3 Ebbinghaus Illusion 4.6.4 The Ames Room Illusion 4.6.5 The Moon Illusion 4.7 Let us sum up 4.8 Unit End Questions 4.9 Glossary 4.10 Answers to Self-Assessment Questions 4.11 Suggested Readings and References. 4.0 Introduction. In the previous unit, we studied the meaning, nature, and laws of perception. In this unit also we will continue with the topic of perception. Since vision seems an effortless process, we often take this process for granted. However, in reality, the process of perceiving color, shape, form, movement is not simple. In this unit, we will make an attempt to solve the mystery of perceiving various types of perception such as depth, distance, movement, and size. Further, we will see how various types of illusions affect our process of perception. 4.1 Objectives. After studying this unit, you will be able to describe the nature of depth and distance perception. Dr. Arti Singh, SAS, IGNOU. 51. Perception, types and errors of perception articulate the role of monocular and binocular cues on depth and distance perception, explain the nature of movement and size perception, discuss the basis of perceptual illusion, and describe the different types of illusions. 4.2 Perception of depth and distance. Depth perception refers to one's visual ability to perceive the world in 3 dimensions, and thus enabling us to judge the distance of an object. Whereas, the process by which we determine the distance of an object is known as distance perception. Our brain uses both monocular and binocular cues to judge depth and distance. 4.2.1 Monocular Cues. Fig. 4.1, a one-eyed minion source, https://wallpaperscraft.ru. These are those information, or cues that our brain receives from one eye only. These cues are weaker than binocular cues, information that our brain receives from both eyes in strength. Following are some of the common monocular cues. 4.2.1.1 Relative Size. Fig. 4.2, hot air balloons flying in the air source, http://www.freestockphotos.biz. 52. Perception. This cue gives us information about the distance of an object based on its relative size with a similar object. This cue works on both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional images. The basic premise is that if 2 objects are of the approximately similar size, then the object which is closer is perceived as larger. 4.2.1.2 Texture Gradient. Fig. 4.3, Flower Meadows Source, https://commons.wikimedia.org. This cue is based on our perception of the change in the gradient, or degree of texture. The texture of the objects which are nearer to our eyes are rough or distinct, but as you move further away from it, the texture of the object will become less distinct or smooth, and thus suggesting the perception of more distance. For example, if you look at your wall of the room from 30 feet, it seems smoother, but if you look at the same wall from 1 foot, you can notice the details on the wall. This change in the texture correlates with the distance. For .2.1.3 Aerial Perspective or Haze. Fig. 4.4, Near Salt Lake City by Albert Bierstadt. Source, https://psych.hanover.edu. 53. Perception. Types and errors of perception. Objects are perceived at a distance if there is a presence of haze in the environment. Haze is the result of atmospheric dust particles, fog or water vapors. Sometimes perception of distance based on haze can be deceptive. The same mountain can be perceived as nearer or at distance depending on the presence of haze. For .2.1.4 Linear Perspective. Fig. 4.5, an example of monocular cue linear perspective. Source, http://acddpsych.blogspot.in. This cue is based on the convergence of straight lines at a point on the horizon. An appropriate example of this cue could be the perception of convergence of rail tracks at a distance. This cue suggests that closer the lines are, the greater will be the distance. For .2.1.5 Interposition/occlusion. Fig. 4.6, an example of monocular cue occlusion. Source, retrieved from https://in.pinterest.com/pin/93731235972658147. When two objects are overlapped, then the object which has been overlapped or obscured will be perceived as farther away than the overlapping object. For .2.1.6 Accommodation. Even though this cue occurs with both eyes, it is still considered as a monocular cue. It is known as accommodation because the size of our lenses accommodates themselves based on the distance. Our lenses become thicker when an object lies closer to eyes, while it becomes thinner when an object lies at a distance. 54. Perception 4.2.2 Binocular cues. Fig. 4.7, a two-eyed minion. Source, http://amosdpeculiarmademoiselle.blogspot.in/2013/1/2/little-for-little-b.html. The cues that we receive from both eyes are known as binocular cues. These cues are more powerful than monocular cues. The process of gaining binocular cues to assess depth is known as stereopsis. Following are two types of binocular cues. For .2.2.1 Retinal disparity. L equals left eye, R equals right eye. Fig. 4.8. Formation of different retinal image by left and right eyes. Source, http://artnet.nmu.edu. We humans have two eyes, separated by the distance of average 6.3 centimeters. Therefore, the retinal image of the same object differs slightly from each other. The closer an object is to eyes, greater will be the difference in its retinal image. Our brain analyzes the degree of disparity between these two separate retinal images and produces a single image of the object to judge information on depth, height and width. 55. Perception, types and errors of perception 4.2.2.2 Convergence. Fig. 4.9, two convergence angles formed by our eyes. Source, https://cyclopedia.wikispaces.com. Our eyes make an angle while focusing on an object, known as convergence angle. Convergence angle for distant and nearby objects are different. When an object is at a distance, our eyes make smaller convergence angle, but when an object is closer to our eyes, our eyeballs rotate inwards and form large convergence angle. This change in convergence gives a clue about distance and depth to the perceiver. Self-assessment questions, SAQI. Fill in the blanks. 1. The retinal image of the same object, from each other. 2. The cues that we receive from both eyes are known as. 3. Objects are perceived at, if there is a presence of haze in the environment. 4. Depth perception refers to one's ability to perceive the world in 3 dimensions. 5. The texture of the objects which are nearer to our eyes are. But as you further move away from it, the texture of the object will become. 4.3 Movement perception. How do we know that if a car is coming towards us or moving away from us? Movement perception is our ability to judge the direction and speed of a moving object. Psychologists have tried to answer the questions on movement perception using following 4 factors. Retinal motion. When an object moves, its image on retina also moves. This motion of the retinal image is detected by special visual neurons, which are sensitive to change in motion and direction. In this way we perceive movement. 56. Perception motion after effect, MAE. If you fixate your gaze on a moving object for some time, few seconds to minutes, and then move your gaze to a stationary object. Then the stationary object will be perceived as moving in opposite direction to the original moving object. This phenomenon is known as MAE and occurs due to motion adaptation. Induced movement. When a smaller stationary body is surrounded by larger moving body, then smaller body is perceived to move in the direction opposite to the larger body. Due to this phenomenon, we perceive moon as moving when it is surrounded by slowly moving clouds. Fig. 4.10. Moon behind cloud source. http://courses.washington.edu. Apparent movement/stroboscopic motion. First given by Gestalt theorist Wertheimer, 1912. In this phenomenon, when stationary stimuli are presented in succession, it is perceived in a motion. This phenomenon is used to explain the movement perception in videos. Fig. 4.11. The sequence of still frames in A, shown at the appropriate intervals, results in the percept shown in B. The illusion of continuous motion resulting from successively viewed still pictures is the basis of motion in movies, video, and television. Source: Atkinson and Hilgard, 2009, pages 163. 4.4 Size perception. In this section, we will discuss those mechanisms that are involved in judging the size of the stimuli. Our ability to judge the size of the stimuli correctly even with the change in the distance has been explained using 3 hypotheses: the size-distance invariance hypothesis, familiar size hypothesis, and the direct perception hypothesis. Stimulus lights. Percept. A. B. 57. Perception, types and errors of perception. 1. Size-distance invariance hypothesis, SDIH. The basic premise of this hypothesis is that the perceived size of a stimulus is proportional to the perceived distance, Kilpatrick and Idelson, 1953. It further states that if information about the distance is available, then size of the stimuli is interpreted based on retinal image. However, if the information about the distance is not available, then size of the stimuli is judged based on the visual angle alone. The mathematical expression of this relationship is as follows. S/D equals F, theta sign. Where S equals perceived size, D equals perceived distance, theta equals visual angle. Here, before proceeding further, it is important to explain the term visual angle first. It is the angle made by our eyes after looking at the object. 2. Familiar size theory/Q. This Q is used to judge not only size, but also the distance and depth of the stimuli. We know the visual angle for a stimulus decreases with the decrease in the distance. Our brain uses this information, visual angle, along with our previous information of the size of the targeted stimulus, and determines its actual size, distance, and depth. Thus, according to this theory, familiar size influences our size perception, which in turn influences our distance perception, Idelson, 1960. However, later 2 psychologists, Gogol and De Silva, 1987, proposed that the theory of familiar size is valid in all conditions. When the condition of viewing is improvised, then we use egocentric reference distance to determine the size of the familiar object. 3. Theory of direct perception. Gibson in 1979 proposed the theory of direct perception. His ideas regarding size perception were summarized by Epstein, 1982, as there is no perceptual representation of size correlated with the retinal size of the object. 2. Perceived size and perceived distance are independent functions of information in stimulation. And 3. Perceived size and perceived distance are not causally linked, nor is the perception of size mediated by operations combining information about retinal size and perceived distance. The correlation between perceived size and perceived distance is attributed to the correlation between the specific variables of stimulation, which governs these precepts in the particular situations. p.78. 4.5 Errors in perception. As discussed in previous unit, perception is the process of analyzing and understanding a stimulus as it is. But it may not be always possible to perceive the stimuli as they are. Knowingly or unknowingly, we mistake the stimulus and perceive it wrongly. It may be due to defect in our sense organs or defective functioning of the brain. Many times the prejudices in the individual, time of perception, unfavorable background, lack of clarity of stimulus, confusion, conflict in mind and such other factors are responsible for errors in perception. There are two kinds of errors. 58. Perception A. Illusion. Illusion is a false perception. Here, an individual perceives a stimulus incorrectly. For example, in the dark, a rope is mistaken as a snake or vice versa. The voice of an unknown person is mistaken as a friend's voice. A person standing at a distance, who is not known, may be perceived as a known person. Most of our illusions are visual and auditory. But illusions pertaining to other senses are also possible. B. Hallucination. Sometimes we come across instances where the individual perceives some stimulus, even when it is not present. This phenomenon is known as hallucination. The person may see an object, person, etc., or he may listen to some voice though there are no objects and sounds in reality. Hallucinations pertain to all the sensations that appear to people, but visual and auditory hallucinations are more common. Usually individuals with unsound mind, emotionally disturbed, alcoholics, and those who are in confused states may experience hallucinations. However, among abnormal and intoxicated people, hallucinations are very common. In addition to these errors, abnormalities in our sense perceptions may also occur, and known as anesthesia, no sensation, hyperesthesia, excessive sensitivity, and paresthesia, distorted or wrongly localized sensation. In these cases the tactile, skin, sensation is wrongly perceived. 4.6 Types of illusion. Is perception reality? Not always. The process of perception is not always foolproof. Knowingly or unknowingly, we tend to make mistakes and misperceive stimuli. When we misinterpret the sensory information, then it is known as an illusion. It has also been defined as a discrepancy between one's awareness and some stimulus. Reynolds, 2008. Some typical examples of illusions include perceiving tree branches as ghosts or perceive rope as a snake at night. In this section, we will talk about some common forms of illusion. Types of illusion. 4.6.1 Muller-Lyer illusion. Which of the following lines appear longest? Line A, line B. Fig. 4.12, Muller-Lyer illusion source, https://al.hanover.edu. 59. Perception, types and errors of perception. If your answer is line A, then you are wrong. And if your answer is line B, then again you have given an incorrect answer, because both lines are of equal length. The illusion you have just seen is a geometrical optical illusion known as Muller-Lyer illusion. In this illusion, two straight lines of the same length appeared to be of different length. Lines with inward-pointing arrow seem shorter than the outward-pointing line. 4.6.2 Ponzo illusion. It is also an optical illusion, in which two converging straight lines distort our perception of the size of two identical lines drawn across it. The upper yellow line appears to be longer than the lower yellow line, when in fact both are of the same length. The incorrect judgment of the size of yellow lines happens because we use linear perspective Q to judge its size. Fig. 4.13, the Ponzo illusion source, http://www.illusionsindex.org. 4.6.3 Ebbinghaus illusion. It is an optical illusion of relative size perception. Discovered by Hermann Ebbinghaus but popularized by Edward B. Titchener, this illusion is also known as Titchener circles. Now answer this. Which of the following orange circle is smaller? Fig. 4.14, the Ebbinghaus illusion source, http://www.illusionsindex.org. Flower A. Flower B. 60. Perception. Irrespective of your answer, both orange circles are of the same size. This is known as Ebbinghaus illusion. The perception of the size of orange circle depends on the relative sizes of gray circles. 4.6.4 The Ames room illusion. Named after its creator, American ophthalmologist Adelbert Ames, Jr., this optical illusion leads to the distortion of perception of relative size. To an observer, a person standing in one corner of the room is perceived as significantly larger than the person standing in another corner. Fig. 4.15, the Ames room illusion. Source, http://conwaypsychology.webs.com. 4.6.5 The moon illusion. Have you ever noticed that the size of the moon when it is coming over the horizon? If yes, then you must have noticed that it looks bigger on the horizon than when it comes overhead. However, in reality, there are no differences in the size of the moon. Our perception of the moon having different sizes at horizon and zenith is known as moon illusion. This illusion occurs because of our perception of the sky as a flattened dome, and thus forcing our brain to reduce the size of the moon at zenith. Fig. 4.16, the moon illusion source, http://www.skyandtelescope.com. 61. Perception, types and self-assessment questions, SAQ2, errors of perception state whether the following are true or false. 1. The process of perception is always foolproof. 2. Some typical examples of illusions include perceiving tree branches as ghosts or perceive rope as a snake at night. 3. Gibson in 1979 proposed the theory of familiar size. 4. Sometimes we come across instances where the individual perceives some stimulus, even when it is not present. 5. When an object moves, its image on retina also moves. 4.7 Let us sum up. In this unit, the types of perception were introduced to you. Specifically, the factors responsible for depth, distance, movement, and size perception were discussed. Lastly, the different types of errors involved in the process of perception were also discussed. To explain these errors in more detail, the various forms of illusions such as Muller-Lyer illusion, Ponzo illusion, Ebbinghaus illusion, Ames room illusion, and moon illusion were discussed accordingly. 4.8 Unit End Questions. 1. Differentiate between monocular and binocular cues of perception. 2. Explain the factors responsible for movement perception. 3. Explain the size-distance invariance hypothesis, familiar size hypothesis, and the direct perception hypothesis with reference to the process of size perception. 4. Is perception always correct? Support your view with some appropriate examples of illusions. 5. Differentiate between illusion and hallucination. 4.9 Glossary. Perception, it is a process of selecting, organizing, and interpreting the sensory information. Monocular cues, perceptual cues obtained from one eye only. Binocular cues, perceptual cues obtained from both eyes. Illusion, it is a process of perceptual distortion, leading to misinterpretation of the stimulus. Relative size. This cue gives us information about the distance of an object based on its relative size with a similar object. The basic premise is that if two objects are of the approximately similar size, then the object which is perceived as larger is closer. Linear perspective. This cue is based on the convergence of straight lines at a point on the horizon. This cue suggests 62. Perception that closer the lines are, the greater will be the distance. Convergence angle. Our eyes make an angle while focusing on an object, known as convergence angle. Convergence angle for distant and nearby objects are different. Movement perception. It is our ability to judge the direction and speed of a moving object. Stroboscopic motion. In this phenomenon, when stationary stimuli are or phenomenon presented in succession, it is perceived in a motion. This phenomenon is used to explain the movement perception in videos. For point 10 answers to self-assessment questions, SAQ. SAQI. 1. Differs slightly. 2. Binocular cues. 3. A distance. 4. Visual. 5. Rough or distinct, less distinct or smooth. SAQ 2. 1. False. 2. True. 3. False. 4. True. 5. True. For point 11 suggested readings and references. Sanford, R. N. 1936. The Effects of Abstinence from Food Upon Imaginal Processes, a Preliminary Experiment. The Journal of Psychology, 2, 1, 129-136. Atkinson, R. L. Atkinson, R. C. Smith, E. E. Baim, D. J., and Nolan Hoeksema, S. 2009. Hilgard's Introduction to Psychology. Fort Worth, Texas, Harcourt Brace College Publishers. Changizi, M.A. and Hall, W. G. 2001. Thirst modulates a perception. Perception, 30, 12, 1489-1497. Mishra, G. and Barron, R. A. 2006. Psychology, Indian Subcontinent, 5th edition. New Delhi, Pearson Publication. Morgan, C. T. King, R. A. Wise, J. R. and Shopler, J. 2004. Introduction to Psychology. New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill. 63. Perception, Types and Errors of Perception. Moore, BCJ, 2003. An Introduction to the Psychology of Hearing. Academic Press. Gibson, J. J., 1979. The Theory of Information Pickup and Its Consequences. In the Ecological Approach to Visual Perception, pages 238-263. Boston, Massachusetts, Houghton Mifflin Company. Strawson, P.F., 1979. Perception and Its Objects. In Perception and Identity. Palgrave, London. Mather, G. 2006. Psychology of Motion Perception. Rooks, P. and Wilson, J. 2005. Perception, Theory, Development and Organization. Routledge. Fish, W. 2010. Philosophy of Perception, A Contemporary Introduction. Routledge. Smith, A.D. 2004. The Problem of Perception. Motilal Banarsidass Publishers Private Limited, New Delhi. Reynolds, R. I. 1988. A Psychological Definition of Illusion. Philosophical Psychology, 1, 2, 217-223. Foster, J. 2000. The Nature of Perception. Oxford, Oxford University Press. Kuhn, D. and Mitterer, J. O. 2007. Introduction to Psychology, Gateways to Mind and Behavior, 11th edition. Delhi, India. Thomson Wadsworth. Barron, R. A. 1999. Essentials of Psychology, 2nd edition. USA, Allen and Bacon. References for images. A One-Eyed Minion. Retrieved May 5, 2018, from https://wallpaperscraft.ru download/minon_costume_103711/1280x1024. Hot air balloons flying in the air. Retrieved May 5, 2018, from http://www.freestockphotos.biz/stockphoto/5579. Flower meadows. Retrieved May 5, 2018, from https://commons. Wikimedia.org wiki/file, flowers_meadows.jpg. Near Salt Lake City by Albert Bierstadt. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from https://hanover.edu/krantz/art/arial.html. An example of monocular Q-linear perspective. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from http://acddpsych.blogs.in/2014/11/monocular-qs.html. An example of monocular Q occlusion. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from https://in.pinterest.com/pin/93731235972658147. A two-eyed minion. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from http://aimestipeculiarmademoiselle.blogspot.in/2013/1-2/-for-little-b.html. Formation of different retinal image by left and right eyes. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from http://artnet.nmu.edu/foundations/docu.php?id=retinal_disparity. Two convergence angles formed by our eyes. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from https://cyclopedia.wikispaces.com/binocular+convergence. 64. Perception moon behind clouds. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from http://courses. Washington.edu Sci333/lecture_pdfs/week8_day1.pdf. Muller-Lyer illusion. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from https://al.hanover.edu/ch07depsize/ch07muller-lyer.html. The Ponzo illusion. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from http://www.illusionsindex.org/i/Ponzo illusion. The Ebbinghaus illusion. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from http://www.illusionsindex.org/ir/Ebbinghaus-illusion. The Ames room illusion. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from http://conwaysychology.webs.com/apps/photos/photo??photo id=657955121. The moon illusion. Retrieved May 6, 2018, from http://observing/moon-illusion-confusion11252015. 67. Thinking and Language Unit 5 Thinking and Language **. Content 5.0 Introduction 5.1 Objectives 5.2 Thinking, Concepts, and Types 5.3 The Process of Thinking, Mental Imagery, Concepts, and Propositions 5.3.1 Pictures in Your Mind, Mental Imagery 5.3.2 Concept 5.3.3 Proposition 5.4 Concept of Creativity 5.4.1 Stages of Creative Thinking 5.5 Problem Solving, a Concept 5.5.1 Barriers to Problem Solving 5.6 Decision Making, choosing among alternatives. 5.6.1 Decision-making process. 5.6.2 Cognitive errors in decision-making. 5.6.2.1 Heuristics. 5.6.2.2 Biases. 5.7 Concept, nature, and scope of language. 5.7.1 Development of language. 5.7.2 Language in infants. 5.7.2.1 Language in children. 5.7.3 Relationship between language and thought. 5.8 Let us sum up. 5.9 Unit End Questions. 5.10 Glossary. 5.11 Answers to self-assessment questions, SAQ. 5.12 References and suggested readings. 5.0 Introduction. The Tragedy of Titanic, Sinking of the Unsinkable Ship. Titanic is unsinkable, everyone believed this claim by its maker. With 882.5 feet length, 92.5 feet width, and 175 feet in height, Titanic was considered as the largest ship of its time. When it left Queenstown, Ireland for its maiden voyage on April 11, 1912, with over 2,200 passengers and crew members, everyone considered it as the biggest, powerful, technologically advanced and indestructible ship of all the time. In spite of all the claims, on April 14, 1912, Titanic broke into two pieces and sunk in the North Atlantic Ocean after hitting an iceberg. The mystery. Dr. Arti Singh, SOS, IGNOU. 68. Thinking and language surrounded sinking of the claimed unsinkable Titanic had always been a topic of interest for many. What exactly had caused Titanic to drown? Of many theories, according to one, the reason was overconfidence of the captain of Titanic, Captain Edward Smith, in the strength of his ship and his expertise in sailing ships. According to historians, this overconfidence led to the wrong decision-making in crucial time by Captain Smith. Fig. 5.1, a rare poster advertising Titanic source, retrieved from https://wonderopolis.org. What do you think, why this event has been discussed here? Because it highlights the irony of our cognitive abilities. On one hand, our cognitive abilities have extensive capabilities, while, on the other hand, it hinders our effective decision-making. The case of Titanic has been discussed to highlight one such incident of incorrect decision due to cognitive error. Decision-making is a higher mental process, which consists of other cognitive processes like thinking and language. This unit starts with a discussion on thinking, followed by creative thinking, problem-solving, and decision-making process. Then, we will move to understand the topic of language, and lastly, we will discuss how language and thinking are related to each other. 5.1 Objectives. After reading this unit, you will be able to understand the concept and types of thinking, comprehend the different processes involved in thinking, namely, mental imagery, concepts, and propositions, get an exposure to steps involved in generating creative ideas, have an in-depth understanding of the process of problem-solving and various barriers involved in effective problem-solving behavior. Understand the nature of decision-making and its process. Learn the different types of cognitive errors we make in decision-making. 69. Discuss the concept and nature of language, thinking and language. Understand the process of language development and learn the debate over the relationship between language and thought. 5.2 Thinking, Concept and Types. Thinking is a higher mental process. In the literature, it has been defined primarily in two ways. One category of definition consider thinking as a problem-solving activity, while the other class of definition considers it as a mechanism of an internal representation of the external world. According to Garrett, 1968, thinking is a behavior which is often implicit and hidden and in which symbols, images, ideas, and concepts are ordinarily employed. Gilmer, 1970, has defined thinking as a problem-solving process in which we use ideas or symbols in place of overt activity. Thus, thinking is a goal-directed behavior. That is, it occurs in some context only and does not occur randomly. From choosing a dress to wear to solving a mathematical problem, all activities involve thinking. Thinking can be categorized into various forms. Some of the most common types of thinking are as follows. 1. Perceptual or concrete thinking. It is the simplest form of thinking, carried out for the perception of a concrete object. If you are asked to write 4 sentences on your favorite book, then the thinking you will be using is perceptual thinking. 2. Conceptual or abstract thinking, superior to perceptual thinking. It involves using concepts, symbols, or language to solve a problem. 3. Reflective thinking. It is an insight-based thinking which uses previous experiences to solve a problem. 4. Creative thinking. Thinking involved in creating new and novel ideas or objects. It involves rearranging the existing stimuli to create something new. 5. Critical thinking. This type of thinking involves in making the reasoned judgment and examining assumptions. 5.3 The process of thinking, mental. Imagery, concepts, and propositions. We think either in words or mental images. The thought we hear in our mind in the form of statements or words is known as propositional thought. Sentences such as "one should not waste water" or "black is a beautiful color" are proposing or claiming something. Therefore, it is called as propositional thought. Another mode of thinking is visual thought or imaginal thought. It is the type of thought that we see in our mind. These, propositional thought and imaginal thought, are the 2 primary modes of thinking. To understand imaginal thought, first, we need to understand mental images, and to understand propositional thought, we need to understand concept. 70. Thinking and language 5.3.1 Pictures in your mind, mental imagery. Suppose you were told by your friend that he saw a beautiful yellow bird with colorless beak in his garden. If you were paying enough attention to his description, you might form a visual image of that bird. The visual image of the bird that you formed is known as mental image or mental imagery. It is a mental representation of stimuli that are not presently perceived by the senses. Moulton and Koslin, 2009. 5.3.2 Concept. A concept represents an entire class. It is the set of properties that we associate with a particular class. Atkinson and Hilgard, 2009, pages 332. Our concept of a car, for example, includes the properties of having 4 wheels, petrol engine, steering, and seats. Concepts help us in reducing the mental complexity of our world by categorizing it into manageable information. Further, it helps us in developing prototypes of the concepts. A prototype is the typical example of the concept, or a set of characteristics representing the best example of the concept. For example, for the concept of car, our prototype might include properties like having 4 wheels and a petrol engine. We compare a target object with the prototype and decide by similarity whether the target object belongs to the category or not. 5.3.3 Propositions. Many researchers proposed that thinking cannot be limited to images or words only, but it is also abstract. A propositional theory was given by some researchers to support this view. A proposition is a form of mental representation, but neither in the form of words or nor in the images. It refers to the underlying meaning of the relationship among concepts. In simpler words, it is the smallest statement which can be judged as true or false. For example, trees are green. This statement represents the smallest proposition coded with 2 arguments, are trees, green. Thinking is not a passive act. We keep relating one concept to another to understand our world in a better way. According to propositional theory, also called as conceptual propositional theory, we not only think regarding words or images only but also concerning meanings. Thus we represent our world in the form of meanings by relating concepts together. We may experience our mental representations as images, but these images are epiphenomena, secondary, and derivative phenomena that occur as a result of other more basic cognitive processes. According to propositional theory, our mental representations, sometimes called mentalese, more closely resemble the abstract form of a proposition. Sternberg, 2012, pages 281. 5.4 Concept of creativity. The act of creating an original and novel idea or object is known as creativity. One needs not to be a scientist or artist to become creative. It can also be found in all types of day-to-day activities like cooking, teaching, helping other, acting, etc. According to Guilford, two types of thinking are involved in problem-solving behavior, namely, convergent thinking and divergent thinking. Problems which have only one correct solution are known as convergent thinking. Whereas, when 71. A problem has more than one correct solution, then it uses divergent thinking. Thinking and language now, answer the following questions. When did India get independence? What are the different uses of a paper clip? The first question involves convergent thinking, while the second involves divergent thinking. According to Guilford, divergent thinking is responsible for creativity. Studies have also suggested that people who are higher on divergent thinking are more creative than others. 5.4.1 Stages of creative thinking. Wallace, 1926, proposed a classification of stages involved in creativity. He proposed that creativity involve 4 stages, as described below. Fig.5.2 Stages of creativity. Source: http://www.docenti.unicas.it. Stage I. Preparation. This is the stage of collecting raw material about the problem at hand. One needs to familiarize oneself with the previous work, gaps, and problems of previous solutions in order to understand the task at hand. This process motivates to work more on the problem. In this stage, divergent thinking plays an important role. Stage 2. Incubation. During the process of finding the solution, the person may feel stuck as he is not able to come up with the solution. During this stage, the person is not thinking about the problem consciously, but his mental processes are involved in finding a solution unconsciously. Studies show that many creative ideas come during the incubation stage, when the person is in an idle state and not working actively on the problem. Stage 3. Illumination. It is the stage of aha or eureka moment. This experience is the result of an immediate solution or insight into the problem at hand. The famous story of Archimedes and Golden Crown revolves around this illumination stage, where he suddenly understands a previously unsolved puzzle. Stage 4. Verification, evaluation, and elaboration. During this last stage, the worth or value of the insight is judged by the person. It is a fully conscious stage, in which the person evaluates the worth of the solution he comes across during the illumination stage. The creator banks on his existing. Preparation, incubation, illumination, verification. Evaluation, elaboration. 72. Thinking and language knowledge to verify the arrived solution. Studies on creativity have suggested that it is not necessary that the creative insights will always be appealing in reality. Sometimes it may turn out to be bad ideas. 5.5 Problem solving, a concept. Let's start this section with famous The Two-String Problem by Meyer, 1931. Fig.5.3 The Two-String Problem. Source: Sternberg, 2012. Imagine that you are the person standing in the middle of this room, in which 2 strings are hanging down from the ceiling. Your goal is to tie together the 2 strings, but neither string is long enough so that you can reach out and grab the other string while holding either of the 2 strings. You have available a few clean paintbrushes, a can of paint, and a heavy canvas tarpaulin. How will you tie the 2 strings together? Sternberg, 2012, pages 444. How can you solve this problem? What steps do you follow to solve it? In general, how do we solve any problem faced by us? In the first place, what is a problem? In this section, we will answer these questions and discuss other related psychological factors. A problem is a barrier or hindrance towards your goal. Therefore, problem solving can be defined as behavior of overcoming these hindrances to achieve your goal. A typical problem-solving process follows 7 steps. 1. Problem identification. It is a precondition for the problem-solving process. A problem can be solved only when it is identified as a problem. 2. Problem definition. In this stage, a problem's nature, meaning, and scope are identified. 3. Strategy formulation. Stage involved in exploring the ways to tackle/overcome the problem, i.e., generating possible solutions. 73. 4. Organization of information. Thinking and language, collecting and organizing all the information about the problem and its proposed solution. According to Sternberg, 2012, this stage involves how do the various pieces of information in the problem fit together? Pages 445. 5. Allocation of resources. After deciding which strategy is appropriate and how to follow the selected strategy, in this stage, a decision is taken regarding allocating resources, time, money, effort, etc., appropriately in solving the problem. That is deciding how to go about solving the problem. 6. Monitoring. To solve a problem successfully, this stage requires a person to continuously cross-check or scrutiny the path he/she had chosen. 7. Evaluation. In this last stage of the problem-solving process, judgment about the success or failure of the attempt to solve the problem is made. Fig. 5.4. Problem-solving cycle. 5.5.1 Barriers to problem-solving. The process of problem-solving requires overcoming obstacles effectively to achieve a goal. However, sometimes this goal-attaining behavior is hampered by some obstacles. In this section, we will talk about those factors that hinder our problem-solving ability. Mental set/perceptual set. Our tendency to overuse an already tried mental strategy in solving a problem is called a mental set. Our previous successful experience with that particular strategy makes us biased to prefer it every time. Thus, when we face up with a new problem, we stick to already tried and tested technique. The mental set is also known as set effect. Now, try to solve the following famous the 9-dot problem. Without lifting your pen, you have to join these 9 dots using only 3 or 4 straight lines. 1. Problem identification. 2. Definition of problem. 7. Evaluating problem solving. 6. Monitoring problem solving. 5. Allocation of resources. 3. Constructing a strategy for problem solving. 4. Organizing information about a problem. 74. Thinking and language. Fig. 5.5, 9-dot problem. Functional fixedness, our tendency to see objects in the light of its usual or typical function only. Thus, posing difficulty in solving those problems which require the novel use of the objects. If you were not able to solve the Myers two-string problem, discussed in the previous section, then you can attribute your inability to functional fixedness. Using incomplete representation, how do you process initial information regarding problem also influences your chances to solve a problem successfully. An incorrect interpretation would lead to incorrect representation, which in turn lead to the false solution. Lack of expertise or intellect. It means whether you pose the intellectual ability to solve the given problem or not. If you have sufficient expertise only, then you will be able to solve it. What do you think? If you give a problem of algebra to a student of the first standard, will he be able to solve it? No, because he does not pose sufficient intellect or expertise to solve it. Lack of motivation. Even though you possess all the ability to solve a problem, but lack of motivation can hinder your chances to solve it effectively. Therefore, it is necessary to maintain your motivational level even after facing failure in the initial trials. Emotional block. Your ability to solve a problem effectively can severely get hampered by your emotional state. Suppose, if you have stage phobia, then there is a high probability that you will not be able to solve a mathematical problem on your classroom blackboard effectively. Because stage phobia leads to stress and anxiety, and these emotions will hamper your performance. Self-assessment questions, SAQI. State whether the following are true or false. 1. Thinking is not a higher mental process. 2. Functional fixedness refers to our tendency to see objects in the light of its usual or typical function only. 3. A problem is a barrier or hindrance towards your goal. 4. A concept is the set of properties that we associate with a particular class. 5. Critical thinking is an insight-based thinking which uses previous experiences to solve a problem. 75. Thinking and language 5.6 Decision-making, choosing among alternatives. In our day-to-day life, from choosing what to wear for the party to what novel to read, we have to make priorities and choose among alternatives. The cognitive process that you use to evaluate alternatives and make a choice is known as decision-making. Thus, we can say that decision-making is a type of problem-solving behavior where you are already aware of all the possible solutions and have to choose between them. 5.6.1 Decision-making process. What steps typically we follow when we make a decision? According to psychologists, our decision-making process involves the following 6 steps. Identifying the problem. In order to make a decision, first you need to have a problem. So, at this stage, a problem is first identified for which decision have to be made. For example, what shall I wear at my friend's marriage ceremony? Generating alternatives. After identifying the problem, all possible alternatives are generated. Either sari, salwar suit, or lehenga. Evaluating alternatives. We evaluate all the generated alternatives with reference to its costs and benefits. Today's weather is little chilly than other days. Even I am also not feeling well. If I wear salwar suit, that would be best for me as it could protect me more from cold waves better than lehenga or sari. Choosing an alternative. In this stage, the best possible alternative is selected. Salwar suit. Implementing the decision. This is an action taking the stage, where you implement your selected alternative. Iron clothes and get dressed. Evaluating decision effectiveness. In this last stage, you evaluate your decision and modify it according to requirement. Look in the mirror, decide it looks good but might need to change sandals. Fig.5.6 Decision-making process source, Lunenburg, 2010. Identifying the problem. Generating alternatives. Evaluating alternatives. Choosing an alternative. Implementing the decision. Evaluating decision effectiveness. Recycle process as necessary. 76. Thinking and language 5.6.2 Cognitive errors in decision-making. As discussed in the previous unit on perception, our brain receives countless information from the environment every single second, leading to tremendous cognitive load on mental processes. Studies have suggested that in order to manage this cognitive load, we unconsciously use some mental formulas. On the one hand, these mental formulas help us making the decision quick, whereas, on the other hand, it also leads to the incorrect conclusion, i.e., cognitive error. The following read will help you understand the factors responsible for the incorrect decision. Broadly, there are 2 sources of cognitive errors, heuristics and biases. 5.6.2.1 Heuristics. It is a mental shortcut that helps us in taking a decision quickly by decreasing cognitive load. Even though these heuristics are very helpful in making an everyday decision, but it is always not a flawless process. Sometimes it leads to an incorrect decision. Following are some major types of heuristics/mental shortcuts. 1. Representative heuristic. We use this mental shortcut when we have to make a judgment about probability. It helps us in deciding whether a stimulus belongs to a particular category or not based on the degree of similarity in their characteristics. 2. Availability heuristic. The availability heuristic suggests that the ease with which an instance can be recalled or available to our mind is considered as more prevalent. Thus, this heuristic judges the importance of an event based on its frequency of availability to our mind. 3. Framing effects. Out tendency to interpret the same message differently depending upon how it has been presented or framed. 4. Anchoring and adjusting heuristic. According to this heuristic, to take a decision we start with a reference point which acts like an anchor, and then we evaluate and adjust our decision with new information. 5.6.2.2 Biases. In this section, we will discuss some common biases that frequently occur while making decisions. 1. Illusionary correlation. In statistics, correlation implies that two variables have a statistically significant relationship. Thus, illusionary correlation refers to the situation in which we unrealistically consider a significant relationship between two variables. For instance, judging someone from prevalent stereotypes. 2. Overconfidence. Decision-makers have a tendency to overestimate their skills and ability, thus leading to poor judgment. Why we tend to be overconfident in our decision? Because we tend to ignore our previous actual performance and do not want to be judged as wrong. 3. Hindsight bias. Also known as knew-it-all-along effect, hindsight bias occurs when retrospectively thinking about a problem situation people claim. 77. Thinking in language that they knew beforehand about the outcome of the problem situation in the past. 4. Confirmation bias. This is the tendency to search only for information that will confirm one's initial hunch or hypothesis, and to overlook or ignore other information. Gandhi, 2015. 5.7 Concept, nature, and scope of language. Man is an animal but different from other species of animal. So, what sets man apart from others? It is an ability to communicate information using language, which refers to a complicated set of symbols, sounds, gestures, and rules of combining them to communicate one's views to others. Language is expressed through gestures, speech, and writing. According to psycholinguists, a language consists of the following components. 1. Phoneme. It is the smallest or basic unit of spoken language. The word pen has 3 phonemes viz. P, E, and N. 2. Morpheme. Morpheme is the smallest unit of meaning. Phonemes are combined to make morpheme, such as the word remake, consists of 2 words re- and make. 3. Semantics. It refers to the set of rules by which we understand the meaning of words and sentence. For example, adding ed at the end of the word refers to past tense. 4. Syntax. These are the grammatical rules which explain how different words can be combined to make a meaningful sentence. 5. Pragmatics. The societal rules related to language. How one should talk to older adults, what one can say in public or private, are some of the examples of pragmatics. 5.7.1 Development of language. Language development is an essential aspect of cognitive development. Studies have suggested that individual differences among children can be found in language development. Some children acquire language more rapidly than others. Nevertheless, by the age of 5, the language of most children starts resembling to an adult's speech. In the following section, we will learn how we acquire a language. First, we will discuss language development in infants, then language development in the context of children will be discussed. 5.7.1.1 Language in infants. Speech perception in infancy. Language acquisition stage begins with the ability to distinguish between the smallest sound units, i.e., phonemes, of their language. Studies have suggested that infants are very efficient not only in recognizing phonemes, but also in recognizing differences among different phonemes. 78. Thinking and language comprehension in infancy. Can infants understand the language? To answer this, many studies have been done suggesting infants between the age of 4 to 5 months can turn their heads to the location from where their name is spoken, suggesting they can recognize their name. Further, they can understand the correspondence between a speaker's facial expression and emotional tone of the speaker's voice. Matlin, 2009, pages 479. Children start to understand their name, usually by about 6 months, followed by commonly used words like bottle, mama, and doggy by 10 to 12 months. Mandel, Jusksik, and Pisoni, 1995. Language production in infancy. Language production in infants follows a series of a stage. The intentional vocalization begins by the age of 2 months with cooing noises. It is a one-vowel sound, example, oo. By the time infant reaches the age of 6 to 8 months, infants start doing babbling, a vocalization that uses both consonants and vowels, often repeating sounds in a series such as da-da-da, Matlin, 2009, pages 480. Further, infants use different type of gestures to communicate with adults. Infants shake their head no around 6 to 9 months, and they respond to verbal requests to do things like wave bye-bye or blow a kiss around 9 to 12 months. 5.7.1.2 Language in children. According to the various studies, most of the infants start speaking their first word when they become 1 year old. In this section, we'll discuss the characteristics of the initial words spoken by infants and children, followed by grammatical rules children use, and lastly, we will learn how children learn pragmatics, i.e., social rules of language. Words. One of the first words that children speak is related to objects, people, or sometimes to their activities. By the age of 1 year the children can speak between 12 to 52 words, depending on his/her developmental speed. A child of 12 or 13 months will frequently use partial words to express their thoughts, such as tur for water, or flow in place of flower. These partial words are expressing an idea, which is known as holophrase speech. Once a child learns a word, he overuses it in expressing all other objects along with the original reference. This is known as overextension. Opposite to this phenomenon, children show underextension, where a learned word is underused. For instance, if a child has learned that the German Shepherd of his house is a doggy, then all other breeds of dogs cannot be called as doggy. Morphology. After learning words, children soon start learning about using morphemes such as ed, ing, s, etc. An English-speaking child acquires knowledge of using morphemes appropriately between the age of 1.5 and 3.5 years. Studies have suggested that they first learn using ing followed by s, and then learn to use ed. 79. Syntax, thinking and language. Between the ages of 18 to 24 months, often children begin to combine words. A topic of interest for psychologists has always been the development of syntax, i.e., rules of grammar, among children. By the end of the second birthday, children start combining 2 words to convey their message. For instance, mummy apple may refer to mummy I want to eat an apple. These kinds of speech are known as telegraphic speech. In this kind of speech, words serving grammatical functions are omitted, and the message is expressed only using 2 or 3 words. Further, during the age between 1 and 2 years, children talk to themselves loudly when they are alone. This kind of speech is known as crib speech. It is produced by children to refine their linguistic skills. Pragmatics. Pragmatics refers to the social rules of language. As language is a social tool of interaction, it has some underlying rules, such as how to behave as a listener, what one should say in a particular situation, and how to coordinate in a conversation are some examples of pragmatics. Studies have suggested that in comparison to adults, children take more time in turn-taking because of their inability to recognize the completion of a remark. With maturity, children learn to use the phrase, and then to signal their listeners that they wish to continue their speech. Children also learn to adapt their language according to the listener, i.e., if the listener of a 6-year-old child is his peer, then the language used by him would be different from the language used for a 2-year-old listener. 5.7.2 Relation between language and thought. Fig.5.7 Girls of Hopi Tribe Source https://in.pinterest.com. Whether our language control thought, or thought to control our language. This has always been a question of debates among psychologists and linguistics since many decades. According to linguistic relativity hypothesis, or Whorfian theory, our language shapes our thought. Whorf, 1956, proposed that the available words of the language influences our thinking. Therefore, people with different languages. 80. Thinking and language may think differently. For example, the Hopi tribe of America, do not have any past tense in their language. So according to Worf, they rarely think of the past. The opposing view on this debate is that our thoughts determine our language. This debate still has not been resolved successfully. However, recently a modified version of Worfian theory has been proposed. According to some researchers, our language does not determine all aspects of our thinking. It only influences the way people think about the relationship between objects. Hunt and Agnoli, 1991, Lucy, 1992. Self-assessment questions, SAQ2. Fill in the following blanks. 1. The cognitive process that is used to evaluate alternatives and make a choice is known as. 2. In order to make a decision, first you need to have a. 3. According to theory, our language shapes our thought. 4. After learning words, children soon start learning about using. 5. Language development is an essential aspect of development. 5.8 Let us sum up. It can be summed up from the following discussions that thinking is a higher mental process. We use mental images, concepts, and prepositions in the process of thinking. Creativity is a type of thinking which involves creating original and novel ideas. Studies have suggested that people who are high on divergent thinking are more creative. The process of creative thinking involves 4 stages: preparation, incubation, insight, and verification. We also understood the concept of problem-solving behavior is a process by which we overcome barriers towards our goal. The steps as well as types of barriers to problem-solving were also discussed. Another psychological process in which thinking plays an essential role is decision-making. Steps involved in decision-making and errors of decision-making was also discussed in this unit. After this, the focus of our discussion was language. First, we discussed the nature and component of the language and then the development of language was discussed. Lastly, the relationship between language and thought was discussed with an emphasis on Worfian theory. 5.9 Unit End Questions. 1. Define thinking and describe any 3 forms of thinking. 2. Discuss the role of mental imagery, concept, and proposition in the process of thinking briefly. 3. What do you understand by creativity? Discuss how divergent and convergent thinking plays important roles in creativity. 4. What do you mean by mental set? Critically discuss its role in the process of problem solving. 5. What role do heuristics play in problem solving? 81. 6. Heuristics and biases are the 2 sources of cognitive error. Explain how. Thinking and language. 7. Write a note on language development. 8. What is the linguistic relativity hypothesis? 5.10 Glossary. Thinking, a higher mental process done with the help of symbols of one's language. Problem solving, a behavioral attempt to overcome the hurdle towards achieving a goal. Decision making, a type of problem-solving behavior in which we have to choose among available options. Mental set, our tendency to use a previous successfully used solution in other situations also. Language, it is a set of symbols which are combined using some grammatical rules to communicate information. Functional fixedness, our tendency to see objects in the light of its usual or typical function only. Thus, posing difficulty in solving those problems which require the novel use of the objects. Framing effects, our tendency to interpret the same message differently depending upon how it has been presented or framed. Concept, a concept represents an entire class. It is the set of properties that we associate with a particular class. 5.11 Answers to self-assessment questions. SAQI 1, false 2, true 3, true 4, true 5, false. SAQ 2. 1. Decision-making. 2. Problem 3. Linguistic relativity hypothesis, or Worfian. 4. Morphemes. 5. Cognitive. 82. Thinking and Language. 5.12 References and suggested readings. Pinker, S. 2007. The Stuff of Thought, Language is a window into human nature. Penguin. Kyostellidis, J.B., 1981. Evolutionary Aspects of Thinking. Kybernetes, 10, 3, 201-204. Green, E. and Ellis, L., 2007. In Applying Psychology to Criminal Justice. D. Carson, B. Milne, F. Pakes, K. Shalev, and A. Shire, eds. Chichester, Wiley. Bernstein, D. M., Erdfelder, E. Meltzoff, A. N., Perea, W., and Loftus, G. R. 2011. Hindsight Bias from 3 to 95 years of age. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Learning, Memory, and Cognition, 37 378. Rose, N. J., and Voss, K. D. 2012. Hindsight Bias. Perspectives on Psychological Science, 7, 5, 411-426. Galati, K. M., 2017. Cognitive Psychology in and Out of the Laboratory. 5th edition. Sage Publications, New Delhi, India. Sternberg, R.J. and Sternberg, K. 2012. Cognitive Psychology. 6th edition. Wadsworth Singage Learning, United States. Galati, K. M., 1999. Making a Major Real-Life Decision, College Students Choosing an Academic Major. Journal of Educational Psychology, 91 379. Minda, J.P. 2015. The Psychology of Thinking, Reasoning, Decision-Making and Problem-Solving. Sage Publications. Ludden, D. 2015. The Psychology of Language, An Integrated Approach. Sage Publications. Kahneman, D. 2011. Thinking, Fast and Slow. Macmillan. Lunenburg, F.C. 2010, September. The Decision-Making Process. In National Forum of Educational Administration and Supervision Journal, 27, 4. References for images. A rare poster advertising Titanic. Retrieved May 19, 2018, from https://wonder-how-did-the-unsinkable-Titanic-sink. Stages of Creativity. Retrieved May 19, 2018, from http://www.docenti.unicas.it userplodes/000430/files/sawyer_r.k_explaining_creativity_2006.pdf. Girls of Hopi Tribe. Retrieved May 19, 2018, from https://in.pinterest.com/pin179188153917858736/. Solution to 9. Problem. Retrieved May 19, 2018, from http://6/gi-ra-nagui-kai-hop-den-2-. Solution to 9. Problem, asked in section 1.5.1. As you can see, this problem can be solved by following 2 ways. 85. Learning Unit 6 Learning ***. Content. 6.0 Introduction 6.1 Objectives 6.2 Nature and Scope of Learning 6.2.1 Types of Learning 6.2.1.1 Motor Learning 6.2.1.2 Verbal Learning 6.2.1.3 Concept Learning 6.2.1.4 Discrimination Learning 6.3 Theories of Learning 6.3.1 Classical Conditioning 6.3.1.1 Some Principles of Classical Conditioning 6.3.1.2 The Little Albert Experiment 6.3.1.3 Learned Helplessness 6.3.2 Operant Conditioning 6.3.2.1 An Overview of Reinforcement and Punishment 6.3.2.2 Schedules of Reinforcement. 6.3.2.3 Principles of Shaping and Chaining. 6.3.2.4 Premac Principle. 6.3.3 Observational Learning. 6.3.3.1 Process involved in observational learning. 6.3.4 Cognitive Learning. 6.3.4.1 Latent Learning. 6.3.4.2 Insight Learning. 6.4 Strategies in Learning, Imagery, Rehearsal and Organization. 6.4.1 Imagery. 6.4.2 Rehearsal. 6.4.3 Organization. 6.5 Learning in a Digital World. 6.6 Let us sum up. 6.7 Unit End Questions. 6.8 Glossary. 6.9 Answers to Self-Assessment Questions, SAQ. 6.10 References and Suggested Readings. 6.0 Introduction. Do you remember getting an injection as a kid? As soon as you or any other kid starts crying while getting an injection, most of the kids witnessing this event will also start crying. But why other kids start crying even before actually getting an injection? Because kids have observed and learned from others' experience. Asterisk Dr. Arti Singh, SOS, IGNOU. 86. Learning and memory that injection hurts. The phenomenon of acquiring a behavioral pattern, such as crying after seeing an injection, due to some previous experience has been termed by psychologists as learning. Present unit has been divided into two sections. In the first section, we will examine different theories of learning, the strategies we use in learning. We will also discuss how learning takes place in the digital world. Then we will move to the second section, memory. We will learn about different types and models of memory, then the concept of forgetting, and lastly we will discuss different methods of improving our memory. Fig. 6.1. Kids Getting Shot. Source, retrieved from http://www.smosh.com. 6.1 Objectives. After finishing this unit, you will be able to explain the nature and scope of learning. Describe the different types of learning. Discuss the theories of learning. Identify the process involved in learning strategies and discuss the effects of media on learning. 6.2 Nature and scope of learning. The term learning has been defined by psychologists in many ways. According to the most acceptable definition, it is a relatively permanent change in behavior, or behavior potential, resulting from experience, Barron, 2001. 3 points of this definition require clarification. First, as written in definition relatively permanent change, it is important to mention here that any temporary change in behavior can be termed as learning. Such as, feeling sleepy after taking drugs or heavy meals, or feeling tired due to illness. Second, permanent change due to aging or maturation will not be considered as learning. Third, here experience does not mean our own experience only. Learning can also occur through vicarious. 87. Learning, i.e., by others' experiences. Now, the question is why we learn. What is the use of the process called learning? The reason is, it helps us in adaptation and thus in survival. Learning can be of many types. Some of the most important types of learning have been discussed in the following section. 6.2.1 Types of Learning. 6.2.1.1 Motor learning. Motor learning involves acquiring of new motor skill or functions as a result of practice or experience. This learning helps us in executing motor functions, for example walking, running, skating, driving, climbing, etc. 6.2.1.2 Verbal learning. It involves acquiring skills to communicate with others by using words, sounds, pictures, etc. 6.2.1.3 Concept learning. The type of learning in which we learn to classify stimuli based on its characteristics and features. For example, our ability to identify a barking, four-legged, and a tail animal as a dog is the part of concept learning. We have learned that the word dog refers to this particular type of described animal. 6.2.1.4 Discrimination learning. Our ability to discriminate between stimuli and giving response accordingly is known as discrimination learning. For example, our ability to discriminate vehicles based on its horns. 6.3 Theories of Learning. In this section, we will discuss various theories explaining the psychological processes involved in learning. Broadly, theories of learning can be categorized based on the following. 1. Learning by association, known as classical conditioning. 2. Learning by consequence, known as operant or instrumental conditioning. 3. Learning by watching others, known as observational learning. 4. Learning by higher mental processes, known as cognitive learning. 6.3.1 Classical conditioning, learning by association. Theory of classical conditioning was proposed by Ivan Pavlov. According to classical conditioning, we learn by making associations and relationships among various stimuli. Barron, 2001, have described classical conditioning as a basic form of learning in which one stimulus comes to serve as a signal for the occurrence of a second stimulus. During classical conditioning, organisms acquire information about the relations between various stimuli, not simple associations between them. The subjects of learning in this theory are always some kind of automatic, involuntary, or reflexive responses such as heart rate, salivation, vomiting, pupil dilatation, etc. 88. Learning and memory. Before moving further, first we should know the famous experiment done by Ivan Pavlov. His experiment on dog laid the foundation of classical conditioning. Pavlov, a physiologist by profession, was working on the process of digestion on dogs around 1889. While measuring the salivation rate of dogs, he observed that his dogs often began to salivate when they smell the food, or even at the sight of their empty food pan. That is, they start salivating before they actually tasted the food. To understand this interesting observation, he conducted a study. He conducted his study in 2 trials. He called his first trial as conditioning trial. During this trial, he presented a neutral stimulus, a bell, that had no effect on dogs' salivation. The ringing of a bell was immediately followed by an unconditioned stimulus, UCS, food that can produce dogs' salivation. The response that the dog gave after getting food, unconditional stimulus, in the form of salivation was termed as an unconditioned response, UCR, because it did not depend on previous learning. This pairing of the ringing of a bell followed by food was done for a number of times. After this repetitive pairing, neutral stimulus, i.e., bell, acquired the characteristics of UCS, i.e., food. Finally, Pavlov's dog started giving a conditioned response, CR, i.e., it started salivating in the response to the sound of the bell only. The neutral stimulus used by Pavlov in his experiment, i.e., the bell, was termed by him as a conditioned stimulus, CS, because initially, the bell had no characteristics of producing salivation in the dog, but later, under certain condition, it acquired the ability to produce salivation in the dog. Fig. 6.2, Experiment of Classical Conditioning. Source: https://www.verywellmind.com. Now let us have a quick review of important terms. Unconditioned stimulus, UCS, a stimulus that can produce response unconditionally and naturally whenever it is presented. For example, cutting up an onion can make you cry, or pollen from flower can make you sneeze. Here, onion and pollen are 2 examples of UCS. 89. Conditioned stimulus, CS, learning, a stimulus that was initially neutral in nature, i.e., was not capable of producing any response. Later, with repeated pairing with UCS, it becomes able of predicting a UCS, and thus could elicit the response originally meant for UCS only. Unconditioned response, UCR, response for which we do not need any previous learning, i.e., which occurs automatically without any condition. As discussed already, crying while cutting an onion and sneezing are the examples of UCR. Conditioned response, CR, the response we give to a conditioned stimulus because of some experience, is known as CR. 6.3.1.1 Some principles of classical conditioning. Extinction: once conditioned, always conditioned. Pavlov, after coming up with the principle of learning, tried to understand the conditions under which one can unlearn the acquired conditioning. So, how can we get rid of conditioning? Stop giving UCS. When the conditioned stimulus is presented for a number of times in the absence of UCS, it will eventually lead to the disappearance of the conditioned response. This phenomenon has been termed by Pavlov as extinction. In the context of Pavlov's dog, if the bell was not followed by any food for many presentations, then after some time, the dog will stop salivating in response to the bell. But when US bell is again followed by UCS food, after extinction has taken place, conditioned response, salivation, will return very quickly, a process known as reconditioning. The reappearance of the conditioned response after a time interval due to UCS-CS pairing is known as spontaneous recovery. Generalization and discrimination, responding to similarities and discrimination. Suppose that Pavlov's dog also salivates in response to the doorbell, metronome sound as well as the bell of his wall clock, then this phenomenon will be called as stimulus generalization, the tendency to make same response to stimuli similar to a conditioned stimulus. On the contrary, if Pavlov's dog responds to the bell used in the experiment only and ignores other similar sounded bell, then this phenomenon will be called as stimulus discrimination, tendency to make a response to certain stimulus and ignore others. 6.3.1.2 The Little Albert Experiment. Can we apply the principle of classical conditioning to human learning also? To answer this, John B. Watson conducted an experiment on a 9-month child named Albert B., also famously known as Little Albert. Watson hypothesized that a children's fearful response to loud noise is an unconditioned response. He further proposed that using the principles of classical conditioning, a child can be made fearful to any neutral stimulus. During the baseline condition of the experiment, Watson and his assistants exposed little Albert to a number of stimuli such as a white rat, a rabbit, mask, etc. As expected, the little Albert did not show any fearful response to these objects. In the control condition, when Albert was exposed to the rat, Albert made a loud noise. This made Albert fearful and he started crying. After a repeated presentation of a white rat with a loud noise, he 90. Learning and memory began to cry just after seeing the rat. Later, it was observed that Albert has started to generalize his fear of similar-looking white and furry objects. Here, neutral stimulus, white rat unconditioned stimulus, loud noise unconditioned response, crying and fearful emotional response conditioned stimulus, white rat conditioned response, crying and fearful emotional response. Fig.6.3, Rat or Rabbit, I Don't Like It source. Retrieved from https://www.newscientist.com. 6.3.1.3 Learned Helplessness. Fig.6.4 Seligman's learned helplessness experiments with dogs used an apparatus that measured when the animals would move from a floor delivering shocks to one without. Source, https://virtualuniversite.in. 91. The phenomenon of learned helplessness was given by Martin Seligman in the learning late 1960s while working on classical conditioning with dogs. He noticed that those dogs who received an unavoidable electric shock for a number of times did not act to rescue themselves when they had an opportunity for it in the subsequent situations. Whereas, those dogs who received no inescapable shock took action to save themselves from the electric shock. He termed the behavior of the first group as learned helplessness, one's learned response to not to take any appropriate action to avoid aversive stimuli. In other words, one's tendency to avoid taking any action for a successful escape from an aversive or painful situation due to the history of failed attempts. The theory of learned helplessness has also been successfully applied to understand the problem of depression in human beings. 6.3.2 Operant Conditioning. Consequence-based learning. Suppose you want to use principles of classical conditioning to teach a child to write. For this, first, you need to identify an unconditional stimulus that will make the child write. But since writing is not a reflex or any emotional behavior, therefore we cannot use classical conditioning to make someone learn writing. In this situation, we should explore another form of conditioning called operant conditioning. In operant conditioning, the end result or consequence of behavior determine if it will be repeated in the future or not. Operant conditioning can be defined as a principle of learning in which behavior is maintained or changed through its positive or negative consequences. According to the principles of operant conditioning, positive consequences lead to the repetition of behavior, whereas negative consequences will lead to avoidance of behavior. Factors that increase the probability of repetition of behavior have been termed as reinforcement, whereas factors that weaken or suppresses the targeted behavior has been termed as punishment. B.F. Skinner was the main proponent of operant conditioning. He studied the learning mechanism involved in voluntary behavior. Since voluntary behavior occurred when an organism operates on the environment, he termed such voluntary behavior as operant. Thus, conditioning of operant behavior is known as operant conditioning. Skinner's work was inspired by Thorndike's principle of the law of effect, which states that behavior followed by pleasant outcomes. Fig.6.5, a Skinner's rat source, retrieved from https://impersonallytransferable.wordpress.com. 92. Learning and memory are likely to be repeated, and behavior followed by unpleasant are outcomes likely to be stopped. Now let's talk about the experiment done by Skinner. In his experiment, Skinner kept a hungry rat inside a closed chamber. The chamber has a lever, which was connected to a food container kept outside. During exploratory behavior, initially, rat pressed the lever accidentally, leading to dropping off a food pellet. After a number of such accidental trials, rat learned the behavior of pressing the lever for a food pellet. Conditioning was complete when the rat presses the lever immediately after food was placed in the chamber. Here, lever pressing is an operant behavior, and getting food is its consequence. Since in this experiment, the behavior of pressing the lever was a medium, or instrument of obtaining food, this type of learning is also known as instrumental learning. 6.3.2.1 An overview of reinforcement and punishment. Table 6.1 Overview of the type of reinforcement and punishment. Source: Barron, 2001. 6.3.2.2 Schedules of reinforcement. In real life, it is not necessary that you will be reinforced every time. Sometimes your teacher praises you, sometimes she just acknowledges you, while on the other occasions she prefers to ignore your hard work. This suggests that there is no fixed rule of giving reinforcement. Psychologists have also suggested that there can be many ways of giving reinforcement, and how reinforcement has been received also affects behavior. Here, we will talk about the schedule of reinforcement rules determining when and how reinforcement will be delivered. Barron, 2001. Stimulus event. Application of a desirable stimulus, example, food, sexual pleasure, praise. Application of an undesirable, aversive, stimulus, example, heat, cold, harsh criticism. Application of an undesirable, aversive, stimulus. Lose or postponement of a desirable stimulus. Effects. Strengthens responses that precede the occurrence of the stimulus. Strengthens responses that permit escape from or avoidance of stimulus. Weakens the responses that precede the occurrence of a stimulus. Weakens responses that lead to a loss or postponement of stimulus. Procedure. Positive reinforcement. Negative reinforcement. Positive punishment. Negative punishment. Behavioral outcomes. Organisms learn to perform responses that produce positive reinforces. Organisms learn to perform responses that permit them to avoid or escape from negative reinforces. Organisms learn to suppress responses that lead to unpleasant consequences. Organisms learn to suppress responses that lead to loss or postponement of the desired stimulus. 93. Table 6.2, Schedule of reinforcement learning. Retrieved from http://open.lib.umn.edu/intro-p6/chapter/7-2-changing behavior through reinforcement and punishment operant conditioning/ 6.3.2.3 The principle of shaping and chaining. Have you seen a circus? Or have you watched animal performing some tricks or stunts in a movie? How can they perform such a complicated behavior? Fig.6.6, a dog doing a trick source, retrieved from https://techcrunch.com. The answer to this question lies in two principles of operant conditioning called as shaping and chaining. Shaping is a process of learning a new behavior in which successively closer approximation of the desired behavior is reinforced, that is, the organism will be rewarded for each small step towards targeted behavior. Any complex behavior or skill is the chain of many steps. The process of chaining involves breaking a task into small steps, and then teaching these steps in sequence or chain. In chaining, only the targeted behavior is rewarded, i.e., once the trainee accomplishes the last step he will be rewarded. For example, if explanation. Behavior is reinforced after a specific number of responses. Behavior is reinforced after an average, but unpredictable, number of responses. Behavior is reinforced for the first response after a specific amount of time has passed. Behavior is reinforced for the first response after an average, but unpredictable, amount of time has passed. Reinforcement schedule. Fixed ratio. Variable ratio. Fixed interval. Variable interval. Real-world example. Factory workers who are paid according to the number of products they produce. Payoffs from slot machines and other games of chance. People who earn a monthly salary. A person who checks voicemail for messages. 94. Learning and memory. You want to teach a child to use the spoon to feed himself, then the chaining principle can be used. 6.3.2.4 Premack Principle. Given by David Premack, according to this principle, a more preferred behavior can be used as reinforcement for a less preferred behavior. One of the example of the usage of Premack principle can be best explained in a circumstance where, in order to develop a habit of reading in the child, the mother promises her child to allow him/her to play outside provided the child reads for a time period of 20 minutes. 6.3.3 Observational learning, learning by observation. The main proponent of observational learning was Albert Bandura. Unlike classical conditioning and operant conditioning, according to observational learning, the cognitive processes plays important role in learning behavior. Based on his work with phobic patients and the famous Bobo doll experiment, 1963, Bandura propounded social learning theory. According to social learning theory, learning occurs in a social setting by observing others' behavior and its outcome. This observational learning can occur in two ways, I. Direct observation, and, the second, indirect observation. In direct observation, you learn behavior by observing others, called as a model, directly, while in indirect observation you learn by observing or hearing others' experiences. This kind of indirect learning is known as vicarious learning. Suppose you wanted to go on a trip to the northeastern states of India. One of your friends who recently came back from his trip of Northeast suggests you to carry an umbrella or raincoat, as it can rain anytime. What will you do? There are very high chances that you will listen to his experience and carry an umbrella. This kind of learning is an example of vicarious learning. Fig.6.7 Children imitating the aggressive behavior of the actor in the film source. https://the.irtpsychology.org. 95. Now, we will discuss the famous Bobo doll experiment to have an in-depth learning understanding of observational learning. Bandura and his colleagues conducted an experiment on children to investigate the role of observational and imitation in learning social behavior, such as aggression. They selected 72 children between the age group of 3 to 6 years. Children were randomly assigned to 3 groups, 1 control and 2 experimental conditions. In one group of experiment condition, children were shown a movie with an aggressive model, beating, hitting and abusing a Bobo doll. In another experimental condition, a non-aggressive model was shown playing peacefully and in a friendly way with a Bobo doll. Whereas, in control condition children were not shown any movie. Later, all groups of children were placed in a room full of varieties of toys. It was observed that children who were exposed to the aggressive model imitated the model's behavior. They also punched, hit, and used abusive words for Bobo dolls. In contrast, the children of the second experimental group, who were exposed to non-aggressive model, did not demonstrate any aggression with Bobo doll. This was one of the landmark studies in psychology. It suggested that observation and imitation play a crucial role in learning. 6.3.3.1 Process involved in observational learning. Attention. In order to learn, one needs to focus his or her attention on a model. This process is influenced by the characteristics of the model, as well as characteristics of the observer. Retention. It is important to remember the observed behavior for future reproduction. This process depends on one's ability to rehearse and mentally represent the observed behavior. Production. In the third step, learned behavior is produced by the observer. However, production of a retained behavior depends on the capability to perform it, i.e., whether the observer possesses the required skills or not. Motivation. An observed behavior will be performed only when there is an appropriate motivation or reason to do so. Self-assessment questions, SAQI. Fill in the following blanks. 1. The main proponent of observational learning was. 2. The process of. Involves breaking a task into small steps and then teaching these steps in sequence or chain. 3. In A, behavior is reinforced after a specific number of responses. 4. Can be defined as a principle of learning in which behavior is maintained or changed through its positive or negative consequences. 5. Refers to one's learned response to not to take any appropriate action to avoid aversive stimuli. 96. Learning and memory. 6.3.4 Cognitive learning. Many psychologists proposed that explanation of learning behavior based on simple stimulus-response association is not appropriate. Since both humans and animals possess brain, therefore learning without higher mental processes is not possible. Learning based on cognitive processes is known as cognitive learning. In this section, we will discuss 2 prominent forms of cognitive learning, latent learning and insight learning. 6.3.4.1 Latent learning. Tolman was the main proponent of latent learning. Even though he was a behaviorist, but unlike others, he accepted the role of cognition in learning. Tolman and his colleagues, Tolman and Honzik, 1930, Tolman, Ritchie, and Kalish, 1946, in a series of an experiment on rats demonstrated that learning can take place without immediate reinforcement. In a study by Tolman and Honzik, 1930, hungry rats were trained to run in a maze. They took 3 groups of rats, reward group, no reward group, and no reward/reward group. For the first group, they placed hungry rats in a complicated maze with food at the end, while the second group never received any food after coming out of the maze successfully. Rats of the third group received no food for the first 10 sessions, but for their 11th session, they received food as reinforcement. Results suggest that rats of the first group took lesser time for every next trial to reach their goal, while the rats of the second group showed very slight improvement in their time and errors. Interestingly, rats of the third group initially also showed very slight improvement in their error, but once they became aware of the presence of food by its smell, their performance improved dramatically, and in fact it was on par with the performance of rats of the first group. This change in behavior was attributed to latent learning, learning that takes place but does not express until the situation for it is conducive. Fig. 6.8, Tolman's maze. Source, retrieved from https://courses.lumenlearning.com. 97. Learning 6.3.4.2 Insight Learning. Given by one of the founders of Gestalt psychology, Wolfgang Kohler, insight learning refers to the sudden realization of a problem solution. Kohler proposed that not all kind of learning depend on trial-error or conditioning. We use our cognitive processes also to learn. Using cognitive processes, we visualize the problem and solution for it internally only. Even though this learning takes place implicitly, but the change in the behavior is long-lasting. Fig.6.9, Wolfgang Kohler source, https://www.psychstudy.com. To prove his point, he conducted a series of an experiment on chimpanzees, with which we humans share 99% of DNA. In one such experiment, Kohler placed a chimpanzee in a cage and placed a banana above its reach. Initially, after a few failed attempts to get that banana, chimpanzee started spending its time unproductively by playing and sitting. Suddenly, after some time, chimpanzee started piling up the kept wooden boxes on top of each other and climbed and grabbed the banana. Kohler argued that the internal process that leads the chimpanzee to use boxes in this way is an example of insight learning. Fig. 6.10, chimpanzee trying to reach banana placed above his reach source, http://slideplayer.com. The famous story behind Archimedes' eureka moment and sudden realization of gravitational force after seeing a falling apple by Isaac Newton are some of the most famous examples of insight learning. 98. Learning and Memory 6.4 Strategies in Learning, Imagery. Rehearsal and Organization. What could be the best way or strategy of learning information? Cognitive and educational psychologists have done extensive studies in finding out the most appropriate strategies for learning. Findings suggest that learning can be improved using the method of imagery, rehearsal, and organization. In this section, we will discuss these strategies briefly. 6.4.1 Mental Imagery. Answer the following questions. How many windows are in your house? How many vowels are in the spelling of 100? For answering the first questions, most people have imaged themselves as taking a mental tour of their house and counting the number of windows. And for answering the second question, people have mentally formed the image of the spelling of digit 100 and counted the number of vowels present in its spelling. So, here mental imagery has helped you in answering these questions. Without the ability to produce mental images, you would have not answered it correctly. Studies have suggested that if you are capable of producing mental images of the information to be remembered, then you can learn things more efficiently. It can be defined as one's ability to visualize the situation or information mentally. Developmental studies have suggested that older students can get more benefits by using this method. Learning information using imagery involves 2 steps. 1. Reading the information to be remembered. 2. Mentally forming a picture of that information. If the mental image contains all the relevant information, then it will be more accurately learned. Further, reading from a book or source having a lot of details also help in forming images and thus improves learning. 6.4.2 Rehearsal. Rehearsing refers to repeating of information over and over again to order to learn it. Rehearsal can be 2 types, maintenance rehearsal and elaborative rehearsal. In maintenance rehearsal, information is simply repeated a number of times without understanding the underlying meaning to keep it in memory. On the other hand, elaborative rehearsal is a method of learning information by making an attempt to elaborate it either by understanding its underlying meaning or by making meaningful connections with other information. Studies have suggested that learning a concept or information using elaborative rehearsal method is more effective, as it helps in retaining information for the longer period. One way of doing elaborative rehearsal is elaborative interrogation. It involves asking why question for the information to be remembered, and then generating an answer. Studies have suggested that this specific technique is useful in remembering facts. 99. Learning 6.4.3 Organization. This strategy of learning requires reorganization of information to be remembered in such a way that would facilitate the learning process. For example, you were asked to remember the following list: Delhi ostrich, London Ludhiana yak, Greenwich owl. You can either learn these items by making separate groups for city and animal names, or you can create a new word by taking the first alphabet from each word, such as Dolly Geo. This method helps in improving learning in two ways. 1. It reduces a large amount of information into the manageable amount, and 2. It helps in retrieving information more accurately. 6.5 Learning in a digital world. There is no doubt that today's age is the age of computers and the internet. Everything and everyone is connected through the internet, thus affecting all spheres of one's life, including learning and education. With the entry of BPCC learning app in the Indian market, digital learning is getting more acceptances from today's generation. Digital learning can be defined as learning facilitated by technology that gives students some element of control over time, place, path, and/or pace. Florida Virtual School. Here it is important to elaborate terms: time, place, path, and/or pace. Control over time. It refers to the possibility of not restricted by the timings of school or college. One can learn anytime. Control over the place. It means learning is not restricted to any specific school or class. Fig. 6.11. Advertisement of BPCC learning app source. https://startupbase.in/case-study-by-just-the-learning-app. 100. Learning and memory control over path. The process of learning is not dependent on the pedagogy used by the teachers. Instead, one can learn from available software, mobile apps, and available video on the internet. Control over pace. One can spend more time on one topic and ignore other, according to one's will. The pace of learning can be adjusted by the student according to his or her need. Studies on the effect of digital learning have yielded mixed results. According to the one section of the researchers, it positively affects the learning process, while according to other, it hampers learning. First, the positive effects of digital learning will be discussed here. In a recent study, it was found that students using technologies to study physiology performed much better in their academics than those who did not seek any digital help. Al-Hariri and Al-Hatami, 2017. Now, the question is how it facilitates better learning. Studies have suggested that when learning takes place in shorter and frequent episodes, then it leads to retention of information for a longer period. Benjamin and Tullis, 2010. Digital learning enables students to go through information more frequently, according to their own convenience than the traditional non-digital method. Holzinger et al., 2009. These frequent revisions of information lead to better mastery among learners. With the advancement of digital technologies for studying, many social networking sites and apps also came into existence. Studies have suggested that reading digitally makes you more multitasking, but with a negative connotation. In a study in the USA, suggests that while studying digitally, students tend to visit social networking sites and shopping sites more frequently than studying using books or print material. Barron, 2017. A survey was conducted on teachers to study their perception of the effect of the digital tool on learning. It was reported that they also feel that today's generation has a lesser span of attention and can easily get distracted. Barron, 2015. Thus directly affecting our concentration negatively. Further, digital reading, such as using ebooks or using Kindle, also negatively affects your ability to give answers to the abstract question. Kaufman and Flanagan, 2016. Further, it promotes hyper-reading that aims to conserve attention by quickly identifying relevant information so that only relatively few portions of a given text are actually read. Catherine Hales, 2012, pages 12. Self-assessment questions, SAQ 2. State whether the following are true or false. 1. If the mental image contains all the relevant information, then it will be less accurately learned. 2. Rehearsing refers to repeating of information over and over again to order to learn it. 3. Sudden realization of gravitational force after seeing a falling apple by Isaac Newton are some of the most famous examples of insight learning. 4. Learning based on cognitive processes is known as cognitive learning. 5. The operant conditioning principle states that a more preferred behavior can be used as reinforcement for a less preferred behavior. Learning 6.6 Let us sum up. In this unit, we have discussed the nature of learning and its various forms. Major theories of learning, namely, the theory of classical conditioning, operant conditioning, observational learning, and cognitive learning were covered in detail. We further discussed 3 strategies: mental imagery, rehearsal, and organization, used in the process of learning. The section of the present unit explains how our process of learning is getting affected by the contemporary digital world. Lastly, we discussed its both positive and negative effects with the help of recent studies. 6.7 Unit End Questions. 1. Explain different types of learning. 2. Differentiate between the theory of classical conditioning and operant conditioning. 3. Explain extinction, spontaneous recovery, and reconditioning. 4. Write a short note on different types of reinforcement schedule proposed by the theory of operant conditioning. 5. Explain the phenomenon of learned helplessness and discuss how is it a form of classical conditioning. 6. What do you understand by the principle of shaping and chaining? 7. Write a note on latent learning and insight learning. Also, differentiate between these 2 types of learning. 8. How learning in the digital world has affected our learning. Explain. 6.8 Glossary. Classical conditioning, a basic form of learning in which one stimulus comes to serve as a signal for the occurrence of a second stimulus. During classical conditioning, organisms acquire information about the relations between various stimuli, not just simple associations between them. Operant conditioning, a form of learning in which behavior is maintained or changed through its positive or negative consequences. Positive consequences lead to the repetition of behavior, whereas negative consequences will lead to avoidance of behavior. Premack principle. This principle states that a more preferred behavior can be used as reinforcement for a less preferred behavior. Chaining, the process of breaking a task into small steps, and then teaching these steps in sequence or chain by rewarding only targeted behavior is rewarded. 102. Learning and memory schedule of reinforcement, rules determining when and how reinforcement will be delivered, is known as the schedule of reinforcement. 6.9 Answers to self-assessment questions, SAQ. SAQI. 1. Albert Bandura. 2. Chaining. 3. Fixed ratio schedule. 4. Operant conditioning. 5. Learned helplessness. SAQ 2. 1. False. 2. True. 3. True. 4. True. 5. False. 6.10 References and suggested readings. Al-Hariri, M.T., and Al-Hatami, A.A. 2017. Impact of students' use of technology on their learning achievements in physiology courses at the University of Dammam. Journal of Taiba University Medical Sciences, 12, 1, 82-85. Benjamin, A.S., and Tullis, J., 2010. What makes distributed practice effective? Cone. Psychol, 61, 228-247. doi, 10.1016/j.cogpsych.2010.05.004 Jernsbaker, M.A. 2015. Why Internet-Based Education? Frontiers in Psychology, 5, 1530. Barron, N.S., 2017. Reading in a Digital Age. Phi Delta Kappan, 99, 2, 15-20. Barron, N.S., 2015. Words on Screen, The Fate of Reading in a Digital World. Oxford University Press, USA. Kaufman, G., and Flanagan, M., 2016. High-Low Split, divergent cognitive construal levels triggered by digital and non-digital platforms. Proceedings of the 2016 CHI Conference on Human Factors in Computing Systems. New York, New York, ACM, pages 2773 to 2777 Hales, K., 2012. How We Think, Digital Media and Contemporary. Technogenesis. Chicago, Illinois, University of Chicago. Galati, K.M., 2017. Cognitive Psychology in and Out of the Laboratory. 5th edition. Sage Publications, New Delhi, India. Sternberg, R.J. and Sternberg, K., 2012. Cognitive Psychology. 6th edition. Wadsworth Singage Learning, United States. 103. Barron, R.A., 2001. Psychology Learning. 5th edition. Pearson Education, New Delhi, India. Esgate, A., and Groom, D., 2005. An Introduction to Applied Cognitive Psychology. Hove, Psychology Press, USA. References for images. Kids Getting Shots. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from http://www.smozh.com/articles 11 Pictures Kids Getting Shots. Experiment of Classical Conditioning. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from https://www.verywellmind.com/classical-conditioning-2794859. Rat or Rabbit, I Don't Like It. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from https://www.newscientist.com/article/dn26307-baby-use-in-notorious-fear-experiment is lost no more/. Seligman's Learned Helplessness Experiments with Dogs. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from ps://virtualuniversity.in/mod/book/view.php, ID equals 508, and chaptered equals 1614. A Skinner's Rat. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from https://impersonally transferable. wordpress.com/2012/11/30/law-grand-kaja-de-Skinner. A Dog Doing a Trick. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from https://techcrunch.com/201004/16/crunchgear celebrates National Scoop the Poop Week with a Doggy Minder giveaway/. Children imitating the aggressive behavior of the actor in the film. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from https://thedirt-psychology.org/bobo-doll-experiments. Tolman's Maze. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from https://courses.lumenlearning.com mopenpsychology/chapter/psychology in real life latent learning/. Wolfgang Kohler. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from https://www.psychiastudy.com behavioral/learning memory/insight learning. Chimpanzee trying to reach banana placed above his reach. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from http://slideplayer.com/slide/7222286. Advertisement of BYJU's A Learning App. Retrieved June 1, 2018, from https://startupbase.in/case-study-by-just-the-learning-app. 104. Learning and Memory Unit 7 Memory. Content 7.0 Introduction 7.1 Objectives 7.2 Nature and Scope of Memory 7.3 Types of Memory 7.3.1 Declarative or Explicit Memory 7.3.2 Non-Declarative or implicit memory. 7.3.3 Sensory memory. 7.4 Models of memory. 7.4.1 The traditional model of memory. 7.4.2 The level of processing model. 7.4.3 An integrative model, working memory. 7.5 Concept and theories of forgetting. 7.5.1 Theory of interference. 7.6 Strategies for enhancing memory. 7.6.1 Mnemonics using images. 7.6.2 Mnemonics using organization. 7.7 Application of memory in everyday life. 7.7.1 Autobiographical memory. What has happened in my life. 7.7.2 False memory. 7.7.3 Flashbulb memory. Memories of emotionally charged events. 7.8 Let us sum up. 7.9 Unit End Questions. 7.10 Glossary. 7.11 Answers to self-assessment questions. 7.12 References and suggested readings. 7.0 Introduction. Fig. 7.1 Memory can be tricky sometimes. Source: https://robkworld.com. 105. Memory. It is not just the story of Garfield only, you might also have experienced a similar situation. Memory is tricky because it has mysterious nature. Psychologists have also tried to uncover its mystery and investigated how it affects human behavior. In this unit, we are going to discuss various aspects of memory, such as its nature, types, and different models to understand its structure. We will further see why sometimes our memory betrays us, and what are the different ways to reduce these memory failures. 7.1 Objectives. After studying this unit, you will be able to explain the concept of memory and its nature, discuss the different types of memory, evaluate the various models of memory, discuss the concept of forgetting and different theories explaining it, identify various strategies for enhancing memory, and describe the autobiographical memory, false memory, and flashbulb memory. 7.2 Nature and scope of memory. What did you eat in dinner yesterday? What is the name of your best friend? Do you know how to drive a car or a cycle? How did you feel when you got the highest marks in your high school? The mental process you use to answer all of these questions is known as memory. It refers to the ability to retain information and reproducing it over a period of time when required to perform a cognitive task. It has been conceptualized as a process comprised of 3 stages: I. Encoding, 2. Storage, and 3. Retrieval. All information received by our senses goes through these stages. I. Encoding. It is the process of converting sensory information into a form that can be processed further by the memory systems. 2. Storage. In this second stage, received information from memory systems are stored so that it can be used at a later time also, and 3. Retrieval. It refers to locating and bringing the stored material information to one's awareness when required to complete a task. However, any issue or hindrance in the completion of any of these stages can lead to memory failure. 7.3 Types of memory. There is no single region in the brain responsible for memory. Instead, different parts of the brain are responsible for memories of different types. In this section, we will talk about the different types of memory. 106. Learning and memory types of memory. Declarative, explicit, memory. Non-declarative, implicit, memory. Sensory memory. 1, working. 1, priming. 2, episodic. 2, conditioning. 3, semantic. 3, motor or procedural. Fig. 7.2, diagram showing different types of memory. 7.3.1 Declarative or explicit memory. It refers to that memory system which can be controlled consciously and for which we are aware of in some form. It involves effort and intention, and it generally declines with the age. Recalling the name of a friend, remembering a contact number, or ATM PIN involves declarative memory. Following are its 3 subsystems. 1. Working memory. It can be considered as a benchmark of consciousness. This system of memory is responsible for processing and storing of information needed for immediate use. such as remembering a phone number when dialing it on a landline, solving a mathematical problem involves working memory, or listening to a speech. 2. Semantic memory. The word semantic refers to meaning or logic. This subsystem of memory stores knowledge about the world, facts, concepts, logic, and meaning associated with the words or symbols. 3. Episodic memory. The memory associated with our experiences or life events is called as episodic memory. It is used to recall past events, such as, how did you celebrate your last birthday? What did you eat at today's breakfast? 7.3.2 Non-declarative or implicit memory. That system of memory for which we pose no awareness. It works unconsciously and without any efforts and intentions. It is unaffected by aging. Following are its three forms. 1. Priming. It is the process that works unconsciously and helps in speeding up the process of retrieving. This process suggests that memory can be activated unconsciously also. 2. Conditioning. As already discussed in the previous unit, that this form of memory is responsible for learning an association between two stimuli. 107. 3. Motor/procedural memory. The process of learning a motor skill is slow, but once it is well learned it becomes automatic in nature. That is, it does not need any further attention or conscious effort. Such as the motor process involved in walking does not need any conscious effort. 7.3.3 Sensory memory. Sensory memory, which is also known as fleeting memory sometimes, is closely related to the process of perception. It is responsible for keeping a record of our percept for a very brief period of time. It is important to note here that our sensory register works as a memory system. The information from the environment first reaches sensory memory, and if required attention is given to the information, it moves to other memory systems. It can store information only for 200 to 500 milliseconds. Psychologists have argued that there is a visual sensory memory, an auditory sensory memory, an olfactory, smell, sensory memory, a gustatory, taste, sensory memory, and a tactile, touch, sensory memory. However, a bulk of literature is available on iconic sensory memory, the memory for visual inputs, and echoic sensory memory, the memory for auditory inputs. George Sperling, 1960, was credited for conducting classic experiments on sensory memory. 7.4 Models of memory. One can find several models of memory in literature. However, the following are the three most famous models to explain the process of memory that we are going to discuss. 7.4.1 The traditional model of memory. Atkinson and Shiffrin, 1968, proposed a model for memory, known as stage model of memory or modal model. This model is greatly influenced by the working of the computer. If you ever had used computers, you must be aware of two types of memory used by it: RAM, random access memory, and ROM, read-only memory, or memory available in the computer in the form of hard drive. RAM is the memory that you use while performing a task at hand, whereas ROM is that part of memory where you can save all types of files, as it has a vast storage capacity. Atkinson and Shiffrin, 1968, equated working of human memory to the working of computers. They proposed that similar to computers, we also possess different forms of memory systems, described as follows. A. Sensory memory. In this, representation of sensory information is stored from a very brief period of time. B. STM. Short-term memory. This system also holds information for a short duration of time. Studies have suggested that it can hold information for up to 30 seconds. Tasks such as dialing a phone number manually or writing in a dictation. C. LTM. Long-term memory. It has been considered as a storehouse of all kinds of memories. You can remember things from last evening to since your childhood due to this system of memory. 108. Learning and memory. Fig.7.3. Atkinson and Shiffrin, 1968, Model of memory. How does information move from one memory system to another? According to Atkinson and Shiffrin, only that information which can grab our attention will move from sensory memory to STM. Whereas information from STM can only be moved to LTM through elaborative rehearsal, thinking in terms of the meaning of the information and relating it to already existing information in LTM. 7.4.2 The Levels of Processing Model. This model refutes the claim of the Atkinson and Shiffrin model that memory consists of the different subsystem. According to the model of the levels of processing, LOP, whether the information will be retrieved successfully or not depends on its level of processing. LOP refers to the level at which information has been encoded. Craik and Tulving, 1975, have proposed 3 LOP. A. Physical/structural processing, encoding of information based on its physical attributes. B. Phonological processing, encoding based on how it sounds, such as hat rhymes with cat. C. Semantic processing, encoding done based on its meaning and/or concept. Studies on this model have suggested that deeper the level of processing, the higher will be its probability to be retrieved successfully. Fig. 7.4, Level of Processing, Craik and Tulving, 1975. Attention, elaborative rehearsal. Information. Sensory memory capacity, large duration, less than 1 second. Short-term memory capacity, small duration, less than 30 seconds. Long-term memory capacity, unlimited duration, up to one's lifetime. Physical. Phonological. Semantic. Increasing depth of processing. 109. Memory 7.4.3 An integrative model, working memory. The concept of STM propounded by Atkinson and Shiffrin was very narrow. They considered STM only as a short-term memory storehouse, but later studies disapproved it. Later studies suggested that STM is dynamic in nature, i.e., it works not just as a storehouse of information, but also responsible for manipulation of incoming information for the completion of a cognitive task. In 1974, Baddeley and Hitch, after incorporating the idea of the level of processing, LOP, proposed a new model for STM and termed it as working memory. Thus, working memory can be defined as a limited capacity system for temporary storage and manipulation of information for complex tasks such as comprehension, learning, and reasoning. Goldstein book, pages 131. Baddeley's model of working memory, WM, consists of 4 components: the central executive, the phonological loop, the visuospatial sketchpad, and the episodic buffer, figure 5. The central executive, as the name suggests, it works as an executive in our working memory. It coordinates and regulates cognitive operation between subordinate systems, namely, phonological loop, visuospatial, and episodic buffer. It decides which of the memory will become part of long-term memory, and which will fade away. The phonological loop is responsible for storing verbal and auditory information. The information stored in the phonological loop will decay within 2 seconds unless it is not rehearsed. It consists of 2 components: phonological store, which stores information for few seconds, and the articulatory rehearsal process, responsible for rehearsing the information in order to keep the information stored in phonological store from decaying. For instance, trying to remember a phone number you have been just told by your friend involves the phonological loop. The visuospatial sketchpad keeps visual and spatial information stored. For instance, the mental picture that comes up in your mind while listening to a story or solving a puzzle involves using your visuospatial sketchpad. Verbal information. Phonological storage, subvocal rehearsal. Phonological loop, visuospatial sketchpad. Visual information. Episodic buffer. Long-term memory. Central executive. Fig. 7.5, Baddeley's model of working memory source, Sternberg, 2012, pages 204. 110. Learning and memory. The episodic buffer is responsible for combining information from the phonological loop, visuospatial, and long-term memory for generating a unitary episodic representation of information. Thus, this component helps us in making a sense of the received information. Self-assessment questions, SAQI. State whether the following are true or false. 1. LTM, long-term memory, is considered as a storehouse of all kinds of memories. 2. The visuospatial sketchpad is responsible for combining information from the phonological loop, visuospatial, and long-term memory for generating a unitary episodic representation of information. 3. Short-term memory is also known as fleeting memory. 4. Encoding is the process of converting sensory information into a form that can be processed further by the memory systems. 5. The memory associated with our experiences or life events is called as episodic memory. 7.5 Concept and theories of forgetting. Why do we tend to forget the names of the people we just met? Or why do we forget the phone number we just dialed a few minutes ago? We all have experienced forgetting in their day-to-day life, but what are the causes behind it? According to psychologists, forgetting is our inability to recall already encoded and stored information from our memory system. Fig. 7.6, Ebbinghaus forgetting curve source, http://www.keyindiparent.com. To understand the nature of forgetting, Hermann Ebbinghaus, a German psychologist, conducted the first systematic experiment in 1879. He created many CVC, constant vowel constant, nonsense syllabuses such as NAK or PUD, and administered on himself. The method of conducting an experiment on oneself only and using your own experience is known as the introspective method. 2. 111. Memory. Investigate the nature of memory and forgetting. First, he memorized lists of nonsense syllabus until he had reached predefined criteria, and then measured the number of syllabi retained by him after a variable time interval. Further, he also noted the number of trials taken by him to relearn the same list of syllabus again, at a variable time interval. Based on his observations, he came up with the following curve for explaining the nature of forgetting. This curve is known as Ebbinghaus forgetting curve. You can see from the graph that the rate of forgetting is the maximum in the starting, but after a few hours, it becomes slow. Recent studies have reported similar results. There are basically following two classes of theories available in the literature explaining the causes of forgetting. 7.5.1 Theory of interference. According to this theory, forgetting occurs due to interference with other memories. This interference can be of two types. Proactive interference, pro equals forward, forgetting of newly acquired information due to interference from previously learned information. Retroactive interference, retro equals backward, forgetting of previously stored information due to the learning of new information. Trace decay theory. Also known as disuse theory, trace decay theory proposes that learning causes change in the central nervous system leading to the formation of memory traces, physical change in the brain due to learning. When these memory traces are not used for a long time, they fade away leading to forgetting. Thus, the underlying mechanism of this theory is use it or lose it, i.e., if you did not use your stored information at a regular interval of time, then you may be at the risk of losing it. Cue-dependent forgetting theory. According to this theory, forgetting can also occur due to the absence of an appropriate cue or presence of poor cue. Suppose you were given a list of objects to buy from the market. By mistake, you lost the list. Now, you are trying your best to recall all the items from the list, but there are good chances that you will forget many. Studies have suggested that if subjects were given a hint or clue about the category of those items, then it improved their recall. Studies have even suggested that the physical attributes of the environment also play positive role retrieval. 7.6 Strategies for enhancing memory. India's Shakuntala Devi, a child prodigy, had many world records on her name. She was a part of many psychological studies because of her incomparable abilities to solve mathematical problems within a few seconds. In 1977, at Southern Methodist University, she calculated the 23rd root of a 201-digit number in just 50 seconds. Interestingly, to verify her answer, a special computer program, was written by U.S. Bureau of Standards to perform such a difficult calculation. Jensen, 1990. 112. Learning and memory. Fig.7.7, Google Doodle honoring Shakuntala Devi, the human calculator on her 84th birthday. Source: https://www.google.com. All of us desire to have a memory like her, but most of us suffer from some kind of memory failure. Having ability like Shakuntala Devi is very rare, but we can definitely help you in improving your chances to memorize information effectively. In this section, we will discuss mnemonics, pronounced as NIMO-NICS, methods or techniques of enhancing memory. There are basically two broad categories of mnemonics. One category of mnemonics use images, while other uses principles of organization to memorize information. 7.6.1 Mnemonics using images. There are many strategies which use images to improve efficiency in retaining and retrieval of information. Following two types of mnemonics use images. 1. Method of loci. Placing images at the location loci, pronounced as loci, is the plural form of locus, which refers to position or place. This method uses the location of a familiar place as a cue to retrieve information. Now suppose you want to learn a list of objects that you want to buy from a nearby grocery store. The lists contain items like egg, tomato, pen, washing powder, and salt. Now to remember these items, first, visualize each of them to be located in some separate spatial location, such as in different rooms of your house. Then, mentally go through your house visualizing each item in a separate place. After reaching the market, all you need to do is to take another mental tour of your house and recall the items you have placed in the different location in a sequence. 2. Keyword method. The keyword method is considered appropriate for learning vocabulary and foreign language. In this method, any two pieces of information are linked using images. Now suppose you want to extend your vocabulary for the English language. You come across a word scowl which stands for an angry or bad-tempered expression. In order to learn its meaning first, you need to find a keyword, a familiar word that sounds similar to the target word scowl. Now, using an image, try to relate your target word to the keyword. Since the word scowl. Fig.7.8, an owl with an angry expression. Source: https://pixabay.com. 113. Memory sounds similar to owl. You can imagine a picture of an owl with an angry expression. Studies have suggested that this method of learning definition or vocabulary is far more superior than rote learning. 7.6.2 Mnemonics using organization. It improves the ability to learn and retrieve information accurately by applying the principle of reorganization of the material to be learned. Under this section, we will discuss two types of mnemonics. Chunking it is a method of combining smaller units into meaningful larger units, such as, if you were asked to remember the following series of number 19391945. If you are well versed with world history, then you can also group these numbers in the following ways. 1939 to 1945. Second World War started in 1939 and ended in 1945. In this way, you can memorize as well as recall these numbers more accurately. You can also chunk information by using it in sentences, songs, or phrases. First letter technique. In this technique, the first letter of each word you want to memorize is taken to make a meaningful word or sentence. For example, the color of the rainbow can be remembered using this technique. Violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. The word Vibgir stands for all the 7 colors of the rainbow. 7.7 Applications of memory in everyday life. Till now we have discussed different models of memory, its characteristics, and reasons for forgetting information, and methods to improve our memory. Now let us see how psychologists have discussed our memory in the day-to-day life. We will discuss 3 topics to understand the role of memory in our daily routine: autobiographical memory, false memory, and flashbulb memory. 114. Learning and Memory 7.7.1 Autobiographical Memory. What has happened in my life? As the name suggests itself, it is the memory of your own past events or personal experiences. Our autobiographical memory, AM, is generally accurate, but sometimes it is also influenced the constructive nature of memory. But, do we remember life events from all periods of life equally? Studies have suggested that people from middle age remember life events from their youth period and early adult period more vividly than their recent past. Reed and Connolly, 2007. Marigold Linton, 1975, 1982, did a classic study on AM using Ebbinghaus' method of introspection. She kept a diary for 6 periods, recording at least 2 events per day. She studied these recorded memories to understand the nature of AM. Fig.7.9. Our memory source, https://www.newscientist.com. 7.7.2 False memory. As the name suggests, it is the memory of an event that never happened. It can be defined as a mental experience that is mistakenly taken to be a veridical representation of an event from one's personal past. International Encyclopedia of the Social and Behavioral Sciences, 2001. Also known as recovered memory or pseudo-memory, these memories are very vivid and emotionally charged. In a majority of the false memory cases, people were found to have a memory associated with the act of childhood sexual abuse or violence. Various studies have suggested that our memory is not fixed, and it can be easily manipulated through effective suggestion, such as during a session of psychotherapy. False memory syndrome is very relevant in the context of psychotherapy and forensic witness. In a study, it was found that around 20% memory of the witnesses were false. Mazzoni, Scoboria, and Harvey, 2010. 7.7.3 Flashbulb memory. Memories of emotionally charged events. What were you doing when you first heard about 9/11 attack? What was your first reaction? Many people still have very clear memories of the 9/11 attack. They could recall what they were doing when they first heard about it, from where they heard it, how they felt, and other details vividly. So, what is so special about this memory? According to Roger Brown and James Kulik, 1977, these memories are so vivid that it seems to be persevered as a film. In the context of 115. Memory India, people old enough to recall the assassination of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, or Rajiv Gandhi, may have flashbulb memories of these events. Fig. 7.10, 9/11 terrorist attack on World Trade Towers, USA source, https://www.onthisday.com. What are the reasons for such vivid memories of an event? Studies have pointed out a number of factors like the emotional intensity of the event. Bohannon, 1988. Another view suggests that because of the significance we retell our experiences leading to frequent rehearsal, and thus making those memories more accurate and vivid even after many years. Bohannon, 1988. Self-assessment questions, SAQ2. Fill in the following blanks. 1. Refers to forgetting of newly acquired information due to interference from previously learned information. 2. Is also known as recovered memory or pseudo-memory. 3. Is a method of combining smaller units into meaningful larger units. 4. That is considered appropriate for learning vocabulary and foreign language. 5. Is the method or technique of enhancing memory. 7.8 Let us sum up. In this unit, we discussed the nature of memory. Now we know that memory refers to the ability to retain information and reproducing it over a period of time when required to perform a cognitive task. We discussed different types and different models of memory. Further, we discussed why we sometimes fail to retrieve the required information, leading to memory failure. A number of theories explaining the cause of forgetting were also discussed. Lastly, the role of memory in our daily life was discussed in this unit. 7.9 Unit End question. 1. Write a note on the nature and types of memory. 116. Learning and memory 2. What is the difference between short-term memory and working memory? 3. Briefly explain the Baddeley's theory of working memory. 4. What is forgetting? Explain the theory of interference in the context of forgetting. 5. Differentiate between autobiographical memory and false memory. 6. Write any 3 techniques to improve memory. 7.10 Glossary. Memory. It refers to the ability to retain information and reproducing it over a period of time when required to perform a cognitive task. Explicit memory. It refers to that memory system which can be controlled consciously and for which we are aware of in some form. Implicit memory. The system of memory for which we pose no awareness. It works unconsciously and without any efforts and intentions. Forgetting. It is our inability to recall already encoded and stored information from our memory system. Method of loci. It is a method of enhancing memory. It uses the location of a familiar place as a cue to retrieve information. Chunking. It is another memory of remembering and recalling information correctly. In this method, smaller units of information are combined into meaningful larger units. Autobiographical memory. It is the memory of your own past events or personal experiences. 7.11 Answers to Self-Assessment Questions, SAQ 2. SAQI. 1. True 2, false 3, false 4, true 5, true. 117. Memory SAQ 2 1. Proactive interference 2, false memory 3, chunking 4, keyword method 5, mnemonics. 7.12 References and suggested reading. Mazzoni, G. Scoboria, A., and Harvey, L. 2010. Non-Believed Memories. Psychological Science, 21, 9, 1334-1340. Jensen, A.R., 1990. Speed of Information Processing in a Calculating Prodigy. Intelligence, 14, 3, 259-274. Baddeley, A.D., and Baddeley, A.D., 2004. Your Memory, A User's Guide. New York, USA, Carlton Books. Rubin, D.C. ed. 1999, Remembering Our Past, Studies in Autobiographical Memory. Cambridge University Press. 4. J. 2012. Moonwalking with Einstein, The Art and Science of Remembering Everything. Penguin. Stiles, E. 2004. Attention, Perception, and Memory, An Integrated Introduction. Psychology Press. Smith, E. E. Koslin, S. M., and Barsalau, L. W. 2007. Cognitive Psychology, Mind and Brain, Volume 6. Upper Saddle River, Pearson/Prentice Hall. Baddeley, A.D., 1986. Working Memory. Clarendon Press. Reed, J.D., and Connolly, A. 2007. The Effects of Delay on Long-Term Memory. For Witnessed Events, pages 117 to 155. New York, Lawrence Erlbaum. Baddeley, A. 1992. What is the autobiographical memory? In Theoretical Perspectives on Autobiographical Memory, pages 13 to 29. Springer, Dordrecht. Neisser, U., and Libby, L. K., 2000. Remembering Life Experiences. The Oxford Handbook of Memory, 315 to 332. Sternberg, R. J., Sternberg, K., and Mio, J., 2012. Cognitive Psychology. Wadsworth, Singage Learning, USA. References for images memory can be tricky sometimes. Retrieved June 13, 2018, from https://robekworld.com/garfields-dementia-a-life-b2bf32c839 Sternberg, R. J., Sternberg, K., and Mio, J., 2012. Cognitive Psychology. Wadsworth, Singage Learning, USA. Ill, pages 204. 118. Learning and Memory Ebbinghaus Forgetting Curve. Retrieved June 13, 2018, from http://www.kndparent.com/newsletter/04/news.html. Google Doodle honoring Shakuntala Devi. Retrieved June 13, 2018, from https://www.google.com/doodles/Shakuntala Devi's 84th birthday. An owl with an angry expression. Retrieved June 13, 2018, from https://pixabay.com/n/owl-animal-bird-angry-156933. Our Memories. Retrieved June 13, 2018, from https://www.newscientist.com article/mg2162885-200 Memory, How the Brain Spins Your Life Story / 9/11 Terrorist Attack on World Trade Towers, USA. Retrieved June 13, 2018, from https://www.onthisday.com/photos/9-11-attack-on-world-trade-towers. 121. Motivation Unit 8 Motivation ***. Structure. 8.0 Introduction. 8.1 Objectives. 8.2 Concept and Nature of Motivation. 8.2.1 Functions of Motivational Concepts. 8.3 Types of Motivations. 8.4 Theories of Motivations. 8.4.1 Drive Reduction Model. 8.4.2 The Optimal Arousal Model. 8.4.3 Incentive Theories. 8.4.4 Cognitive Approaches to Motivation. 8.4.5 The Hierarchical Model. 8.4.6 Alderfer's ERG Theory. 8.4.7 Herzberg's Two-Factor Theory. 8.4.8 McClelland's Acquired Needs Theory. 8.5 Let us sum up. 8.6 Glossary. 8.7 Unit End Questions. 8.8 Answers to Self-Assessment Questions. 8.9 References and Suggested Readings. 8.0 Introduction. Sheena was taking part in 100 meters marathon in her college. But as she started running, there was a cramp in her left leg. But despite of the pain and discomfort, Sheena managed to finish the race and secured the first prize. What do you think might have made Sheena continue in the race and perform to her best? Sonia's brother was getting married the next day, and despite of being preoccupied with the marriage preparations, she ensured that the report that she had to submit to her superior was prepared and submitted as per the time given to her. What do you think promoted Sonia to prepare the report and submit it in time? In these brief examples, the main question that arises is why did the individuals, Sheena and Sonia, behave the way they did? What was the driving force behind their behavior? In our day-to-day life as well, you will come across such behaviors, where you may wonder why certain individuals behave the way they did. From getting something to eat to helping a person injured in an accident, to completing work on time, one of the significant factors that can play a role is motivation. As certain behaviors may be displayed due to motivation, it is also possible that an individual may not behave in certain ways because of lack of motivation. For example, a student may not do well in his/her examination because he/she never felt motivated enough, intrinsically or extrinsically. These terms will be Professor Suhas Shetgovikar, SOS, IGNOU. 122. Motivation and emotion discussed in detail later in this unit, or an individual may not perform to his/her best at work due to lack of motivation. From above examples, it can be concluded that motivation is a key factor that may determine human behavior, and thus it is also important, as students of psychology, we try to understand this term in a better way. Therefore, in this unit, we will discuss the concept of motivation in detail. First, we will talk about its definition, nature and types of motivation. Then, we will discuss various theories explaining the concept of motivation. 8.1 Objectives. After finishing this unit, you would be able to explain the concept of motivation, differentiate between motivation, needs, drives, and incentives, discuss the different types of motivation, identify the function of motivation in our behavior and daily life, and explain the theories of motivation. 8.2 Concept and nature of motivation. As is reflected to some extent from the examples that we discussed earlier, motivation can be termed as a driving force, or it can also be stated as a process that starts and drives various activities, whether physical or psychological. Gehrig and Zimbardo, 2006. The term motivation has been derived from a Latin word movere, which means to move. There are various definitions of motivation, and some of them have been discussed as follows. Feldman, 2015, pg 287, defined motivation as the factors that direct and energize the behavior of humans and other organisms. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, pg 397, defined motivation as the urge to move towards one's goals, to accomplish tasks. Chamorro-Premuzic, 2015, pg 272, defined motivation as an internal state, dynamic rather than static in nature, that propels action, directs behavior, and is oriented toward satisfying both instincts and cultural needs and goals. Quick, Nelson and Candlewall, 2013, pg 172, defined motivation as the process of arousing and sustaining goal-directed behavior. Nolan Hoeksema et al., 2009, pg 419, described motivation as a condition that energizes behavior and gives it direction. Morgan et al., 1993, pg 268, defined motivation as the driving and pulling forces which result in persistent behavior directed toward particular goals. As can be seen in the above definitions, motivation has been mainly termed as a set of factors that drives or pushes one in certain direction or to behave in certain way. It can thus be described in terms of drive, force, desires, needs, and wishes that may lead to individuals behaving in certain manner. A desire to get praise from teacher may motivate a student to perform well in a class activity. A wish to 123. Gain more knowledge about a certain subject may motivate an individual to take motivation up an educational program in that subject. A hunger drive may prompt an individual to buy biscuits or snacks. A desire to spend time with his/her parents may encourage a person to travel long distance. Thus, any human behavior can be said to be as a result of some kind of motivation. In the context of motivation, the three main terms that need to be discussed are needs, drives, and incentives that contribute to motivation. Needs, these are related to the biological states of cellular or bodily deficiencies that lead to drives. For example, individuals need water, food, and of course oxygen to survive. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015. Drives, Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, pg 397, define drives as the perceived states of tension that occur when our bodies are deficient in some need, creating an urge to relieve the tension. As we discussed under need, a need leads to or compels drive. Thus, when an individual is hungry, he/she will seek food. Thus, the need leads to drive and makes individual to behave in such a way that the deficiency created is dealt with. Incentives, this is external or is from the environment, as opposed to drive that are internal, and plays a role in motivating behaviors. It could be an object or an event. A trophy won in a game can be termed as an incentive to do well in that game. Yet another term that needs to be highlighted here is that of motives. Most often the terms motivation and motives are used interchangeably. However, they are different, as motivation can be termed as a general term, whereas motives is a specific term. Motive is something that actually drives an individual to take certain action, and motivation is the process within which a motive drives an individual towards certain action. 8.2.1 Functions of motivational concepts. There are 5 main functions of motivational concepts, that are discussed as follows. Relationship between biology and behavior. It is possible that certain physiological responses may motivate an individual to behave in certain way or take certain actions. For example, a person may wake up at night from sleep to get an extra blanket because he/she felt cold, or he/she may wake up to get water because he/she was feeling thirsty. Feeling cold or feeling thirsty are physiological responses that prompts an individual to take certain actions. Accounting for variations in behavior, motivation, can also be used in order to account for variations in behavior. It is sometimes possible that the variations in the behavior of the individuals cannot be explained in terms of differences in their skills or abilities, or even practice. In such a situation, such behavioral variations can be attributed to motivation. On certain days you may feel highly motivated to complete a task, and thus you will work on the same with great zeal. However, on other days you may feel less motivated, and thus may not work so effectively on the same task. 124. Motivation and emotion. Similarly, individuals with same level of skills and abilities may also perform differently based on their level of motivation. Make inferences about the private state of an individual based on his/her public actions. Most of the overt behavior of individuals is inferred to understand what caused such a behavior. We may often attribute an overt behavior to some internal causes. This is also applicable to one's own behavior. Behavior as such can be result of internal or external behavior. For assignment of responsibility for actions, personal responsibility can be related to internal motivation, as well as the ability of the individual to control one's actions. A theory of motivation needs to differentiate between the varied causes of behavior. Individuals are considered as less responsible for their actions in the following conditions. A. When an individual's intentions were not to cause negative outcomes. B. The behaviors were provoked by external factors. C. The behavior or actions were as a result of consumption of alcohol or drugs or due to strong emotions experienced by the individual. Explaining perseverance despite of any adversity. A child with physical disability may become successful in life and achieve his/her potential despite of all adversities faced by him/her. The reason being such perseverance can be traced to motivation. Thus, motivation may help an individual in being persistent and employ one's abilities and skills to the fullest. 8.3 Types of motivation. Motivation can be of different types. These have been discussed as follows. Primary and secondary motivation. The two main types of motivation are primary and secondary motivation. Primary motivation can also be termed as basic motivation, and mainly includes the needs related to hunger, thirst, sleep, sex, avoidance of pain, and so on. These mainly influence an individual's behavior at a basic level, and these needs are also related to the basic need for preservation of self. Secondary motivation can be termed as learned motivation, and these may differ from individual to individual. They are also related to the priorities and values of the individual. These will be further touched upon under drive reduction theory. Extrinsic and intrinsic motivation. This is yet another way in which motivation can be categorized. Extrinsic motivation can be defined as motivation that comes from outside the person and usually involves rewards and praises. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, pg 415. The examples of extrinsic motion are reward, praises, money, feedback, and so on. These motivators can be applied to make individuals carry out activities that they may not do otherwise. And as such, these motivators provide satisfaction/pleasure that the task may not provide. Extrinsic motivation does have a number of advantages, as it is not only linked with the increase in behavior, but also with increase in performance. However, it can also be criticized as if the reward, for example, is removed, then the behavior may also decrease. And at the same time, if the reward remains the same and is not increased, then 125. Again, the motivation will decrease. Further, extrinsic motivation may be motivation effective with simpler tasks as opposed to tasks that require creative and lateral thinking. Further, it may also affect the intrinsic motivation of the person in carrying out the task. For example, a child enjoys keeping his/her room organized and tidy, but if parents start providing reward for the same, the child will keep the room tidy not because of the intrinsic motivation, that is the enjoyment, but will do so because of the reward given by the parents. To take yet another example, if an employee adequately uses safety devices, because he/she is intrinsically motivated to do so, but if his/her supervisor provides him/her with extrinsic motivators for use of the safety devices, the employee will start using the safety devices due to the extrinsic motivation, and not due to the intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation can be defined as motivation that comes from within a person and includes the elements of challenge, enjoyment, mastery and autonomy. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, pg 416. For example, there could be an activity that an individual may simply enjoy doing. There are 4 components of intrinsic motivation, Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, that are discussed as follows. Challenge. This related to the extent to which an individual enjoys the excitement that accompanies a new challenge. Enjoyment. This is related to the pleasure that an individual may obtain from carrying out the task. Mastery. This is related to the sense of pride and accomplishment that an individual may experience when he/she carries out a difficult task. Autonomy and self-determination. The autonomy that an individual enjoys while carrying out the task, that is, the freedom with which the individual can determine what is to be done, and how is it to be done. Intrinsic motivation plays an important role in enhancing the productivity, as well as creativity in the individuals. Self-assessment questions, SAQI. State whether the following are true or false. 1. Challenge is related to the pleasure that an individual may obtain from carrying out the task. 2. The examples of extrinsic motion are reward, praises, money, feedback, and so on. 3. Motivation has been mainly termed as a set of factors that drives or pushes one in certain direction, or to behave in certain way. 4. Drives are the biological states of cellular or bodily deficiencies that lead to needs. 5. Personal responsibility can be related to external motivation, as well as the ability of the others to control an individual's actions. 126. Motivation and emotion. 8.4 Theories of motivation. Various theories of motivation have been discussed as follows. 8.4.1 Drive Reduction Model. The drive theory is one of the approaches to motivation. These theories are also called as the push theories of motivation, as the behavior is pushed towards goals by driving force within the person or animal. Morgan et al., 1996, pg 269. Drive reduction model states that lack of some basic biological need produces a drive to push an organism to satisfy that need. Feldman, 2015, pg 288. Drive was already defined earlier in this unit, and it can be explained as attention or arousal that channelizes behavior to fulfill a need. Drives can be of 2 types, primary and secondary. The examples of primary drives are thirst, hunger, sleep, and sex that are mainly related to the physiological needs of an individual. Secondary drives are related to the previous experience and learning that leads to development of a need. For example, need for achievement in one's field of work. Thus, this secondary drive will then channelize their work-related behavior. An important term that needs to be discussed under this model is homeostasis, which can be explained as the process by which all organisms work to maintain physiological equilibrium or balance around an optimal set point. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, pg 398. It can also be explained as the tendency of the body to maintain an internal state that is balanced or steady. Feldman, 2015. Thus, whenever there is any deviation from the ideal state or the set point, then the adjustments will be made by the body to re-establish the balanced state or achieve the set point, thus restoring the balance. Homeostasis helps to operate the needs related to food, water, sleep, body temperature, and so on. Drive reduction theory explains how behaviors are channelized by primary drives. However, it does not adequately explain behaviors that have goal to maintain or increase arousal. For example, it may not help in explaining behavior of an adolescent who enjoys a roller coaster ride or rides his slasher bike in full speed. Thus, as such a behavior that is thrilling and a behavior related to curiosity cannot be explained with the help of this model. 8.4.2 The optimal arousal model. As was discussed under drive reduction model, that the model cannot be applied to explain the behaviors related to curiosity or behaviors that seek thrill. In such cases, the optimal arousal model can be used. This model is based on the work carried out by Yerkes and Dodson in 1908, referred to as the Yerkes-Dodson Law, Feist and Rosenberg, 2015. The model states that we function best when we are moderately aroused or energized, and both low and high arousal/energy levels lead to poor performance. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, pg 399. This can also be explained with the help of the figure No. 8.1. 127. Motivation. Fig. 8.1, the Yerkes-Dodson Law. Source, retrieved from https://en.wikipedia.org. As can be seen in Figure 8.1, when the arousal is low or high, the performance is also low. However, an optimal level of arousal leads to high performance. Thus, it can be said that individuals are motivated when certain situation is not very high or low in stimulation. 8.4.3 Incentive theories. These can also be described as pull theories, Morgan et al., 1996. These theories state that the motivation is as a result of desire to achieve external rewards or incentives. For example, a chocolate could serve as an incentive for a child to do his / her homework in time, even though he/she may not actually be hungry. That would be a cue that is internal. Though these theories do not explain why an individual may desire to fulfill certain needs even when no incentive is provided. Thus, it can be said that both the drive reduction model and the incentive theories are relevant and can be considered together to explain what motivates certain behaviors. For example, when hungry, an individual will seek food. Drive reduction model, however, he/she will seek food that seems to be more appetizing or appealing. 8.4.4 Cognitive approaches to motivation. This approach states that motivation is a result of people's thoughts, beliefs, expectations and goals. Feldman, 2015 pg 289. Thus, a student will be motivated to study for examination based on his/her expectation whether studying will lead to obtaining good marks in examination. This theory also helps differentiate between the intrinsic and extrinsic motivation that were discussed in detail under types of motivation. Individuals are more likely to work on a certain task or towards achieving a certain goal when he/she is intrinsically motivated as opposed to extrinsically motivated. And it may so happen that attempts to increase extrinsic motivation may lead to decrease in intrinsic motivation. Feldman, 2015. High arousal, low weak. Increasing attention and interest. Impaired performance because of strong anxiety. Optimal arousal, optimal performance, strong. Performance. 128. Motivation and emotion. 8.4.5 The hierarchical model. This model was stated by Maslow, often termed as Maslow's hierarchy of needs. In this model, the needs are placed in a hierarchical order. The model then states that the basic needs are to be fulfilled before the higher order needs are met. Maslow's hierarchy of needs can be explained with the help of a pyramid with basic needs at the bottom of the pyramid and the higher order needs at the top of the pyramid. Refer to Figure 8.2. Fig. 8.2. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. As can be seen from Figure 8.2, the basic needs are the physiological needs related to the primary drive, namely need for food, water, sleep and sex. This is followed by the safety needs that are related to the need for an environment that is safe and secure. These two needs can be termed as lower order needs, and once these are fulfilled, then the individual will move on to the other higher order needs. The next need is that of love and belongingness, that is related to the give and take of affection. This need is followed by yet another higher order need, that is, esteem needs, that are related to the need for development of a sense of self-worth. And the last need is that of self-actualization, that is related to need for realization of one's full potential. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, or can also be termed as a state of self-fulfillment. Feldman, 2015. 8.4.6 Alderfer's ERG theory. The existence, relatedness and growth theory by Alderfer is similar to the theory proposed by Maslow. However, the theory highlights only 3 levels in place of 5 levels. At the lowest level of the hierarchy is the existence needs, and as the name suggests, these are basic needs related to the physiological needs and the safety needs. The next is the relatedness needs that are related to social relationships. The last level is that of growth, and these are related to the need to achieve one's potential, develop competence, and so on. Self-actualization. Esteem needs. Love and belongingness need. Safety needs. Physiological needs. 129. Motivation 8.4.7 Herzberg's two-factor theory. This theory mainly focuses on 2 main factors, that is, hygiene factor and motivational factor, and also states that satisfaction and dissatisfaction arise from these 2 factors. Satisfaction and dissatisfaction are the 2 extremes, and as such the opposite of satisfaction is no satisfaction, and not dissatisfaction, and the opposite of dissatisfaction is no dissatisfaction, and not satisfaction. This theory mainly finds its application to work setup. The hygiene factors and motivational factors have been given in Table 8.1. Table 8.1, Hygiene M and Motivational Factors. The hygiene factors determine the level of dissatisfaction, and if these needs are taken care of, then the dissatisfaction will be low in the individual. Though this will not contribute to satisfaction in the individual, and the motivational factors are required to ensure that the individual experiences satisfaction. 8.4.8 McClelland's Acquired Needs Theory. This theory was developed by David McClelland, and it highlights the 3 basic needs: achievement, affiliation, and power. These needs are discussed in Table No. 8.2. Table 8.2, the 3 basic needs stated by McClelland. Need for achievement. This is related to achieving excellence, goals that are challenging, overcoming obstacles and difficulties, competition and persistence, need to master skills, and so on. Need for affiliation. This is related to maintaining close and intimate relationship with others. Need for power. This is related to having an influence, impact, and to have a control on others. The above theories thus help us further understand the concept of motivation. Self-assessment questions, SAQ2. Fill in the following blanks. 1. The model is also called as the push theories of motivation. 2. The model is based on the work carried out by Yerkes and Dodson in 1908, referred to as the Yerkes-Dodson law. Hygiene factors. Motivational factors: adequate workload and working conditions, high salary and bonuses. Salary, achievement/promotion. Good relationship with supervisor, peers, recognition, and subordinates, responsibility, security, advancement, and growth. 130. Motivation and emotion. 3. Maslow's hierarchy of needs can be explained with the help of with basic needs at the bottom of the pyramid, and the higher order needs at the top. 4. The Herzberg's two-factor theory mainly focuses on 2 main factors, that is, and 5. Need for is related to having an influence, impact, and control on others. 8.5 Let us sum up. This unit focuses on an important psychological process called motivation. The unit began with a discussion on the nature and function of motivation. Then we discussed the different types of motivation. Following this, we discussed in depth various major theories of motivation. In this section we covered 7 major theories, namely instinct theory, drive reduction theory, arousal theory, the optimal arousal model, incentive theory, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and McClelland's acquired needs theory. 8.6 Unit End Questions. 1. Define motivation and explain its nature. 2. How motivation is related to needs, drives, motive, and incentives. 3. Write some major functions of motivation. 4. What do you understand by instinct theory of motivation, and how is it different from drive reduction theory of motivation? 5. Write a short note on Maslow's hierarchy of needs and explain how it describes motivational behavior. 8.7 Glossary. Motivation, an internal state, dynamic rather than static in nature, that propels action, directs behavior, and is oriented toward satisfying both instincts and cultural needs and goals. Needs, these are related to the biological states of cellular or bodily deficiencies that lead to drives. Drives, it can be defined as the perceived states of tension that occur when our bodies are deficient in some need, creating an urge to relieve the tension. Motive, it is something that actually drives an individual to take certain action, and motivation is the process within which a motive drives an individual towards certain action. Need for achievement, this is related to achieving excellence, goals that are challenging, overcoming obstacles and difficulties. 131. Competition and persistence, need to master skills and motivation, so on. Need for affiliation, this is related to maintaining close and intimate relationship with others. Incentive theories, also known as pull theories. These theories state of motivation that the motivation is a result of desire to achieve external rewards or incentives. 8.8 Answers to self-assessment questions, SAQ. SAQ-I. 1. False 2, true 3, true 4, false 5, false SAQ 2. 1. Drive reduction 2, optimal arousal 3, pyramid 4, hygiene factor, and motivational factor 5, power. 8.9 References and suggested readings. Barron, R.A. 2005. Psychology. Delhi, Pearson Education. Eysenck, M. W. 2013. Simply Psychology. New York, Psychology Press. Feist, G. J. and Rosenberg, E.L. 2015. Psychology, Perspectives and Connections. New York, McGraw-Hill Education. Feldman, R.S. 2015. Essentials of Understanding Psychology. New York, McGraw-Hill Education. Gehrig, R. J. and Zimbardo, P.G. 2006. Psychology and Life. Delhi, Pearson Education. Houstone, M. Fincham, F. D. and Foster, J. 2005. Psychology. USA, Blackwell Publishing. Koslin, S. M. and Rosenberg, R. S. 2013. Introducing Psychology. India, Pearson Education. 132. Motivation and Emotion, Mishra, B.K. 2016. Psychology, the Study of Human Behavior. Delhi, PHI Learning Private Limited. Morgan, C.T., King, R. A. Wise, J. R. and Shopler, J. 1996. Introduction to Psychology. Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill Publishing Company Limited. Nolan Hoeksema, S. Fredrickson, B. Loftus, G. and Lutz, C. 2009. Atkinson and Hilgard's Psychology and Introduction to Psychology, United Kingdom, Singage Learning. Parmaswaran, E. G. and Bina, C. 2004. An Invitation to Psychology. Delhi, Neelkamal Publications Private Limited. Quick, J. C. Nelson, D. L., and Khandelwal, P. 2011. Organizational Behavior, A South Asian Perspective. Delhi, Singage Learning. Rathis, S. 2008. Psychology, Concepts and Connections. United States, Wadsworth Singage Learning. Ciccarelli, S. K. and White, J. N. 2015. Psychology. New York, Pearson Education Limited. Jane. Sashi. 2009, Introduction to Psychology. Jalandhar, Kalyani Publishers. Myers, D.G., 2010. Exploring Psychology. New York, Worth Publishers. References for images: The Yerkes-Dodson Law. Retrieved August 21, 2011, from https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Yerkes%sign E2%sign 80%sign 93 Dodson_law. 133. Emotion Unit 9 Emotions *. Content 9.0 Introduction 9.1 Objectives 9.2 Emotions, Nature and Definition 9.3 Types of Emotions 9.4 Components of Emotional Process 9.5 Emotions, and Mood 9.6 Emotions, and Feelings 9.7 Functions of Emotions 9.8 Theories of Emotions 9.8.1 James Lang Theory 9.8.2 Cannon-Bard Theory 9.8.3 The Schachter-Singer Theory 9.8.4 Opponent Process Theory 9.8.5 Cognitive Appraisal Theory of Emotion 9.9 Manifestation and Measurement of Emotions 9.9.1 Measurement of Emotions 9.9.1.1 Non Verbal Instrument 9.9.1.2 Self-Report Questionnaires 9.10 Let us sum up 9.11 Unit End Questions 9.12 Glossary 9.13 Answers to Self-Assessment Questions 9.14 References and Suggested Readings. 9.0 Introduction. Try to observe the people around you, especially their emotions. Are you able to tell when they are happy or when they are sad or angry? Most often we can say whether people are happy, angry, sad, or even surprised based on their facial expressions or even vocal expressions. As a student of psychology, it is important that we discuss the concept of emotions, as that can help us understand people in a better way. Thus, in the present section, we will try to further understand them by discussing their nature, types, theories, and so on. A question may also arise in your mind with regard to why these two significant topics have been discussed in same block. In reply to such a question, it can be said that motivation and emotion can be termed as two sides of a same coin, Mishra, 2016, and they both play a role in directing behaviors of the individuals. Both motivation and emotions are activated when issues are related to the well-being of an individual, survival and appetite, Feist and Rosenberg, 2015. Professor Suhas Chetgovikar, SOS, IGNOU. 134. Motivation and emotion. For example, an individual may be driven to get involved in activities that are linked to his/her well-being. And when he/she is able to achieve certain goals, he/she will experience happiness, and if he/she fails, sadness will be experienced. Thus, both these terms are relevant. Since we have already discussed concept of motivation in last unit, now in this unit we will try to understand the concept of emotions. 9.1 Objectives. After finishing this unit, you would be able to explain the concept of emotion and its importance in our life. Discuss the different types of emotions. Identify the 6 basic components of emotions, and explain the various of theories of emotions. 9.2 Emotions, concept and its nature. Emotions can also be termed as motivators of human behavior, Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, and as such behavior can be directed and activated by emotions as well, Nolan Hoeksema et al., 2009. Though they do differ from the basic needs that we discussed under motivation, like hunger, thirst and so on, and are not as such linked to any specific needs. For example, hunger is as a result of need for food and thirst in similar way as is a need for water. With regard to emotions, there are a number of triggers. For example, sadness can be triggered as a result of number of triggers or needs like watching a sad movie, listening to a sad song and so on. Further, biological drives can be derailed by emotions. For example, need for food, which is in a way a powerful drive, but it is possible to override it with emotions. To discuss further, if an individual experiences the emotion of disgust, his/her drive for food can get derailed. And this is relevant because the emotion of disgust can be termed as significant for the survival of the individual. When an individual looks at food that is spoiled, he/she may experience disgust, and despite of being hungry, the individual will refrain from eating that food. Thus, emotions are important, and as students of psychology, we need to focus on this concept. Emotion has been derived from a Latin term emovere, that means stirred up state. There are various definitions of emotion that are discussed as follows. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, pg 418, defined emotions as brief, acute changes in consciousness experience and physiology that occur in response to a personally meaningful situation. As stated by Gehrig and Zimbardo, 2006, pg 418, emotions are a complex pattern of bodily and mental changes that includes physiological arousal, feelings, cognitive processes, visible expressions, including face and posture, and specific behavioral reactions made in response to a situation perceived as personally significant. 135. Koslin and Rosenberg, 2013, pg 259, defined emotion as a psychological emotion state with 4 components: a positive or negative subjective experience, bodily arousal, the activation of specific mental processes, and stored information and characteristic overt behavior. Feldman, 2015, pg 312, defined emotion as feelings that generally have both physiological and cognitive elements, and that influence behavior. Mishra, 2016, pg 466, defined emotion as a state of being moved, stirred up or behaviorally aroused on experiencing an emotional situation, and which involves external and internal physiological changes. One of the key points that can be highlighted in the above definitions is that there is a state of change. This change can be in the consciousness experience, or could be in terms of physiological arousal, and even in cognitive processes. Changes can also be in form of visible expression that is displayed on the face or in the posture of an individual. This change is as a result of some situation that is important for the individual. For example, a parent might display emotions happiness as his/her child receives a gold medal. In this, the situation that the child receiving the gold medal is personally significant for the parent, and he/she may thus experience certain changes that could be in terms of physiological arousal, cognitive processes, and feelings. There could also be changes in the facial expression of the parent. 9.3 Types of emotions. Emotions can mainly be of 2 types: basic emotions and self-conscious emotions. These are discussed as follows. Basic emotions. Basic emotions are a set of emotions that commonly appear in all the human beings. These are anger, disgust, happiness, fear, sadness, and surprise. These emotions can be stated to be innate and are shared by all human beings. And though human beings can experience a broad range of emotions, researches on emotions have indicated that all the emotions are an outcome of combinations of certain basic emotions. Koslin and Rosenberg, 2013. Further, Charles Darwin also proposed that the actions that arise as a result of emotions or emotional behavior are innate in nature, and similar emotional states are expressed in terms of similar facial expressions across cultures, and in fact even persons with visual impairment may display similar facial expressions even if they have never observed emotional expressions in others. Further, different researchers have proposed a slightly different list of basic emotions. Koslin and Rosenberg, 2013. This proposition with regard to basic emotions have been challenged, as well as the basic emotions are not simple. For instance, Rosen, Lowry and Ebert in 1994 stated 3 types of disgust based on the facial expression, as cited in Koslin and Rosenberg, 2013 pg 260. Further, though certain emotions may be consistent across cultures, there are certain emotions that are influenced by the norms and practices of the cultures. Thus, though basic emotions have been considered as inborn, the influence of learning and social norms and practices cannot be nullified. Self-conscious emotions. Self-conscious emotions, on the other hand, are emotions that necessarily require a sense of self as well as an ability in order to reflect on one's actions. Further, these emotions are as a result of whether the expectation. 136. Motivation and emotion in terms of social norms and the rules are met or not. Examples of self-conscious emotions are embarrassment, guilt, pride, shame and humiliation. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015. The self-conscious emotions occur as a result of the extent to which an individual is able to meet his/her own expectations, the expectations of others, or social norms. 9.4 Components of emotional process. Emotion can be termed as an episode that is complex as well as having multiple components. Nolan Hoeksema et al., 2009. There are 6 main components of emotion process. These are discussed as follows. Cognitive appraisal. The first component is cognitive appraisal. Here the situation is assessed based on the personal meaning. For example, if a cricket team wins, there will be a cognitive appraisal with regard to the personal meaning of the situation, whether this individual supports this team or not. If he/she supports this team and he/she is a die-hard fan of this team, then the situation will be assessed as having personal meaning or is personally significant for the individual. The cognitive appraisal leads to the other components of emotion. Subjective experience. This is related to the affective state or the feeling tone that is brought by the emotion. Nolan Hoeksema et al., 2009. Thought and action tendencies. At this stage, the individual will display an urge to think in a particular manner or take certain actions. For example, when an individual is angry, he/she may act in a manner that is aggressive. Internal bodily changes. There are physiological reactions mainly involving the autonomic nervous system. Thus, there could be changes in heart rate, or the individual may start perspiring. For example, when a person is angry, he may breathe faster. Facial expressions. In this there is movement in the facial landmarks like cheeks, lips, noses and so on. Nolan Hoeksema et al., 2009. For example, when an individual is happy, he/she will smile. Response to emotion. This is related to how an individual cope and react with one's own emotions. Any emotion is a result of these 6 components. To further highlight, any emotion will thus have the physiological, cognitive, and behavioral components. When an individual experiences anger, he/she may experience physiological arousal in terms of sympathetic arousal. This also has a cognitive component, as the individual may believe that he/she is in danger. Thus, the individual may display tendencies of avoidance that are related to the behavioral component. Similarly, when an individual is angry, he/she will experience sympathetic and parasympathetic arousal. The individual will have a belief that he/she is being mistreated, and thus he/she will have attack tendencies. Rathus, 2008. 9.5 Emotions and mood. Emotions can be differentiated from mood. Mood can be defined as affective states that operate in the background of consciousness and tend to last longer than most emotions. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, pg 418. Moods can make occurrence of certain emotion more likely than others. For example, a supervisor. 137. Who is in irritable mood is more likely to get angry at an employee for coming emotion late to work. The distinction between emotions and mood has been given in Table number 9.3. Table 9.1, Difference between emotions and mood. 9.6 Emotions and feelings. A distinction can also be established between emotions and feelings, though both can be termed as affective processes. Table 9.2, Difference between emotions and feelings. Emotions have a cause that is clear. For example, a person may be amazed while looking at a beautiful monument. They are brief and may last for few seconds or minutes. Emotions is a multi-component episode. Emotions can fit in certain categories that are discrete, like anger, joy, and so on. Moods are free-floating and diffuse affective states. Nolan Hoeksema et al., 2009, pg 465. For example, an individual may feel cheerful on a day and may feel irritated the next day. Moods are comparatively long-lasting. Moods are mainly related to the experience that is subjective. Moods may vary with regard to pleasantness and arousal. Emotions. Mood. Emotions are comparatively more complex. Any emotional experience is preceded and accompanied by feelings. For example, feeling of pleasure will lead or will be accompanied with the emotion of happiness/joy. Emotion is an affective process that is much more active. Emotion is both subjective and objective. Emotions are of different types, for example, anger, joy, jealous, and so. Physiological changes are experienced. It is basically an affective process that is simple in nature. In feeling, emotional experience may or may not occur. For example, an individual may experience feelings of pleasure or pain without experiencing any emotions. Feeling is a process that is comparatively less active. Feeling is subjective in nature. Feelings are mainly categorized into pleasure and pain. Physiological changes may not be noticed. Emotions. Feelings. 138. Motivation and emotion. 9.7 Functions of emotions. From what has been discussed above, there must be no doubt in your mind that emotions are important. But it is also important to understand the functions of emotions that are discussed as follows. Emotions prepare an individual for action. Emotions serve as a link between the situation and the individual's reaction. For example, if an individual is crossing a road and suddenly sees a truck coming his/her, the emotional reaction that he would display, that of fear, which would be linked with the physiological arousal. Emotions play a role in shaping of future behavior of an individual. Learning takes place as a result of emotions experienced by us, and thus, for example, the situations that evoke negative emotions are avoided by us. Emotions help in effective interaction with others. Emotions that are communicated via verbal and nonverbal communications may help individuals to interact with each other more efficiently, because emotions act as signals, thus helping individuals understand what the other person is experiencing. Future behavior of individuals can also be predicted based on this. Self-assessment questions, SAQI. Briefly answer the following questions. 1. What is emotion? 2. What are the basic components of process of emotion? 3. List the functions of emotions. 4. What is the difference between emotion and mood? 5. What is the difference between emotion and feelings? Motivation and emotion. 9.7 Functions of emotions. From what has been discussed above, there must be no doubt in your mind that emotions are important. But it is also important to understand the functions of emotions that are discussed as follows. Emotions prepare an individual for action. Emotions serve as a link between the situation and the individual's reaction. For example, if an individual is crossing a road and suddenly sees a truck coming his/her, the emotional reaction that he would display, that of fear, which would be linked with the physiological arousal. Emotions play a role in shaping of future behavior of an individual. Learning takes place as a result of emotions experienced by us, and thus, for example, the situations that evoke negative emotions are avoided by us. Emotions help in effective interaction with others. Emotions that are communicated via verbal and nonverbal communications may help individuals to interact with each other more efficiently, because emotions act as signals, thus helping individuals understand what the other person is experiencing. Future behavior of individuals can also be predicted based on this. Self-assessment questions, SAQI. Briefly answer the following questions. 1. What is emotion? 2. What are the basic components of process of emotion? 3. List the functions of emotions. 4. What is the difference between emotion and mood? 5. What is the difference between emotion and feelings? 139. Emotion 9.8 Theories of Emotions. Various theories of emotions have been discussed as follows. 9.8.1 The James Lange Theory. This theory was put forth by William James and Carl Lange. The theory states that emotions are experienced by individuals due to the physiological changes. Thus, the emotions experienced by an individual can be termed as reaction or response to the bodily changes that occur as a result of certain external events and situations. Feldman, 2015. As an individual is exposed to an external event or situation, he/she will experience a physiological reaction. And how this physiological reaction is interpreted will determine the emotional reaction of the individual. For example, a teacher catches a student playing game in classroom. The student in this situation will experience physiological changes like rapid heartbeats. This physiological reaction is interpreted by the student as fear. My heart is beating fast, so I must be scared. Also refer to Figure 9.1. Fig. 9.1. Example of James Lange theory. The theory has been criticized because in certain situations, emotions may be experienced even before the physiological reactions are experienced. Also, with the slow rate of visceral changes, it may be difficult to interpret how they are the source of the emotions experienced. Further, some of the emotional experiences may not occur as a result of physiological arousal. For example, an individual who is exercising may experience rapid heartbeat, but this may not be termed as fear. Thus, it can be said that physiological changes are not as such sufficient in order to elicit emotional reaction. Also, varied emotions may be linked with visceral changes that are similar in nature, which again contradicts the assumptions of this theory. For example, an individual may cry when he/she is happy and also when he/she is sad. In this context, the facial feedback hypothesis is worth to be mentioned, that states that emotional experience are influenced by the sensory feedback received as a result of facial musculature. Thus, emotional feelings may get enhanced by facial expression. Event/situation experienced physiological reaction/changes emotion experienced. Angry due chasing at you trembling/rapid heartbeat fear. 140. Motivation and emotion 9.8.2 The Cannon-Bard theory. This theory was proposed by Walter Cannon and Philip Bard. This theory assumes that same nerve stimulus that emerges from thalamus produces physiological arousal and emotional experiences at the same time. Fig. 9.2, Cannon-Bard theory. Thus, when an emotion-producing stimulus is perceived by an individual, a signal is sent by thalamus simultaneously to the autonomic nervous system that produces the visceral reaction and to cerebral cortex regarding the emotional experience. Though the theory rejects the view that physiological arousal leads to emotional experience, recent research has highlighted the role of hypothalamus and limbic system, rather than thalamus, in emotional experience. Feldman, 2015. 9.8.3 The Schachter-Singer theory. The theory, also called as two-factor theory, was proposed by Stanley Schachter and Jerome E. Singer, and is based on the belief that emotions are determined jointly by a nonspecific kind of physiological arousal, and its interpretation, based on environmental cues. Feldman, 2015, pg 316. Thus, the theory states that emotions experienced are identified by the individuals based on their observation of the environment, and by comparing themselves with others. This hypothesis was also tested by Schachter and Singer in their experiment. As experiment was carried out in 1962 on a sample of 184 participants, male college students, who were informed that they were receiving an injection of a vitamin to observe its effect on visual skills. The participants were then given either placebo, a saline solution having no side effects, or epinephrine, adrenaline, by a doctor. Epinephrine is a drug that produces responses that are similar to those that occur when intense. Emotional reactions are experienced, for example, increase in heart rate, blood sugar levels, increased breathing, increase in the blood flow to brain and muscles, and so on. The individual injected with epinephrine may experience trembling, rapid heartbeats, flushing, and so on. Physiological response is activated. Message is sent to cerebral cortex with regard to the emotional experience. Nerve stimulus that emanates from thalamus. 141. The participants were subjected to one of the four conditions: emotion. A. Participants who were given epinephrine, but were not told about its effect. Adrenaline ignorant. B. Participants who were given epinephrine, though they were told that they were injected with a vitamin, and were told about the effects of the vitamin, and thus they were prepared. Adrenaline informed. C. Participants who were given epinephrine, though they were told that they were injected with a vitamin, but were misinformed about the effects of the vitamin, and were told that they would experience headache and numbness in feet. Adrenaline misinformed. D. Participants who were given placebo. This served as a control group. The participants were then placed individually in a situation along with a confederate who behaved in either of the two ways. The confederate was either happy and excited or was angry and hostile. The research was carried out with an objective to the emotional reaction of the participants towards the behaviors displayed by the confederates. The results indicated that participants based their explanation with regard to the physiological arousal experienced by them to the behavior displayed by others and the environmental cues. Thus it can be said that this theory proposes a cognitive perspective of emotions. 9.8.4 Opponent Process Theory. The focus of this theory is that an emotional reaction to a stimulus is followed automatically by an opposite reaction. Repeated exposure to a stimulus causes the initial reaction to weaken and the opponent process, opposite reaction, to strengthen. Barron, 2005 pg 398. Thus, the theory states that the law of physics that every action is followed by a reaction is also applicable to emotion. The theory has found its application to understand drug addiction. As an individual starts using drugs, he/she may initially experience intense pleasure. However, with repeated use of drugs, there is a decrease in the intensity of pleasure, and the reactions related to withdrawal become stronger. Thus the individual now consumes drugs in order to avoid the negative feelings he/she may experience as a result of not consuming drugs rather than for feelings of pleasure. 9.8.5 Cognitive Appraisal Theory of Emotion. This theory was proposed by Richard Lazarus in 1970. The theory states that any information is appraised from various sources, and this appraisal mainly involves cognition. Thus, the emotions experienced are an outcome of the appraisals of the information that is received from the environment and from within the body. Further, the past experiences and dispositions to react in certain manner, as well as consideration with regard to the possible consequences of an emotional action, play a role in the appraisal process. The theory also focuses on reappraisal of the situation that provoked emotions. Reappraisal also assists in coping with situations that are stressful. For example, when a student is told that he/she is being called by the principal of the college, the student will experience apprehension as 142. Motivation and emotion. She would wonder why he/she is being called. But when the principal informs the student that he/she has been selected for an educational trip abroad, then there is reappraisal of the situation, and the student will experience happiness. 9.9 Manifestation and measurement of emotions. We understand emotions expressed by others when we observe their nonverbal behavior, which can be in terms of facial expression, tone of voice, and even body movement and gestures. There could also be variations in the way in which each emotion is perceived. For example, happiness is perceived more accurately from facial expression rather than tone of voice, whereas anger is perceived more accurately in terms of tone of voice when compared with facial expression. Koslin and Rosenberg, 2013. Emotions occur in a social setup that constitutes of family members and friends as well as culture. Thus, both positive and negative emotions are as a result of an individual's social interaction. Further, emotions also have an impact on an individual's social interaction, as the social stimuli can stir up emotions. It is important to note that, expression of emotions is not same as experience of emotions, as the latter is mainly a subjective experience. Expression of emotions plays a significant role in social interaction, and there are certain display rules that are specific to one's culture with regard to expression or emotions. Display rules can be defined as a culture-specific rule that indicates when, to whom, and how strongly certain emotions can be shown. Koslin and Rosenberg, 2013, pg 269. Thus, each culture will have its own norms and rules with regard to expression of emotions, and these norms and rules are learned by the individuals. Also, it can be stated here that though the basic emotions are same for all individuals, the way these basic emotions are expressed may differ based on the display rules. An emotional response constitutes of the physiological changes, behavioral expressive changes, as well as subjective changes. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015. Emotions lead to certain physiological changes that can be due to activation of autonomic nervous system. With regard to emotions that are related to the survival and protection from any harm, the sympathetic nervous system is activated. Parasympathetic nervous system is engaged when positive emotions are elicited. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015. Emotions can also lead to changes in the facial expressions, tone of voice, and body language. And these emotional expressions in terms of changes in face, voice, or bodily postures could be conscious or unconscious, that is, the individual may or may not be aware about his/her own emotional expressions. The subjective experience of emotions is related to the changes that occur in the quality of conscious experience that takes place during emotional experience. The feelings that are created by emotions differ based on the emotion that is experienced. Thus, the feelings when happiness is experienced is different from the feelings when one is angry. The subjective experience is based on physiological changes and impact on cognition, as links with memories and images are activated by emotions. When the manifestation of emotions is discussed, the term emotion regulation also needs to be discussed. Emotion regulation can be defined as the cognitive 143 and behavioral efforts people make to modify their emotions. Feist and Emotion Rosenberg, 2015, pg 424. Earlier in this section, we discussed about display rules, and as such display rules do play an important role, or may lead to voluntary control of expression of emotions. Thus, an individual may not express his/her emotions in certain situations, and may freely express them in certain other situations. Further, the expression of emotions can also be prolonged besides voluntarily reducing one's emotional reaction. Emotional regulation is significant and does play an important role in our social interactions, and if emotions are not regulated, there could be outcomes that are undesirable or negative. For example, if anger is not regulated, it could lead to aggressive actions. Regulating emotions can also play an important role in prevention of negative cognitive effects that may occur as a result of suppressing behaviors that are driven by emotions. We often infer emotions of others based on the interpretation of the minimal cues that could be minute differences in body language. Thus, emotional expressions by an individual can be inferred, and on the basis of these inferences one can understand the emotional state of that individual. Emotional expressions can be deliberate. You may smile at a person as you wishes her in the morning, or it could be an unconscious indication of the internal state of a person. For example, a person who is confused may display a wrinkled nose and crease between the eyebrows. Thus, we can understand emotions with the help of reading cues, and with the help of perception by imitating. Interpretation of emotions based on the nonverbal communications is also based on experience. With regard to perception based on imitating, when an individual perceives an emotional expression, he/she may subtly imitate that emotional expression by movement of muscles, and the feedback that he/she thus receives helps in recognition of emotions in other individuals. This may occur even if one is not consciously aware of seeing the facial expression. 9.9.1 Measurement of emotions. As we have now understood the manifestation of emotions, it is also relevant that we focus on the measurement of emotions, and measurement of emotions also depends on how the emotions are manifested. Measuring emotions is in a way difficult because it is a phenomenon that is multifaceted and constitutes behavioral, expressive, physiological reactions as well as subjective feelings, and every instrument that supposedly measures emotion actually measures one of these components. Desmet, 2005. 9.9.1.1 Nonverbal instrument. Instruments that can be categorized here mainly measure the expressive or physiological aspect of emotions. As we have studied in this unit, any emotion is accompanied with certain expressions, and thus emotions can be measured in terms of facial expressions as well as vocal expressions. Thus, facial expressions could be captured by taking photographs or with the help of video recordings that can then be analyzed. One such tool is Facial Expression Analysis Tool by Kaiser and Werley. Facial Action Coding System, FACS, can also be used to study the muscular movements in face that can be observed. Similarly, vocal instruments can also be used as certain emotions could be associated with vocal cues pattern. 144. Motivation and emotion. Emotions can also be measured on the basis of their physiological component. One of the prominent physiological measures that can be used to measure emotions are polygraph. Polygraph measures the minute changes that occur in the nervous system of an individual. The minute changes are recorded in terms of electrical signals that are recorded on a roll of paper that moves. As stated by Koslin and Rosenberg, 2013, pg 271, polygraph is a machine that is used to detect the lying by monitoring the activity of the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems, particularly changes on how easily the skin conducts electricity, breathing, and heart rate. The procedure that is followed in polygraphs is that the sensors are first attached to the individual, and then he/she is asked various questions, and the bodily responses of the individual can be monitored as he/she gives the responses. Polygraph has found its use mainly in areas of forensic and criminal psychology, criminology, law enforcement, and so on. In this context, there are 4 main ways in which the questions are asked. The first way in which the questions are asked is the relevant/irrelevant techniques, in which, for example, a crime-related question is asked which is followed by a question that is neutral, and then the bodily changes during the responses to these 2 types of questions is monitored. The assumption here is that the bodily responses will differ when an individual is telling a lie. The next technique is that of control question technique. In this, a comparison question is asked, which is expected to elicit an emotional reaction that is similar or equivalent to that in crime-related questions. Yet another technique is guilt knowledge test, where indirect questions are asked that are more likely to answer by individuals who are guilty. Further, the questions asked have multiple choices. The fourth technique is the guilty action technique, where the responses of the individuals are observed as they are provided with statements regarding actions that they may have committed. Thus, polygraph can be used not only to measure emotions, but also in a way to detect lying. Though there are a number of issues with regard to whether polygraph can be effectively used in detecting lying. One of the main advantages of the nonverbal instruments is that there is no use of language, and thus they are culture fair, and they are comparatively less subjective. Though there are a number of disadvantages, as well as it may not be possible to measure more complex emotions and mixed emotions, and thus they could be used effectively only with basic emotions. 9.9.1.2 Self-report questionnaires. Emotions can be measured with the help of self-report questionnaires as well. An individual can be asked to provide responses to a questionnaire. Such measures are mainly related to the subjective component of emotion, and as such the subjective feelings can be measured only with the help of self-report. Questions that could be asked are like, what are your feelings? Are you feeling sad? And so on. Further, rating scales could also be used. Rating scales can be effectively used to measure any emotion, as well as mixed emotions. An example of self. 145. Report questionnaire is the positive and negative affect schedule, PANIS X. Emotion 11 emotions are assessed by this questionnaire, namely fear, sadness, hostility, guilt, shyness, fatigue, surprise, joviality, self-assurance, attentiveness and serenity, IGNOU, 2013, pg 72. Though there are numerous advantages of using self-report questionnaires to measure emotions, there are a number of limitations as well to this measure. There is a disadvantage of social desirability, where the individual may provide responses that seem to be desirable than what he/she actually feels. Further, such measures are verbal, and thus the use of language may not be adequate to actually capture the emotions experienced by the individual. Self-assessment questions, SAQ2. State whether the following are true or false. 1. Emotions occur in a social setup that constitutes of family members and friends as well as culture. 2. Emotions cannot be measured with the help of self-report questionnaires. 3. We often infer emotions in others based on the interpretation of the minimal cues that could be minute differences in body language. 4. The James Lange theory is also called as two-factor theory. 5. Expression of emotions is same as experience of emotions. 9.10 Let us sum up. To summarize, the present unit mainly focused on the concept of emotion. In order to understand this concept, initially the definitions of emotions were discussed. Types of emotions in terms of basic emotions and self-conscious emotions were also explained. Components of emotional process, namely, cognitive appraisal, subjective experience, thought and action tendencies, internal bodily changes, facial expressions and response to emotion were also described. Further, it was explained that the emotions are also related to the terms mood and feelings. The theories of emotions were then highlighted. Theories like the James Lange theory, the Cannon-Bard theory, the Schachter-Singer theory, the opponent process theory, and cognitive appraisal theory of emotion were discussed. Lastly, the unit focused on the manifestation and measurement of emotions. 9.11 Unit End Questions. 1. What do you understand by emotions? Explain various components of emotions. 2. Differentiate between James Lange theory of emotion, Cannon-Bard theory of emotion, and Schachter-Singer theory of emotions. 3. Define emotion and discuss its types. 4. Describe opponent process theory of emotion. 5. Explain how emotions can be measured. 146. Motivation and Emotion 2.12 Glossary. Emotion, subjective state of being often described as feeling. Basic emotions, these are a set of emotions that commonly appear in all the human beings. These are anger, disgust, happiness, fear, sadness, and surprise. These emotions can be stated to be innate and are shared by all human beings. James Lange, physiological arousal leads to emotional experience. Theory of emotion. Cognitive appraisal, proposed by Richard Lazarus in 1970, which states theory of emotion that any information is appraised from various sources, and this appraisal mainly involves cognition. Opponent process. The focus of this theory is that an emotional theory reaction to a stimulus is followed automatically by an opposite reaction. The Schachter, this theory, also called as two-factor theory, was Singer theory proposed by Stanley Schachter and Jerome E. Singer, and the theory states that emotions experienced are identified by the individuals based on their observation of the environment and by comparing themselves with others. The Cannon-Bard. This theory was proposed by Walter Cannon and theory Philip Bard. This theory assumes that a same nerve stimulus that emerges from thalamus produces physiological arousal and emotional experiences at the same time. Mood, affective states that operate in the background of consciousness and tend to last longer than most emotions. Feist and Rosenberg, 2015, pg 418. Feelings. It is basically an affective process that is simple in nature. It is basically an affective process that is simple in nature. 9.13 Answers to self-assessment. Questions, SAQ. SAQI. 1. Emotions is a complex process which involves physiological as well as cognitive change due to a situation, and is expressed through behavior. 2. Cognitive appraisal, subjective experience, thought and action tendencies, internal bodily changes, facial expressions, response to emotion. 3. Emotions prepare an individual for action. Emotions play a role in shaping of future behavior of an individual. Emotions help in effective interaction with others. 147. 4. Emotion. Emotions mood. 5. Emotions feelings. SAQ 2. 1. True. 2. False. 3. True. 4. False. 5. False. 9.14 References and suggested readings. Barron, R. A. 2005. Psychology. Delhi, Pearson Education. Desmet, P. 2005. Measuring Emotion, Development and Application of an Instrument to Measure Emotional Responses to Products. In M. A. Blythe, A.F. Monk, Overbeek and P.C. Wright, eds. Phonology. USA, Culwer Academic Publishers, 112-123, from http://sitecerx.ist.psu.edu/view download, doi equals 10.1.1.104.1400 and rep equals rep1, and type equals PDF. Eysenck, M. W. 2013. Simply Psychology. New York, Psychology Press. Feist, G. J. and Rosenberg, E.L. 2015. Psychology, Perspectives and Connections. New York, McGraw-Hill Education. Feldman, R. S. 2015. Essentials of Understanding Psychology. New York, McGraw-Hill Education. Gehrig, R. J. and Zimbardo, P.G. 2006. Psychology and Life. Delhi, Pearson Education. Houstone, M. Fincham, F. D. and Foster, J. 2005. Psychology. USA, Blackwell Publishing. Koslin, S. M. and Rosenberg, R. S. 2013. Introducing Psychology. India, Pearson Education. Moods are free-floating and diffuse affective states. Nolan Hoeksema et al., 2009, pg 465. For example, an individual may feel cheerful on a day, and may feel irritated the next day. Emotions have a cause that is clear. For example, a person may be amazed while looking at a beautiful monument. Any emotional experience is preceded and accompanied by feelings. For example, feeling of pleasure will lead, or will be accompanied with the emotion of happiness/joy. In feeling, emotional experience may or may not occur. For example, an individual may experience feelings of pleasure or pain without experiencing any emotions. 148. Motivation and Emotion. Mishra, B.K., 2016. Psychology, the Study of Human Behavior. Delhi, PHI Learning Private Limited. Morgan, C.T., King, R. A. Wise, J. R. and Shopler, J. 1996. Introduction to Psychology. Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill Publishing Company Limited. Nolan Hoeksema, S. Fredrickson, B. Loftus, G. and Lutz, C. 2009. Atkinson and Hilgard, Psychology and Introduction to Psychology, United Kingdom, Singage Learning. Parmaswaran, E. G. and Bina, C. 2004. An Invitation to Psychology. Delhi, Neelkamal Publications Private Limited. Rathis, S. 2008. Psychology, Concepts and Connections. United States, Wadsworth Singage Learning. Gorman, P. 2004. Motivation and Emotion. Routledge. Buck, R. 1988. Human Motivation and Emotion. John Wiley and Sons. Edwards, D.C., 1998. Motivation and Emotion, Evolutionary, Physiological, Cognitive, and Social Influences, Volume 3. Sage Publications. Hall, N.C., and Getz, T. 2013. Emotion, Motivation, and Self-Regulation, A Handbook for Teachers. Emerald Group Publishing. Caicedo, D. G. and Buscom, M. 2006. How Do You Feel? An assessment of existing tools for the measurement of emotions and their application in consumer products research. Retrieved from http://bluehair.com/corner/wp-content/uploads/2008/10/ Final Report Assessment of Existing Tools for the Measurement of Emotions.pdf. Candland, D. K., Fell, J. P., Ken, Ernest, Leshner, A. I. Tarpey, R. M. and Pluchik, R. 1977. Emotion. USA, Wadsworth Publishing Company. Ciccarelli, S. K. and White, J. N. 2015. Psychology. New York, Pearson Education Limited. Desmet, P. 2005. Measuring Emotion, Development and Application of an Instrument to Measure Emotional Responses to Products. In M. A. Blythe, A.F. Monk, Overbeek and P.C., Wright, eds, Phonology. USA, Culwer Academic Publishers, 112-123, from http://sitecerx.ist.psu.edu/view download, doi equals 10.1.1.104.1400 and rep equals rep1, and type equals PDF. Jane. Sashi. 2009, Introduction to Psychology. Jalandhar, Kalyani Publishers. Myers, D.G., 2010. Exploring Psychology. New York, Worth Publishers. Power, M. and Dalgleish, T. 2016. Cognition and Emotion. New York, Psychology Press.